Wait, that's not the right stream. Uh, see. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, looks like we're live. Uh, I thought it was like you press in
I
like
mean,
YouTube, but then like told me doing like OBS, so I guess I was a bit confused.
yep,
Uh,
okay, I can hear both of us on the stream.
okay, great. Well, welcome everyone to my second live stream. They basically gonna be doing like the same thing I was doing last time, just reacting to some Sword Art Online review videos, like sort of like just like responding to their arguments and yeah, but this time I have a guest, Rangi. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Rangi Nui. I do gaming streams, to be honest, but I also do occasionally like anime streams talking about like anime movies, usually with a guest of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
And usually it's just discussing stuff, but yeah, it's interesting cuz what I won't. I had been in the chat on Dan's last stream,
Yeah.
and I was super interested to like jump in on this because I remember when a lot of the big SAO videos came out, and I'm wondering how a lot of them stack up. Hmm.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen like all of them, but yeah, I was just sort of to see like what sort of like arguments were being made about like criticizing the show.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do like some videos responding like defense videos at some point, but I just thought this might be more interesting to start off with.
Oh yeah, because a lot of the big, most popular videos were the ones shitting on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one we're doing now, you had like a Mother's Basement, which I remember watching Mother's Basement's videos and thinking they were good, but it's been like what, 10 years?
Yeah, it's been a few years for me also. Yeah, but well, I guess this time we're gonna be reacting to Digibro's Sword Art Online video.
Yeah, I guess I should do the disclaimer
Yeah.
now. Yeah, so for everything I know about Digibro, he's got extremely controversial opinions, especially involving minors.
Yeah.
We aren't here to talk about that. This is the only time we're gonna probably address it, unless I think it's funny to make a joke at some point.
Yeah, yeah. We're
But
just here to like focus on their arguments, not really interested in talking about Digibro as a person.
yeah, we aren't talking about Digibro's characters or their views or anything like that. Uh, so if you're going to try to press us on that, that's kind of why I'm just saying this now. Like, we're focused on just the SAO video because this was
Mm,
one of the big SAO videos. I think this is before Digibro became super controversial.
maybe? Yeah, it's
I
like from
think
like
so.
10 years ago, right, that then this came out.
But yeah, so yeah, just keep that in mind, right? And keep in mind, yeah, neither of us avow this person or even like I think it's safe to say neither of us support this person. From
Yeah.
everything I know, they're like a freak.
Yeah, yeah. I totally feel the same way. But yeah, let's guess I'll open up watch together and my notes. Ok- So yeah, the video the resolution might be a bit low. I'm using like watch together for the first time, but fortunately like this video like visuals aren't that important. Like did Jibro just put like random footage in the background because he want to avoid copyright?
It looks like specifically random footage of Terra. I think
I
that was
think they
the
said
name of
Terra
it.
Online, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I remember Terra Online. I played it a little bit.
I've
Uh,
never heard of this game before.
yeah, it's like it's an MMO from like like 15 years ago. That was outdated like 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a bit of an MMO junkie at the time, so I played a lot of
Yeah.
games.
Yeah. Uh, I guess like before I go, let me just see if the live chat thing is working. Because I'm using like the
Yeah,
oh yeah it's
yeah.
well
It's just most viewers are not gonna end up in chat. But yeah,
yeah
yeah,
okay. Well, yeah, I just want to make sure like works, I guess.
yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we can start doing the video unless you have anything else to say.
Uh, I guess thought on Kiwami.
Oh, well, welcome
Oh, Kiwami
back, Pep
3.
Pep. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the trailers recently for Kiwami 3.
I'm
Sort of
excited.
yeah, it's sort of like mixed feelings, I guess. There's some things I think look cool. There's some things I'm a bit concerned about, mostly like the what they're gonna do to change the story.
Kiwami 3 is the only one, the only Kiwami game I like want that we don't have because
Yeah.
I tried the remaster of 3 and it just was so disagreeable with PC.
Right. And yeah, three's also considered like pretty rough from a gameplay standpoint. And
Yeah, yeah, because 4 and 5 still look pretty good.
oh yeah, yeah, those
Good
those
too.
two hold up better.
Yeah, well, 3, I think, from what I remember, they were experimenting a lot with 3.
Well, it's weird because like they actually did like one game before that, like Kenzon, like the Japan exclusive spin-off game, and from what I've played, that seems like a lot better, like in terms of like combat, but also like just like visually. It's weird that that was like their experimental one, yet it feels like more polished than three, at least from what I've played. Um,
Yeah.
yes, about Kiwami 3, there is like one thing I learned I'm like, not feeling too great about is one of the recasting choices. Like, I already
Oh, wait,
know,
are they like re-recording like live? Well, I always play the games in Japanese, so
yeah, it looks like they're
are they like?
re-recording some lines, but they've also replaced some of the character designs with like the popular actors who are voicing these new characters. So I'm not a fan of that, like removing these designs that suit the character perfectly well, but I also
Ah,
learned that one of the actors admitted to being like a sex offender a couple years
what?
ago.
What? What?
Let me look up his name just to make sure. Teru Teruyuki Kagawa. Yeah,
Uh,
he admitted to like sexually harassing a woman,
mm.
and he kind of, from what I've seen, he got sort of like a slap on the wrist. Like, he lost some deals and he wasn't acting for a bit, but now they're like, they removed one of the characters in the game to give him this big role, and I'm not a fan of that, if I'm being honest.
Okay, he was accused of sexual harassment.
Yeah, and he like it was one thing. It was just like allegations, because like innocent until proven guilty, but he actually like admitted to it and like apologized on TV.
Ah, here it is. Japanese actor Teruyuki Kagawa admitted to sexually harassing a club employee.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, hey, you got the chat on screen.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'll have to hook up with you on how you did that.
Oh yeah, sure. But
I
yeah,
probably would want it to be a bit more transparent for if I'm doing it for my gaming streams, but that's cool.
yeah, yeah. Uh
Yeah, Pip, you're right. From what I remember, a lot of it is just it's awkward and they were trying new things. I'd imagine you could get used to it. The problem is when I'm playing a Yakuza game, I'm not expecting that type of combat.
yeah, and like 3, it doesn't have like the worst combat, but yeah, I'm not like a fan of it either. Feel
Oh,
like
wait up.
the blocking, it doesn't really make the game difficult, it just makes it longer. Just like drags out the pacing of the fights. And
Hmm.
it kind of just incentivizes you to like cheese the game, like pick up weapons, spam heat moves, or at least that's what I did. Just because engaging with it normally made me enjoy it less. So
Yeah. I
yeah.
mean, my baby of the Yakuza series is always going to be Yakuza 4.
Oh yeah, I like 4.
Yeah. Well, that was my first game in the series that I played. So
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well,
on the PlayStation 3, I bet.
oh yeah. Yeah, I've played it a couple times, once the remaster and another time of with an emulator, which I did more recently. Um, well, anyway, but back to Sword Art Online. Is you want to start watching the video? Yeah. Oh man, I just got like distracted by Yakuza and start like ranting about it. Oh yeah, Pip 7 is really good. Yes, that would be great. And yeah, I was just saying Pip. Yeah, 7 is I really like 7. That would be one of my favorites. They were in the chat last time. They asked me about some questions there also, but oh, interesting. Yep, yep. All right, well, I guess let's start the video. So yeah, you have Watch Together open, right? Oh yeah, there's a you press the gear icon, you press full screen. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Due to Funimation's strict takedown policy regarding all of their shows, and the fact that I
Uh,
don't want to spend 3.5
yeah,
weeks
I mean, I
constantly
was thinking like, yeah, playing as a lolly with what I know about them. Mm, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know, my God.
editing this video, the following hour-long analysis of Sword Art Online will be set to footage of me playing my favorite MMORPG, Terra Online. I figure with an hour-long video you're all gonna tab over anyways, so hopefully the audio will keep you entertained. Sword Art Online is easily the worst TV show that I've ever watched to completion. Mind you, ordinarily when I don't like a show I stop watching it pretty early on, and when Sword Art Online first aired in Japan I dropped it after 7 episodes. However, over the next 2 years I watched the show's meteoric rise in popularity, and once I began making anime videos, people started asking me for my opinion on the series daily. Realizing that unless I made a video about it, people would never stop asking, I decided to marathon the show with my little brother, who watched 18 episodes when it first aired and has literally bitched
Mm-hmm.
about it constantly for 2 years. We watched the entire thing, filming our reaction.
Yeah, uh, sorry, which part? I might have missed something. How's he? Yeah, it doesn't. It's maybe it's not like the most necessary, but right. Yeah, yeah, this probably could make it a bit more efficient.
Reactions along the way. Now, I know that a lot of you watching this video probably really enjoy this show. After all, it's insanely popular, sitting at number 8 on my anime list's most watched shows, appearing on over 300,000 lists and over 20,000 top 5s with an overall score of 8.25. Personally,
It had an 8.25 at one point? Really? Jesus. Oh well, yeah, I guess that makes more sense. That's just crazy. Thing goes that high at one point. What is it now? Let me check. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I checked and now it's 7.22. That's still way too high. I'm sorry. That's no, no. Yeah, I'm thinking I guess like yeah, like everyone rates things differently, but I'm thinking more like a 2 maybe. Uh I, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's fair. There's like mhm. 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 Yeah. Uh yeah, I guess like I do think it's quite bad, but there's just like some shows I've seen that go like they're just like even worse as far as writing goes. So yeah, I don't know if I say it's the worst, but I guess that's just based on what they've seen. So yeah, yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Hopefully.
I would give it a 1, but I want you to know that I don't begrudge anyone for enjoying this show. In fact, I think it's great that this show makes so many people happy, which is always something to be celebrated. I don't expect you to agree with anything I say in this video, and I don't blame you if you don't bother watching it. The purpose of this
Oh
video is
no,
simply
I
to
don't
explain
know.
why I, and so many others who feel similarly, hate this show so fucking much.
I tried turning it higher. Let's see if that fixes it, but yeah, I don't. It just tanked for a second. Oh, it could be that too. Mm-hmm. Oh man. I hope it doesn't look bad when we watch videos where the visuals actually matter. Um, yeah, yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I'm probably. No boy. Yeah, that was like the other one. I was playing it like directly in OBS, and it's like a new video, so it's probably why it's looked better. G- I guess like the other one I'm playing watching like DX, those are also like about 10 years old, so I'm wondering if that'll have a similar problem. I should probably like test it out with like some
It's
newer
hard to know where to
videos.
start with SAO.
Oh, it's all right. Yeah. Yeah. It's just mostly just want to like make sure there's like no ads, but also it'd be kind of awkward just to like do it directly on the browser tab. So yeah,
Anyone for enjoying this show. In fact, I think it's great that this show makes so many people happy, which is always something to be celebrated.
might
I
just be
don't
this
expect you to agree
section.
with
I
anything
don't
I say
know.
in this video, and I don't blame you if you don't bother watching it. The purpose of this video is simply to explain
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, same. Yeah, let's just try to get through it.
why I, and so many others who feel similarly, hate this show so fucking much. It's hard to know where to start with SAO because other than the fantastic character designs and generally solid visual presentation, it does almost everything wrong. If I had to start somewhere though, I'd pick the most obvious issue that pretty much everyone who hates this show complains about. Part 1.
Well, I guess it's a bit of a smaller thing, but fantastic character design. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, yeah, it's more common. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Mhm. Yeah. Oh, oh no. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about alternative, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, not Phantom Bullet. Oh yeah. Mhm. Oh yeah, yeah, I've been meaning to check this one out. Heard it's good. Yeah, I wouldn't agree everything is, yeah. Mm-hmm.
1. The main character. Kirito is one of the most bland, boring, humorless, inhuman lead characters I've ever seen. His personality sucks, his motivations never make sense,
Um, yeah, huh. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about the worst. I think it's just kind of a nothing burger, I guess. Yeah. And any attempts to try and like I guess to develop him aren't handled very well, but yeah, it's kind of just eh. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I heard they develop his social awkwardness a bit more in the novels, but in the show it is kind of like an underbaked. They don't do too much with it, and I feel like maybe if they did that probably could have made for a better character. But yeah, it's just like one of the many things in the show that they could have done something with, but they don't do much.
acts inconsistently, makes stupid decisions constantly without any real penalty, and is pretty much impossible to like. Having an unlikable
I mean, stupid decisions without penalty. Yeah. It was like, what did they say about like he makes like stupid decisions with no consequences? I don't.
protagonist isn't necessarily
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, and more it's just about like what I said about like let me
hates
just
this
play
show
that
complains
again.
about. Part 1. The main character. Kirito is one of the most bland, boring, humorless, inhuman lead characters I've ever seen. His personality sucks, his motivations never make sense, he acts inconsistently, makes stupid decisions constantly without any real penalty.
Okay, that's a lot. He, I think he makes some stupid decisions. Uh, oh yeah, that there's like occasional consequences. Oh yeah, it's a bit of a consequence. I don't know. Uh, yeah, yeah. 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 Right. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see if they elaborate on it, like substantiate these claims, but the premise is questionable. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, let's see what they say.
And is pretty much impossible to like. Having an unlikable protagonist isn't necessarily a bad thing if the character is supposed to be an anti-hero or outright villain, and if there are other characters that we can root for. But Kirito is the straight up hero of this tale, and the series focuses on him almost exclusively. Let's dive in and analyze this kid. For starters, we have to figure out who Kirito is to begin with. The first episode paints him as a sort of moody kid who's really into Sword Art Online. Almost all of his dialogue in this episode is either him delivering exposition to some random douchebag that he met in the game, or having really straight-faced reactions to everything that goes on around him. By the
Klein?
end of the first episode,
Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's mm-hmm. Right. What? Oh yeah. Man. Yeah, when I put like gameplay footage in my videos, I usually at least make it so, like something is happening on screen, like in the middle of a fight or something. But this is kind of just boring. Yeah. Choice.
Kirito has no apparent personality whatsoever. This isn't so bad though. The first episode mostly exists to establish the world and scenario, and while it does this through a fucking ridiculous amount of characters standing around dispensing exposition, at least
There isn't that much exposition, is there? Yeah, and he's like explaining it to Lava Decline, who like doesn't know this too well. So it's already like a bit of like a decent, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a weird complaint. I can't think of that much like bad exposition. I I think it's probably the best. Just because it does let the least wrong. Yeah.
it means that
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't really get the criticism. Episode 1 is like it doesn't really have this problem. Not really sure what this is about, but exposition or expositing. It's all right. It's all right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also notice that when sometimes I watch like I don't know if it's just a thing in like Southeast Asia, but like sometimes like Korean media I see is a bit more exposition cultural, you know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, I still think there's like room to like I guess like criticize excessive exposition, but I don't really see it here. It's pretty reasonable for the most part.
we'll understand everything about the setup moving forward. Episode 2 teaches us that Kirito was one of the game's beta testers, but it still doesn't bother giving him any personality. He seems to be really distant from everyone, though he takes an interest in Asuna just because she also seems to be a loner. They have
And that's like some personality. I don't it's nothing too substantive, but like saying that he's like no personality when you describe this um interesting. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, says that just gonna write this down, sorry. Says that Kirito has no personality, only to explain an aspect of his personality in that episode. Oh, alright. Alright, good.
Some completely lifeless conversations and a huge battle happens, during which Kirito gets really emotional about the death of some blue-haired guy and screams a lot. Afterwards, everyone
Um, that's an interesting way to describe it. Th that would not be my criticisms of that that episode. That's weird. Do they elaborate?
finds out that he was a beta tester, and for some reason this makes him an asshole. Kirito's response to this is one of the most baffling plot contrivances I've ever
Uh, okay, let me. I'm kind of confused.
interest in Asuna just because she also seems to be a loner. They have some completely lifeless conversations and a huge battle happens, during which Kirito gets really emotional about the death of some blue-haired guy and screams a lot. Afterwards,
The death of some blue-haired guy. I guess he doesn't like too much of a fleshed out like uh relationship with him, but like just he's like kind of important for this episode. I mean, he's like one of like the leaders of the group who like actually defeats the first floor boss, and he sees it as like basically showing like the players of SAO that's possible to beat this game. Like he isn't there's like problems with his character, and he does have a particularly strong dynamic with Kirito, but like it's like Klein, you're just saying like some guy when there's at least something there, even if that something isn't very good. Uh, I don't know. Just some guy. Let's see what they have about Kirito becoming an asshole. Because I don't like that scene either, but I feel like it might be for different reasons.
everyone finds out that he was a beta tester, and for some reason this makes him an asshole. Kirito's response to this is one of the most baffling plot contrivances I've ever seen. Instead of trying to defend himself or come to an understanding, Kirito declares that he is the most powerful and badass player of all time, and pretends to be some kind of evil mastermind before abandoning the party and going off on his own. Kirito has just completely exacerbated the idea that beta testers are assholes and painted a huge fucking target on his back for no apparent reason. He ends up spending the rest of the show constantly hiding his power level.
Oh, okay, I guess that's it. I guess I do agree. It's like, hmm, it's like it's weird because like they almost frame as like he did it for no reason, but the reason was to like supposedly like shift blame off of beta testers, like make it just so people like, oh yeah, did you hear what he was saying about Kirito being in? Yeah, yeah, I forgot beater. It's so bad. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like Agiel kind of just like debunks that with facts and logic. Mm-hmm. Respawning, but yeah. Yeah, right. I don't think it necessarily like is like a contradiction to like some quests respawn and some don't. The show just doesn't seem that interested in like being like more specific, especially when it comes to like the issue of resources and like why it doesn't become an issue past episode 2. Like yeah, it just doesn't really go into it that much. That was sort of my main problem with it. Yeah. Yeah, I guess oh, really? Oh. Oh, it may sounds a bit talking to myself. Let me check. Okay. Let me try restarting capture. Try saying something, I guess. Hello?
Hello. Well, I can hear
Oh,
you.
yeah, I
I
can
just
see
can't
it
hear him.
on the audio capture bar. Should be working now.
Hello, testing. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Yeah, I see it in OBS. It should be working.
Yeah. Okay, I can hear myself now.
Great. Okay. So I guess to catch everyone up, I don't know how much you missed, but it's just like we're talking about but yeah, we do think that the scene is poorly handled with like Kirito like turning everyone against him, but there is like a kind of reason for him doing that, like to shift blame off of other beta testers. I guess
Yeah.
I would agree that's kind of contrived that he doesn't even try telling the truth, and that the fact that Kibao just
Well,
completely disregarded the plan and charged in isn't addressed.
I think you just need a much worse situation for this even to become kind of necessary.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah,
Uh,
I guess I agree it's contrived. I don't agree that he had like no reason to do it, basically.
yeah. So it's really stupid. But DigiPro's argument is just saying it's dumb and leaving it at that, rather
Mm-hmm.
than because there's a lot of stuff you could pay attention to. In fact, I actually think one of the big problems is we don't see a lot of the problems with beta testers and other players
Yeah.
before this.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is implied to be there's these massive problems and issues. Uh, there's it, it's always implied to be this kind of almost the witch hunting sort of thing, but we don't ever see that, and we don't see what caused that mentality.
Yeah. Uh, writing notes. 3. Okay.
And the fact that he's good at the game because he knows that everyone hates beta testers, even though it's his fucking fault that everyone hates them to begin with.
His own fault. Uh,
Oh no, Cabal was bringing up the beta tester thing before that moment.
Yeah, that too. And if they're talking about like Kirito's speech, if that's supposed to be what makes them hate beta testers, do we get
Yeah.
any?
No, I don't think that ever I don't even think the beater thing ever comes up in character again.
It comes up very rarely. I remember like Kuradil mentioning once that he's like the thing with beta testers, but it's like very rare. Or I guess like in
Yeah,
like the Moonlit Black Cats episode, but that's only like two
I guess the
times.
implication is that's why he doesn't tell them his level, but like it's never. I don't think it's even specifically stated.
Uh,
Also, I feel like Kirito should have been like a famous player already at that point, to the point where he couldn't hide the way he does.
right. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
he's the guy who defeated the first boss.
Hmm.
Even outside of the beater phase. This is one of those things, it's an entirely abandoned plot point, the whole like beta tester witch hunt thing. It's never actually that relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a good point. Yeah, I should write that down. And the beta tester issue rarely comes up
Yeah,
after
that would
episode 2.
that'd be my issue. If this is poorly set up, because it's only really set up in that meeting and then here at the end with Cabal again, and we don't see any of the tensions at all, and then it's just kind of dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Retarded scene pretty much sets the stage for all of Kirito's interactions throughout the first half of the series. Kirito always has to remain distant and secretive around other people because he doesn't want to reveal too much about himself and his power level. The result
I don't know if I would say that necessarily. Uh,
Um,
so I'm thinking is that I you could maybe say that about the Moonlit Black Cats, but
yeah.
so his obviously not the case with his interactions with Asuna, because like she
Mm-hmm.
knows already.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't say that about his interactions with Clyde. You can't say that about his interactions with Agil. Silica is another one that comes to mind, but he's specifically got another goal in mind that he is like underplaying himself, or not even underplaying himself, just being the mysterious player in
Yeah,
that
yeah.
situation because he's trying to bait out a bunch of like player killers.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, Liz, maybe, but he didn't underplay. He like it's not that he's like trying to be like hyper mysterious as much there as much as like yeah, he didn't go and enter and spout his like life story. He was like, "Hey, I'd like to buy a sword."
Yeah, this is like a lot of weird points so far. Like, I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to criticize the show, but these are some weird points.
Yeah, well, it feels like it's like somebody's like very specific interpretation where they're like bringing more in their own like personal biases of it.
Yeah, yeah.
leads him down a path of constant misunderstandings, betrayals, and general emo bullshit, which never gets any better because Kirito has no ability to communicate with other human beings. Episode
Hmm.
Uh,
I mean, he communicates a pretty good
yeah,
deal.
he's not incapable of communication. I mean, at worst, he was
It's
like
just the
kind of
dialogue in
shy
the
at
show
first.
sucks. Yeah, the
Yeah.
dialogue in the show sucks is mostly the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It never feels like Kirito has problems talking to people. Outside of maybe so a few times where they try to portray him as socially awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but they dropped that pretty quick.
yeah, like what exactly were they saying? Like they're like capable of communicating or something? Like what?
Yeah, he said he's incapable of communicating, which I think the idea is he's like edgy loner that doesn't really talk to people, which I don't think is true. I think that's actually the problem. They try to give him that aesthetic without giving him that personality.
Yeah, the only real like moment I can think of is like when like all the people were like forming like groups without him. They seem like kind of flustered, but
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
not much
Episode
else.
2. Maybe a bit of his interaction with Klein in the first episode?
A little bit, yeah.
Episode 3 jumps ahead a bit and shows Kirito with a party of lower level players that he's been hanging out with. It's not really clear why he's partying with weaker players, but he's concealing his level and lies that he's actually around the
Not clear why his party. Didn't he like save them so they want him to join his party? I mean, it seems kind of straightforward. I don't know. Rangy, you there?
Yeah, sorry. I had to reply to something real quick.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I got distracted.
No, don't worry about it. I was just wondering. But
Yeah.
yeah, it says like no reason to party with like the Moonlit Black Cats, but like he saved them and then they asked him to like join his party. Uh,
Yeah. Well, and so the big problem is we don't have a lot of the interconnected tissue because we're just skipping months and months of time. We don't really get, like I said, I think they want to portray it as Kirito has reasons to not want to like be close to people, but in the beginning, and then the Black Cats is where he lowered his guard, and then he had to raise his guard again because they all got killed, and he
mm-hmm.
blames himself for it. But they don't. The problem is they don't do that well, and we don't really see like the persecution of beta testers and why he'd be worried. In fact, I think he implies he was in the front lines, if I remember. There's a
Mm-hmm.
point where he kind of implies having been at the front lines and then having left because of drama, but I don't remember exactly when that was.
Right.
I remember a line or two, though.
Yeah.
same level as them. Even assuming that EXP share is broken in this game and he's not accidentally stunting the growth of his teammates by being in their party, you'd think it'd be pretty fucking clear that he does way more damage than any of them, but whatever. Because
Okay, that's actually the first criticism. The first major criticism I agree with. Yeah, the Moonlit Black Cats should have definitely noticed that he was like twice their level.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually like yeah, something I didn't think about. Probably should notice that.
Yeah, because anyone who's played a video game knows if you're like twice the level of an area, you're just gonna be like nuking things.
Yeah. Should have been able to realize that Kirito does more damage than them. Alright.
Because Kirito keeps his level a secret, his teammates get overconfident in their skills as a group. And even though Kirito knows it's a terrible
Well, and
Yeah,
isn't
no,
already explained that's the reason they get overconfident? Really?
I don't think I got the impression that that's the reason they got overconfident. I think the ideas they did overextend. I feel like they would have done that no matter what.
Yeah,
It
they're idiots for doing what they did, but I don't know if they're
yeah.
necessarily connected. Uh,
I mean, uh, yeah. They went to a higher floor and into a dungeon that that should have been a challenge for them, and then they didn't treat it seriously. Like,
yeah.
uh, maybe if Kirito had experience with like the upper floors, but we don't know if he. And I think we do. I think that was the implication, but
Mm-hmm.
but the problem is they don't really lay that out, and it, like I said, it feels. I feel like they would have gotten into the same situation without Kirito being there. The only
Yeah.
or they would have died earlier on because Kirito wouldn't have saved them.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a like it's possible, but we're just not it's not really confirmed.
maybe if Kirito revealed his level, he could talk them out of going there by saying like, "Look, I'm actually this level. You can see here. I'll show you. Uh,
Yeah.
with this area is dangerous enough that I'm super cautious of it. So I don't think we should be taking risks with
Yeah.
everyone's life."
Yeah.
idea,
Well,
he tags
Sorry?
that's not the yeah. I was gonna say, but that's an entirely different thing.
Mm-hmm.
along to do a mission outside of their level range, and everyone but him ends up getting killed, including the first in a succession of cute girls who are in love with him for no reason. This whole scenario only
Well, I guess it's not like no reason, but does feel like the reasons like everyone is in love with
I
him are a bit shallow.
I actually felt like Sachiko was the most natural feeling romance he had.
Well,
Where they had like a long term, they at least had a long term repertoire set up to have
right.
been happening.
Mm-hmm.
And like she knew, like she'd known him for like half a year.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and they were fighting together, and it's like this, like, this woman who's kind of timid having this like pretty like powerful guy protecting her. I can absolutely see why she would fall for him. Now,
Mm-hmm.
is it rushed? Absolutely, but like in it, this is actually the big romance that like makes the most sense.
Yeah.
amplifies Kirito's already abundant moodiness and convinces him that he should never party with anyone again because he'll probably get them killed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
honestly, that's
you compare that to like say Liz.
Oh yeah. Why does she love him again? Cause he's nice.
Where Liz is like, I think I'm falling in love with you. Like after they've known each other for what, probably like 6-7 hours.
Yeah, it's oh god. Yeah, that was really I especially personally found that frustrating because like she isn't like a particularly when I found someone likable, but then they just take her down that route and she becomes a useless side
Well,
character from there on out.
well, I was gonna say, what do you mean? There's only useless side characters in the show.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could say that for like all of them. Yeah, it's just she's the only one I found somewhat likable at first, but then she was just that
Yeah.
you know.
All right, we can continue.
probably a safe bet considering his absolute incompetence at communication. The next episode is a bit lighter in that no one dies and there's a cute little girl who
Also,
reminds Kirito of his
Watch Together crashed for me again.
Oh, really? Do I need to send you the link again?
No, I'm back in.
Oh.
It's it's annoying, but it's just like I just have to hit the refresh button and it fixes. I don't know why it keeps crashing though.
It's weird. Is it showing now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
sister, so he decides to help her out. Let me remind you that at this point, Kirito's overall motivations and place in the story have no solid foundation. He isn't participating in the raid groups who are actually trying to complete the game.
Isn't he doing that? I guess like outside of these like
Well,
helping
I
out
said
other
there's
people.
actually I think there's an interaction where he implies that there was other drama on there was drama between him and others on the upper floors. I don't remember if it's during this period or if it's during the Silica episode.
Yeah, I mean, we know for sure, like, I guess in, like, episode 5, he's allied himself with, like, other guilds to, like, well, we don't know if they're, like, actively, I guess they were, that they're, like, going after, like, a field boss and he's helping them out.
Yeah, and it's
So,
Asuna, so you can assume it is the first floor. Like, there's plenty of reasons in an MMO why somebody isn't constantly going to be on the front line. Like, grinding is a thing,
yeah, yeah.
and grinding items is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And seems to spend most of his time dicking around on floors that are way below his already outrageous
Yeah, like,
level.
people being left, and him being over-leveled. This is the other thing, it's we don't really know how the floors work as far as level caps and level requirements go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, like, I'm remembering, you remember that dungeon that's at the town of the beginnings where
Mm-hmm.
Kirito almost gets rolled by a boss?
Uh, wait, which?
It's during the UE episode.
Oh, yeah, it's like the underground, it's like the secret area. Or it's like the underground dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we don't really know necessarily how the layout of, like, levels and areas and regions works in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Result of this, nothing about his character has any weight to it. He's just a wandering downer, winning the hearts of girls everywhere by being stupidly good at the game and looking cool.
You know, I'm gonna try and not full screen it and see if maybe the full screening is the problem.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, yes, let's see if that works better. But yeah, it's kind of hard because like they're not substantiating some of their points. It's kind of hard to say that much about it right now.
It could also be me tabbing out of it to do other things and mess with other things.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
So I'll just try and not tab out and not, like, fuck with it and see if that helps.
All right.
Cool
I
and
will
mysterious.
say the resolution on my screen looks much worse than the resolution on your screen.
Oh. Hmm. That's weird. Um.
Wait. Oh, oh, hold on. Yeah, it crashed again. No, it is definitely not tabbing out.
Oh.
All right, let me get back into the room. Let me try and do this on a fresh tab, actually. Let me close some of these other tabs I have in the window. See if that
Yeah,
helps.
yeah.
Uh, Alright, um, let me see. Alright, there we go. Let's try that now.
All right.
In black trench coats. In this episode, we find out that Kirito feels vaguely guilty about taking up a lot of his sister's time growing up or something, which is pretty in line with his character as the most brooding asshole this side
No,
of
that's
Batman.
not at all what Kirito feels about it.
Um.
This is what I was talking about. So Kirito, Kirito's problem is essentially they have a family kendo style that their grandpa really cared about, and
Mm-hmm.
he just wasn't into it at all. And it, I think it's the grandpa was like actually kind of, you know, I don't remember if it was physically or emotionally. It doesn't say it specifically, but basically would get on his case all the time, and eventually his younger sister said, like, no, she would carry on the style. And that's taken up a lot of her time because she's taken up this kind of familial obligation, and he feels guilty, and especially because he never thanked her and he didn't feel like he had a good relationship with her. Like, this is actually some of the better Kirito characterization stuff, as weird and awkward as this episode is.
Mm-hmm.
By
Like,
this point,
like Digibro is a, and I don't even necessarily blame Digibro for missing this, because I've missed this after multiple readings. It's only when I did like my notes and like started like particularly paying attention to the dialogue and taking notes that I learned this.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
we really know all there is to know about Kirito. His main character arc revolves around learning to trust other people and to trust himself not to get everyone killed. Through his relationship with Asuna, he finds someone he cares about enough not to act like a total asshole around her, and that helps him find motivation to actually do something in the story. During the couple of episodes that show his domestic life with Asuna, we see the first specks of humanity from Kirito, as he actually seems to enjoy himself.
And not like the only specs. I mean, even if he's like, I guess like a quote unquote asshole, he does seem like relatively friendly with other people.
I don't know if I would even call him an asshole necessarily.
Yeah, like maybe a bit arrogant, but it's not like too that. Mm, I guess it depends, but yeah, usually I don't think it's too bad. It's weird.
Sometimes, although I still wanted to punch him in the fucking face when he was on a date with Asuna and had her fucking thighs around his neck and all he could do was look annoyed the whole time. The closest Kirito comes
What?
That. I'm sorry. Can you roll that back? I must have missed it.
Let's roll that back.
and that helps him find motivation to actually do something in the story. During the couple of episodes that show his domestic life with Asuna, we see the first specks of humanity from Kirito, as he actually seems to enjoy himself sometimes, although I still wanted to punch him in the fucking face when he was on a date with Asuna and had her fucking thighs around his neck and all he could do was look annoyed the whole time.
Okay then.
You're why? Is Are you saying that you're
What?
jealous? I genuinely. What
I
are you
think
talking
it's supposed to
about?
be a joke,
Maybe.
but it's like I guess it's supposed to be attractive women had thighs around boy's neck. Uh, why he not happy? But like I don't know. Like
Yeah, that didn't really land. It just makes
yeah, it just comes across as weird.
weird. Yeah.
Closest Kirito comes to developing any sort of personality is when he spends time with Yui, the little girl that he and Asuna adopt. Kirito gets a few random dad-like moments at this part, and while it doesn't last, it actually seems like maybe he's capable of human emotions other than sorrow and anger. I think it's
He's already shown that before. What are you talking about? I guess we've already talked a bit about it, so we don't need to go more into it. It's just weird that they're hammering down this point, like he's just incapable of emotion other than being edgy boy.
It's kind of hilarious to note, however, that Yui's entire function in the game is that she's an AI meant to help improve the psychological state of individual players. I couldn't help feeling like the only reason Kirito experienced any levity around her is that Yui was literally programmed to bring those feelings out of him.
Hmm. Not sure to make the wait, maybe I should just rewind it. Let's see.
Maybe he's capable of human emotions other than sorrow and anger. I think it's kind of hilarious to note, however, that Yui's entire function in the game is that she's an AI meant to help improve the psychological state of individual players. I couldn't help feeling like the only reason Kirito experienced any levity around her is that Yui was literally programmed to bring those feelings out of him. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not saying
Yeah, it's just going back to the thing like he doesn't feel emotion that much, which isn't true. But
Yeah, if anything, the problem is that a lot of the emotion he has just doesn't have any of the like groundwork for it. That's
Yeah.
always the problem generally with Kirito. Is like, well, with SAO in general.
Mm-hmm.
That a brooding, emotionally distant main character is automatically a bad thing. One of my favorite anime characters is Shinji Ikari from Neon Genesis Evangelion, who is exactly that. However, Evangelion was entirely built around the themes of isolation and personality disorders. In that show, Shinji was constantly criticized and punished for his mistakes and forced to slowly mature as a character and a person. And even
All right. I I don't know what to
Uh,
make about that. They're like very different characters. Uh, I don't know what to make of this. Just okay, you like Shinji more. That's fine. I don't even
well,
like
I think the
Kirito.
idea is because Shinji is particularly like unpopular.
Maybe.
That
Yeah,
used to be
yeah.
the meme is like Shinji is the useless, lame anime protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
Shinji, the Prince of Emo himself, experienced frequent moments of levity and calm throughout the series, which made him seem really human and
I don't know if I would call Shinji emo.
Uh, right.
I maybe emo. It's like maybe I use the term differently than most.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call him emo. Like, there's times where he's depressed, but I don't know. It is like a prominent part of his character. It's just, I guess we just have to ask Digibro to define their terms, because I don't know what to say about that.
gave more weight to the part where he suffers. I could go on all day about how great a character Shinji is, but my point is simply that Sword Art Online doesn't flesh out Kirito's personality, nor complement it well enough with the other story elements to make him a likable character. Kirito is unstoppably badass and has the entire female population of the game riding his nuts, yet he can barely bring himself to smile most of the time. The
Um, I, I feel like I just keep going over this again. Like, why are we pretending like he's this emotionless robot? He isn't really.
Yeah. Like I said, a lot of this stuff is also like, it's kind of like, oh, whoops.
What?
Sorry, I was trying to. Let me roll it back a little bit. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it's a
Like, I
weird
don't think there's
video.
any real substance to his like criticisms.
Yeah.
as a character and a person, and even
Sorry, you gonna say something?
Oh no, I was gonna say yeah. It just comes across as like, oh my god. Well, it's funny. I said Kirito is like every baby's first roleplay character. He's like the edgy loner who isn't actually like an edgy loner, but
Yeah.
like the person who's just playing them like they're an edgy loner when actually they're just like kind of a pessimistic introvert. Even then, I don't think that Kirito is one of those. I
Right.
think yeah.
Shinji, the Prince of Emo himself, experienced frequent moments of levity and calm throughout the series, which made him seem really human and gave more weight to the part where to a human moment he gets in the early part of the show is when he relaxes under a tree with Asuna at the start of episode 5, and for once it actually feels like no one's about to burst into tears or be horribly murdered at any moment. Moreover,
This so he once again he's like completely misrepresenting the scene. Because remember the reason that Kirito like stuck around and like relaxed there. It wasn't oh yeah this is a good moment to relax. In fact, Asuna was the high strung one.
Yeah.
The reason Kirito stuck around and hung out with Asuna was he said something like relatively like you know oh yeah but we do have to relax essentially it's like the vibe he gave and then she like laid down for a minute as if to try to understand what he's talking about, fell asleep,
Mm-hmm.
and he stuck around so that she didn't get murdered.
Yeah. Weird
like
example.
like I wouldn't say this is a moment of levity, given like the conversation about like player kills in a safe zone that happens right after it.
Yeah. And I have like other problems, I guess, like how Kirito's acting at the start of this episode, but yeah,
Also, this isn't one of the early points of levity. I'd say a lot of the scenes with Silica are levity. In fact, a lot of the scenes with the Moonlit Black Cats are filled with levity.
I,
You also have
yeah,
the scene at the fountain with Kirito and Asuna in episode 2.
yeah. There's the bit
Like,
with her like just like wolfing down like the bread, like that. That's like
yeah.
something.
Well, yeah. That's actually probably the closest you get to like a good scene with those two. It's like where Kirito's like Asuna's been like hard focused on like getting strong, and then she's like this character that's signed on specifically because she wants to clear the game as soon as possible, and he's like, "Oh hey, uh, oh hey, we got sandwiches. Oh, it's a little dry. Okay, don't worry, I got this from this other quest. I can tell you the trick to do it." Like,
Yeah.
and and then like you have her actually like try it and be like, "Oh my god, this tastes like thing I know." I think was it soy sauce or was it like cream?
It
I
was like
can't remember.
cream. I think Asuna like makes like soy sauce later.
Yeah. Like that's a a kind of cute moment to have. If
Yeah.
if the anime was and like the characters were done a lot better throughout the whole show, that would be one of those ones you could point to be as like a really cute early moment for them, and maybe even the point where Asuna's character arc starts.
Yeah, totally.
Instead, it's just like a scene that exists because the author didn't really know how to write this type of character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, because Kirito is so ludicrously amazing, it's hard to feel even a slight amount of tension in any scenario he's put into. Kirito knows the game better than anyone and is overleveled for every quest he bothers to do, in addition to being the unstoppable lead character anyways. There's this fucking ridiculous scene in the 4th episode where he gets attacked by 7 guys at once and they can't even fucking scratch him, effectively ending any feeling that Kirito might ever be in danger for the rest of the show. In episode
I guess that's true. It's kind of a very simplistic way to describe the problem, but it is
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that it's another one of those things where it's like, I agree with this, but this is like the most surface level of criticism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd expect a bit more from like an hour-long video.
Yeah. How long are we into it though? I don't even
Oh
know.
God, like 8 minutes.
Only 8 minutes. Okay, we'll have to stop stopping at every.
Right.
I think if I just go like, okay, this is just a nothing problem, we shouldn't
Yeah,
bother.
maybe we should. Yeah. I guess like feel free to pause if you think there's anything worth saying.
Yeah, yeah. Don't bother pausing for my jokes.
Okay.
Episode 9, Kirito
All right,
makes
let's
the
continue.
baffling decision to hide the fact that he can dual wield from even his close friends, and allows the deaths of several people before deciding that it's time to step in and save them. It's never established why he can
So
That's
that is actually poorly established. Like, that I understand the idea they're going for there, because the idea they're going for there is like these hidden abilities. People are gonna be, people are gonna seek him out and try to like recruit him into all these things.
mm-hmm. Right. That's hmm. I'm just trying to think like yeah, like what did he have like a good reason not to like use it up until like it's Like, I guess I have to check the scene again, cause
Well, yeah, we know he at least had it up to when he went to Liz's shop, because that's when he got the sword that he uses to dual wield.
yeah, yeah,
But yeah, he doesn't use it at all up until that point, and he usually just defaults to the one sword. But
yeah,
there's a lot to criticize about this with the swords, but like I feel like this is kind of there's no sauce here. Once again, like
yeah,
also
yeah.
sorry, Watch Together just does not agree with me for some
Oh
reason.
no.
Go ahead and continue. I'm back in.
All right.
I won't even bother mentioning it. I'm just gonna like once I notice that the audio stopped,
All
I
right.
think I'll just reboot it again.
Okay.
Can't tell anyone about this power, and he even explains that it's not something he learned from the beta, but just because it popped up in his skills list at some point. If anyone asked him about it, that's all he'd have to tell them, and sure enough, once he reveals it to the same friends he was hiding it from, there are no consequences. During his battle with the boss,
I wouldn't say no consequences. I mean,
Yeah. Unwanted attention, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Kirito had been taken
Right.
down to low health solely because he hadn't revealed this power, and as soon as he did, he crushed the boss immediately, proving not only that he didn't learn his lesson that hiding his powers would get people killed just like it did in episode 3, but also that he's so powerful at this point that he can only even compare to the next best players in the game if he severely limits himself. To make a long
Yeah. I'd more focus on like how he kind of just has like obtains like whatever abilities he needs off screen that like benefit him so he can like make it out. And they never come up again, right? Yeah, it's the only one that's like somewhat set up beforehand. But even that's very minor. Mm-hmm.
story short here, the problem with Kirito is that he's a 14-year-old boy's wish fulfillment empowerment fantasy. He's the coolest looking, coolest acting, most powerful gamer in the history of the world, and every single girl that he runs into falls in love with him immediately. And yeah, if I had
Yeah, like it's I don't disagree, but yeah, it's a bit surface level. Yeah.
watched this show when I was 14, I'm pretty sure it would have been the greatest thing I'd ever seen. I was obsessed with video games to the point that I even enjoyed the snorefest.hack sign just because it took place in an MMO, and I loved badass swordsman characters, especially if they happened to be my age. Kirito would have been far and away my favorite character ever back then, and I can totally
Okay.
understand why some people
Yeah, yeah, sure.
could still enjoy a character like that. But you know, even though Kirito doesn't do anything for me as an adult, it's not so much the fact that he's an unstoppable badass which bothers me. It's the technique that the show uses to make him seem like such a badass, which brings us to number 2. Every other character in the game. The weirdest thing about Kirito being so overpowered is that he's not even doing anything special. Sure, he knew the game a little better from playing the beta, but the beta didn't run for nearly as long as the amount of time that everyone gets trapped inside the game. Plus, as early as episode 2, it's established that certain things have changed since the beta, so it's not like knowing the beta gives you exclusive data that no one else would have. If the
Yeah, there is like a lack of explanation for exactly why he's so much more powerful than everyone for like consistently. Yeah, it's just another one of the things where, like, the game doesn't go into the show, sorry, doesn't go into detail about the game mechanics, very unspecific, and it leads to Kirito's power level feeling pretty unsatisfying because we don't really get to understand the how he became so powerful other than the vague explanation. He made it farther in the beta test than anyone else, but even that was only like it's like less than 10 floors maybe. But basically, like, by the time we're in episode 3, they're way past where he was in the beta, so yeah, I guess that's something I'd agree with. Yeah, sure.
playing field is only barely skewed in Kirito's favor and literally anyone could get to be as powerful as he can, then why is he the most badass player in the game? The answer is that every single other player is a complete fucking moron. Surviving in Sword Art Online
Um, I don't know if that's necessarily the reason. Like I said, it's more about like poorly developed mechanics. I don't know what he's saying about like the characters being stupid, why that causes it, but guess we'll have to see.
is not actually difficult. The only reason you'd ever be in any danger is if you made a terrible decision. Moreover, the techniques for becoming strong in the game are very simple. Grind low-level monsters that you're really unlikely to die against, and play with a strong party. MMORPGs might be a little bit complex for entry-level players to figure out, but it only takes a matter of days to learn at the most. Remember that the most powerful player in this game is a 14-year-old boy who figured this all out pretty easily.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Rangi said about like not specifying like level caps or anything, because that creates the question of why don't they just grind for an insane amount of time so they can like trivialize any of the bosses? So yeah, guess I'd kind of agree what he's saying. Yeah, like not developing, not there's like not enough explanation for why Kirito is so powerful. So much more so that than everyone else.
Stands to reason that anyone with a gram of common sense could come to the same conclusions that Kirito does in a pretty short amount of time. Yet, after the first month-long time skip in episode 2, most players still don't know shit about the game, even after the beta testers provided them with a handbook. Sword Art Online is a video game. Even though the players have been absorbed into the game, nothing has really changed about it.
Oh, welcome back. Okay, cool. Yeah, so far what they've said is a bit more agreeable, talking about how like I guess sort of well, it's not like the exact way I'd word it, but sort of the idea of don't get a good explanation for why Kirito is so much more powerful than everyone else and why people don't just grind endlessly. Like what you said, they don't specify any level caps or anything. Hmm. Yeah, I don't want to write that down. Like he almost points out like like an issue or a it's more oh yeah. That should be taken into account also. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like another thing, like I'm gonna mention in this video, like how they don't acknowledge like the issue of like infighting, or like people are would realistically be fighting over getting like the actual rewards, or yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
At its core systems. Most people can learn to play a game in a short amount of time, especially if they have guidance, even if they're just playing it for fun. In this series, everyone's lives are on the line. You would think that every single person in the game would buckle down and learn everything about it immediately while forming a strong community of adventurers with adults taking control and protecting the children and everyone concentrating their efforts on carefully grinding and exploring the world. None
Yeah. Yeah, like there's no way you can just get everyone, even if their lives are on the line, they're not just gonna agree to do things the same way. Like the game doesn't actually explore like I guess like anything like interesting about like these different factions and how like their ideals conflict with each other. Like it's pretty surface level, but yeah, that's kind of what would happen. I feel like people split into their own groups. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, mm-hmm. Yeah.
Of that
Nothing, yeah.
happens. Instead, in episode 2, a large portion of the gamers decide that beta testers are cheaters because they know more about the game and are working for their own best interest over those of the group.
Yeah. Because we don't even see it come up again, even if Kirito's occasionally worried about it.
The most powerful, knowledgeable assets to everyone's survival are ostracized by a community of idiots. It takes a pretty pessimistic view of humanity to assume that if 10,000 people got trapped inside of a game, the majority of them would be brain-dead idiots who got themselves killed immediately, or wander around the game world acting like fools until they eventually get picked off. But
Yeah. Yeah, and there's also like going to be a significant amount who died just because someone took their nerve gear off, right? I'm pretty sure those are included in the initial deaths. Right. Or like the bulk of them are like really stupid. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to die either. Y- Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, isn't that a big thing around the end why there's less people on the front lines? Yeah.
what bothers me more than the fact that most of these gamers should have learned how to play the game properly in a matter of days is the fact that they should have already known how to play the game because all of them were first responders to the product. Sword Art
Um, wait. Oh, it's all right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I was probably a lot that were just like messing around or didn't make too much progress. Yeah. 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 And I don't even know like how long like the game was open for, or like the official launch, not the beta. I'm pretty sure it wasn't that long. Uh, right. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Online opens up on the titular game's launch day. Most of the players had stood in line for the game or pre-ordered it, and the 10,000 copies that existed were sold out in a matter of hours. These people had already purchased the probably expensive nerve gear technology to play the game and were hype enough about it to jump in immediately. And yet, of the people that Kirito encounters in the show, a lot of them barely seem to be gamers at all, much less having any concept of how MMORPGs work. In the first episode, Kirito has to explain
Hmm. Yeah, yeah.
the basics of gameplay to Klein, who claims to have been so excited about this game that he waited in line for 3 days with his friends. Klein doesn't even understand how the nerve gear works. He's clearly done no
I mean, is he talking about the microwaves? Well, yeah. Yeah. Right. I guess like I guess they didn't know like some things, like how you can't pull it off physically because you're basically like in a dream the entire time. Y- Yeah, yeah, it's kind of a weak criticism. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, totally. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, I don't think that's I mean, uh, yeah, yeah. Totally. Uh Yeah, yeah.
Research on the game whatsoever for all of his excitement. It is impossible for me to believe that this group of first responders would be so completely inept at this game that they die off in droves right from the beginning. Not to mention the fact that
I mean, yeah, yeah.
Kirito says there were 1,000 slots in the closed beta testing, meaning that if all of the beta testers returned for the finished version of the game, they'd make up a whole 10th of the game's population. Assuming that none of the beta testers were among the
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, well, yeah, we barely see any, I guess. Or yeah, or if even like how many of them were there to like get trapped in the game. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
first wave of deaths, that means that by the time episode 2 runs around, with 2,000 dead and beta testers being considered suspect, those players would still represent an eighth of the entire player base. How the fuck can they all be legendary badasses to the point of needing to hide their power levels if 1 in every 8 players is a beta tester? Every character
I mean, they hmm. Yeah, they don't. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
in Sword Art Online is demonstrably worse at the game than Kirito, at times in ways that don't even make sense. In the early episodes, Kirito teams up with newbies too stupid to live and spends a lot of time dicking around on the lower floors, laying low and level grinding lowbie mobs. However, even though he spends most of the game soloing and wandering around using leveling tactics that he admits are inefficient, he somehow remains the highest level player around. In episode 9, Kirito and Asuna
Yeah.
team up, with Asuna being pretty much the frontliner of one of the most powerful guilds, leading the charge into the higher levels.
Yeah. Hmm. Y- Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
of the game and generally being enough of a badass that everyone recognizes her. Given Asuna's no-nonsense attitude, constant presence in high-level questing, and general badassery, you'd think she'd be at a much higher level than Kirito at this point. However, as mentioned before, when Kirito reveals his dual-wielding ability, it shows that he's still exponentially more powerful than Asuna or seemingly anyone else. We'll get back to Asuna later, but for now all this
Yeah, and like Kayaba gave it to him. Yeah. Yeah. What? Did they go down again? Huh. Hmm. Oh, okay.
talk of game mechanics brings us to our next point. Part 3. The Momorpaga. The anime series Sword Art Online is based
Oh my god. Uh, yeah, yeah, that's true.
on a series of web novels written by Reki Kawahara, which were first published online in 2002. This was the same year that Final Fantasy XI, perhaps the biggest MMORPG hit in Japan, was released, and at the time, its main competition would have been the likes of EverQuest Online in terms of open-world MMOs. When interviewed about his inspirations behind the series, Kawahara said that he's a pretty low-level player when it comes to games, so when he wrote SAO, he wanted it to be about one of the high-level players that he didn't see himself ever becoming. Now, I don't want to make any sweeping assumptions about whether or not Kawahara really understands high-level play in old-school MMO games. Maybe he does understand it and
Yeah.
just chose to write a story that wasn't all that true to the formula of those games. Whatever the case may be, the mechanics of Sword Art Online don't make any sense in the context of an MMO. Before I dig myself too deep into this point though, I have to admit that I too have not really played any old-school MMOs. I've mostly played games from the post-World of Warcraft era such as Terra Online, which are more geared towards the solo experience and are really easy for new players to get into. However, from what I've been told by friends who have played older MMO games, those games were strongly oriented towards party and guild play, with soloing pretty much not really being a thing. The whole point of MMO games back then, and arguably
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, I don't know too much about this stuff. Right.
Arguably still now, was the in-game communities and playing with other people. I'm not saying that SAO is broken just because it centers around a solo player, nor am I saying that it should be impossible for Kirito to play solo in this game, although I would argue that him playing solo is a stupid bullshit way to make him seem powerful when it really just makes him a reckless moron. What I'm saying really is that Sword Art Online does not capture the essence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Of what it's like to play an MMORPG. Being set in an MMO universe is more of a way to set up the mechanics on which to play out the death game plot, but beyond laying the foundation of the story, the MMO mechanics aren't really utilized. If you're going to set a game in a world where encounters are deliberately too difficult for an individual to handle, then it makes no sense to create a main character who can handle just about anything by himself. It implies that this game is actually easy to play solo, and that everyone who fails to do so is just really bad at the game, as I've gone over already. What's really
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
sad is that this contradiction isn't just expressed through the storytelling, but even appears right in the show's dialogue. In episode 1, Kirito says that a single sword can carry you anywhere you want to go in this world. The implication there is that an individual player's strength is what's most important. However, in episode 2, Kirito tells Asuna that there's an upper limit to what you can do playing solo, and that she should go join a powerful guild. Apparently, this
Yeah, sorry, I it spaced out for a second. I'll rewind that.
strength is what's most important. However, in episode 2, Kirito tells Asuna that there's an upper limit to what you can do playing solo, and that she should go join a powerful guild.
Oh, did he say that? Forgot. Uh, wait, sorry, there's something wrong with the stream, like audio capture. Let me reboot that again.
Testing.
Yeah, yeah, it looks like it's back again.
Alright,
Huh,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
weird.
there we go. Okay. Yeah, it looked like it was probably an OBS issue. But yeah. So the idea that he's trying to put forth is Kirito was like, oh, a single sword can carry you anywhere. But then in the next episode, it's like him talking to Asuna and being like, oh yeah, there's a limit to what you can do solo. And
Oh,
my
oh yeah.
problem with even that is Sword Art Online as like a game doesn't really have like typical class roles.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's no support class. There's no like DPS. You could probably have a tank in a DPS, but you can't really have like a. You can't have the standard class roles because there's no magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Okay. Yeah, I wrote that down. It's like
yeah,
the
this is probably one of the
second.
better points that he makes. But
Yeah.
it's still not quite right. But it's not on him that it's not right. It's actually a bigger problem that Kirito says it because it doesn't fit with the game's mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, this advice doesn't apply to himself though, because he still manages to be incredibly successful without ever joining a guild. When Kirito finally gets
Yeah.
forced into a guild in episode 10, he says that he was reaching the upper limit of what was possible as a solo player anyways, but in the end, he beats the final boss entirely by himself. Do you see how everything that this series does to make Kirito seem powerful ends up breaking the rest of the series' logic? The mechanics of the
Yeah, the mechanics of the game. This is the part I think we're gonna agree with more.
Yeah.
Also, Mr. Fiction Vandetta says Yakuza 6 is so goated, bro.
I
And,
I don't know why they're saying that here, but no,
isn't
no.
Yakuza 6 the one that's really bad?
I mean, it's divisive. A lot of people think it's like really good. I think it's like one of the worst stories in the series, or it's like
I've
on the
heard the
lower end.
mechanics aren't particularly interesting either.
Yeah, the gameplay has its issues. I wouldn't hate the game as much as I do if it wasn't for the story, really.
Yeah, either way, Joe. Not the stream to bring this up. Maybe we'll do maybe Dan and I'll do like Yakuza streams in the future.
Oh yeah, I'd be down for that, but yeah, right now we're talking about bad Sword Art
Yeah,
Online
sort of online.
videos.
Yeah, so far, DigiBros a video. We're like a fourth of the way through it, and it has not impressed me at all.
Yeah, very poor argumentation.
Yeah.
the game, as represented in the show, are horribly inconsistent and at times just badly thought out. Even though a point is made to show us how hyper-immersive this game is with food that you can actually eat in full-range motion, when characters go to apply condiments to their food, it still happens through an immersion-breaking video game interface. There is no job system in the game, so everyone just levels up whatever they feel like and gets whatever armor they want, in a system that more closely resembles the leveling in an Elder Scrolls game than it does in the average MMO. Because the game has no classes, there are no tanks, DPS, healers, and support. Everyone just
Okay, this
rushes into
actually is like an interesting argument.
Right.
Yeah, because this is talking more about specifically the game mechanics. And so the job system thing, I don't really care about the argument about like it being more like an Elder Scrolls game. I think is the idea because I is probably more immersive to people.
Hmm. Yeah.
combat at once. There's a mechanic called switching, where characters continually switch in and out of battle, but it's never explained how this mechanic works or what it actually does. All of the battles in the show
Yeah, it's kind of unspecific about that. Like, it mostly just seems like a thing people do rather than an actual, but like it's a strategy more than so than a mechanic.
Yeah. Under the Mayo's favorite son, Facts Pro, best combat and story. Oh, about the Yakuza 6. Okay.
God
Uh,
no.
I'm just gonna assume you're a troll. I'm
Maybe,
sorry.
I don't know. But yeah, once again, we're trying to talk about SAO. We should,
Yeah.
yeah.
end
Yeah,
up being
we're talking about a shitty anime, not a shitty video game.
True.
completely incomprehensible mess of people yelling "switch" and running at enemies attacking with all their might. The major guilds in the game often seem to have all of their members wearing the exact same armor as if it were a uniform, which from a dramatic standpoint is probably a lazy way of making sure the viewer knows that they're all on the same team. However, the
No, well,
What?
wait, I actually disagree with this.
Lazy.
So when he says like the switch thing, I think I think you could have the idea of like characters switching off as their cooldowns or abilities cool down, or even just like, hey, I need somebody to take the damage while I recover HP or whatever. Which I
Mm-hmm.
think is the idea they want, but they don't do it well. But like then the armor thing, uh di actually no, this is actually disproved by uh his own video footage that he does for Terra Online in this video. Uh
Mm-hmm.
Dying armors is a thing. And if you have like a specifically a specific meta armor for a game, or the armor that everyone regards as the best armor for like your play style, and then you have a dying system, yeah, you would end up having guilds with like a lot of people with the same armor
Mm-hmm.
and that looks the same. If they want to like do a uniform sort of mechanic,
Yeah.
I can absolutely see that being a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
idea of having all of the people in your guild playing the same character type is totally asinine. Even in guilds that aren't particularly serious, there's always a drive to make sure that you have a good balance of different kinds of players. If all you have is DPS players in your guild with no tanks or healers, then the whole usefulness of getting guild members
And I guess they
Well,
mentioned
but
tanks at one point, but yeah, there isn't really any healers.
that's the thing though. That's a more of a mechanical issue of the show.
Mechanical, yeah.
Yeah. It's a mechanical issue of the show and Sword Art Online. It's not like as much an issue with because if you have only like essentially people, the only real skill is maybe people who can take a lot of damage and people who can like do a lot of damage with melee weapons. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of generic looking play. That's actually one of the problems with SAO because we don't really see any like benefit to any specific weapon type.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
together for dungeons and raids will fly out the window. However, since SAO doesn't have a class system nor any tactics in its battle system whatsoever, I guess it doesn't even matter. There's probably more to be said about why this world doesn't make sense if I really dug into it, but the bottom line is really just that the world wasn't well thought out. Kawahara obviously wasn't all that concerned with making sure that the world was an airtight, believable MMO experience. In one interview, he
that's true.
openly admits that there are plot holes in the nerve gear mechanic, but that it was the best thing he could come up with at the time. He also admits that when he
I
wrote
don't
the
even
second book, he
agree.
wanted to flesh out the game world
Plot holes in the nerve gear mechanic. I'd say like most of the MMO mechanics is massive
Yeah, more
plot holes.
so the MMO. And I do have my
Yeah.
issues with like the like logistical questions about the nerve gear's distribution, but that's a bit different than like the issue being discussed here.
Yeah. The idea of like a thing that hijacks your brainwaves and plugs them into an MMO, it's like science fiction nonsense, but like it works. It's not inconsistent.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Fiction Vendetta, the game that's shown online. So the video we are covering, this is a video. This isn't any of our gameplay. Uh, it's Terra Online. It is Terra Online.
Yeah. The Digibro didn't want to like deal with like copyright, so they just put like footage.
Yeah, they put game footage because they were covering.
Yeah, it's kind of a poor choice because like it's not like much interesting stuff is happening on screen. It
So this was an okay MMO at the time, but
yeah, yeah.
this is an MMO from like 20 years ago. So it just aged extremely poorly and it looks terrible in the modern day.
It's kind of reminding what Kirito's saying. There's like nothing more boring than watching people play an MMO. Kind,
Well, it especially hurts that their actual gameplay is really boring and lame. It's like them. This is like early game stuff where they're just like popping into areas and like fighting like solo mobs.
mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
more because the first book was, by his own admission, rushed. After all, Kawahara wrote this novel because he wanted to submit it to a competition, which he didn't end up doing anyways because he exceeded the page limit, so he just posted it online. I think it's rather obvious, in light of all this information, that Kawahara wasn't taking this story all that seriously. It was something he wrote quickly, based on simple ideas, and didn't take any time to iron out all the wrinkles. Sword Art Online was never about making a detailed and interesting world and characters, nor was it about making any kind of fully realized masterpiece. It was just a little death game story that rode on its very simple premise long enough to tell a story that Kawahara could submit to this competition. The direct result of the way that the Sword Art Online novels
Depends on the MMO, but that is true. Yeah, yeah. I'm mostly joking. I'm sure there's some that are like more interesting to look at. But yeah, this one isn't too interesting. But then there's also the fact that a lot of it is them going through menus, since most are boring to watch. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
were first created brings us to Part 4. The structure. While Sword Art Online was originally released on the internet, it was written with the basic intent of being a light novel, and as of being officially published starting in 2009, has become a light novel series running 17 books in total. Light novels are a form of super short young adult literature which usually feature anime-style illustrations, and the medium has grown into massive popularity in the last half-decade or so, with light novel adaptations becoming the most common source material for anime. On average, a single light novel tends to translate to anywhere from 3 to 5 or possibly 6 episodes of anime, depending on the adaptation. Most light novel adaptations, such as Haruhi, Bakano, or Bakemonogatari to name a few of my favorites, will adapt 3 or more novels for every 13 episodes of show, often mixing up and combining the order of the books so that they don't need to feature multiple climaxes, but can have all of the climactic moments at the end of the series. The Aincrad arc of Sword Art Online covers the first 2 books, but in a semi-chronological order instead of in the order that the events are originally presented. The entire story of the characters being trapped inside of and eventually escaping the titular game all happens in the span of the first book. The second book is actually a collection of short stories that were meant to show some of Kirito's adventures in the early part of
Yeah, I'm kind of just laying this play out because, yeah, they're just like describing things, and at this point, I like not having to pause every 10 seconds and like explain why they're saying something silly. So,
the game, which otherwise would have been quickly glossed over in the first book. Fusing these 2 books together seems like a natural idea, and if you were going to have to adapt both books, then this was certainly the best way to handle it. However, the problem is that this results in truly awful pacing and a complete dissolution of the tension and urgency that the first 2 episodes establish. Arguably the strongest thing that SAO had going for it was its initial premise. The idea of a high-stakes death game set inside of an MMORPG world was an exciting and grim way to start the show, and as stupid as the second episode seems on closer inspection, dramatically it was a strong way to start the series with a lot of tension and excitement. However, instead of capitalizing on that, the show then immediately cuts away to a series of totally pointless one-off storylines. Any excitement the viewer might have had to see how the players were going to work together to get out of this game flies out the window around the time some random little girl gets a whole episode's worth of fan service for no reason at all. By the way,
yeah, that's. I actually agree with that. Like, so much time is spent on these relatively, I'm like mostly unimportant side plots that not much development is given to the main conflict of the story. And that's what leads to a lot of it feeling like underbaked, like the game mechanics, the world building, I guess, of like how this virtual society functions or how people are like what conflicts there are, what people are doing to progress the game. There's a lot that they could go into, but a lot of it's spent on like these uninteresting, mostly pointless subplots. So yeah, yeah.
Hey, have you noticed that besides the scene of Kirito resting, I haven't mentioned episodes 5 and 6 at all? That's because those two episodes are so boring, pointless, and unmemorable that if you asked me for a plot synopsis, I'd probably just stare at you and say something about ghosts. The reason I originally
I mean, that wouldn't be what I'd say. I think they're like maybe some of the worst in the season. If you personally find them boring, that's fine. But like, say there's like some really bad, some like quite big issues with them. Both in terms like characterization, more stuff with game mechanics, but also just how the mystery subplot is executed.
Oh, are we on the murder mystery plot? Because the murder mystery is probably one of the worst plots in the Well,
It's
it's
really
hard to say
bad.
that.
I'd say it's up there. But yeah, it seems Digibro just thinks it's like boring, forgettable. They couldn't tell you anything about it, but so let's see what they say.
dropped Sword Art Online after 7 episodes is that the show didn't make a single ounce of progress between episodes 2 and 7. Any sense of urgency had long since gone away, and after episodes of Kirito dicking around being stupidly overpowered all over the place, it became impossible to take anything seriously. I don't know how faithful A1 Pictures were to the source material in adapting this series to animation, but there's no question that they should have taken some artistic license with regards to these episodes. Instead of loading us down with the random stories of people who don't and will never matter, we could have learned more about Asuna, the one character besides Kirito who actually matters, and seen more of what happens on the front lines.
I
Yeah,
agree that Asuna, more time with Asuna would have actually been better because,
yeah, she's
yeah.
yeah,
But
I
more
agree with
time with
that.
like any other character would have been better than just Kirito
True.
going place to place, dealing with like cardboard
Just for like
cutouts.
his like harem members who don't really add anything.
Is Agil part of his harem now?
Oh well, maybe.
I mean, no, I was gonna say there is a joke there to be made.
Been hearing stuff now and again about how much progress had been made in the game overall, or keeping up the death counters and time counters that Kirito brings up in the important episodes would have done a lot to keep up the sense of urgency. As it stands, it really feels like the whole midsection of the Aincrad arc is a gigantic pointless distraction. But
I
even
mean,
when the arc
even the even the front end of Sword Art Online's first uh, season is kind of a massive distraction. The problem isn't even that it's a massive distraction. It's basically skipping the bulk of the story.
Yeah. Yeah, so much is skipped over. Like
There's a point where they basically do like an entire. I think it's the third episode actually. They do the entire thing skips over a year of story.
a year and they're like, well, like a quarter of the way through the game, more than that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they get out on floor 75. They were supposed to get out on floor 100,
Yeah,
but
that's where it
yeah.
prematurely ended. So, yeah, let me check how.
Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funnier if Kayaba forced them to still continue to floor 100? He was like, "Yeah, I'm still gonna help you guys.
Man, that would be
I just turned it
interesting.
on so you can't play or kill me."
That would be pretty funny.
That's what I do. I just be like giving them it's like the chat, the chat. You'd have like the chat emoji, even though he's like a sociopathic like monster. You have the chat emote of Kayaba being like, "Yeah, you still have to fight all these bosses with me. I don't care if I revealed to be like genocidal monster man."
Man, yeah, where's this show? I want to see that, not the one we got.
Yeah, wouldn't that be like super interesting, the tension involved, and like maybe even the idea that maybe there's some penalty if Kaiba is allowed to die that's gonna like affect the bulk of players.
Oh yeah.
finally gets on track with Kirito and Asuna's relationship coming into focus, it then immediately gets away from the death game and MMO aspects entirely by having Kirito and Asuna go off into the woods to get married and raise a kid.
Yeah,
At this
that
point,
that is extremely awkward. Yes,
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot more you could say about both the middle point of the story and that, though.
For sure.
you could be forgiven for forgetting that this was a death game series at all. When the story finally comes back into focus out of literally nowhere, it's like waking up from a nap. Oh, fuck, there was a story in this, wasn't there? We'd better hurry and, like, wrap that up, shouldn't we?
Well,
It really
the
does
funny
happen
thing
that
is, I
fast.
think you could even make a like slice of life anime within a death game work.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Because they have
like
plenty
as
of
much as it's like when the
downtime.
story comes in, like this is supposed to be like character stuff and story. The relationship between Kirito and Asuna is supposed to be important. It's just really poorly done.
Totally, yeah.
But like, actually, it's entirely necessary for how Kirito dies in the Ironclad arc.
After 2.5 episodes of Asuna and Kirito in the countryside, they get a call from the guild leader, whom we will soon learn is actually the game's creator and arch-villain, telling them it's time to take on the final dungeon. So they go do that, and Kirito ends up figuring out after the first floor that the guild leader is going to be the final boss. So they have a one-on-one fight, and Kirito
Wow, you didn't say anything about the reveal scene? Okay, that's... Huh. You think they want to say something about it, like it's a very silly scene in a lot of ways, but okay.
kills him. It feels like the creator just got sick of
Yeah,
waiting around for Kirito to take
What? No, Kirito figures it out.
Yeah.
It's Joe, for that about Warframe. So I played Warframe when it was in beta and I really liked it. My brother is a massive Warframe fan, but as far as an MMO, I guess it depends. I'm not as familiar with it. Like I said, I played it in like beta before a lot of the mechanics were fleshed out, and then I like pop into it every once in a while. I don't even know what that game is in the modern day. But it's definitely not a traditional MMO. I don't think. I guess if it's good, it depends on what you're looking for. That's probably what I would say. It depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah. I'm just gonna quickly replay this part, just hear what they say. It's said again.
get a call from the guild leader, whom we will soon learn is actually the game's creator and arch-villain, telling them it's time to take on the final dungeon. So they go do that, and Kirito ends up figuring out
Wait, it's not
the final
supposed to be the final
dungeon.
dungeon. This is just another dungeon.
Yeah. I guess it's
Also, wait,
technically,
we
but not
skipped over like
exactly.
all of the Yui stuff.
Oh yeah. Wow, we didn't even mention the turning her into an item. I fear that's like kind of like low-hanging fruit when it comes to stupid things in SAO.
Yeah. Yeah, he skipped like the basically the farmstead arc. And just like wrote it off as like, yeah, generic family bullshit.
I wish it was generic family bullshit. That would have been so much, not
Yeah.
so much better, but like better.
Yeah, kinda like if Yui was just like another player that they kind of they adopt, but not like seriously calling her their like child or anything. They just like, oh hey kid, we're gonna take care of you. Yeah, sure, because you are like entirely underleveled. You can't take care of yourself, whatever. Like, if that was the case and it was just like there,
Mm-hmm.
that could have been something.
Yeah, yeah.
Or that the guild leader is going to be the final boss, so they have a one-on-one fight and Kirito kills him. It feels like the creator just got sick of waiting around for Kirito to take the initiative on finishing the game and just wanted to get it over with.
Well, okay, so when Kirito did, like, he uncovered it, it's like Kaiba was intending for things to go on as normal, but Kirito exposed him. Like a really stupid scene.
Basically Kirito figured it out.
Although, yeah, it is weird that Kaiba gives the option to end it prematurely. Uh,
Mm, yeah, kinda. Well, the problem with Kaiba is he's an entirely different character depending on what episode and what season you're dealing with him in. Or his
right.
motivations in, because they try to almost make him like a tragic character when, like, I'm sorry, this isn't a good person. This is like a monster who kidnapped
Yeah,
10,000 people to like force
he's
to
like actually the
play in his
worst.
fantasy
Oh man.
world. Yeah.
It's going a bit ahead, but when I rewatched Fairy Dance, I was like so annoyed when Kirito like praised him, say that that guy never flinched in the face of anything. What-
I think the most you could say about Kaiba that's positive is like, yeah, he was a brilliant mind.
Yeah.
Like, it's like talking about like getting one of the like Nazi rocket scientists. It's like, yeah, they were a brilliant mind. It's a shame they worked with the Nazis.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good comparison.
Yeah,
I can seriously picture Kawahara having gotten really into writing the whole Asuna and Kirito arc, only to realize that he was coming up on the page limit and or due date for the competition, so he didn't have time to naturally transition into the final arc and instead just kinda made it end. Maybe he didn't have time to shorten or rearrange the story for the contest or didn't want to, or was just really attached to the Kirito and Asuna storyline, but by now had trapped that story inside this poorly thought out death game plot. Whatever the case may be, the result feels like the first draft of a story that was posted online
I
and the
agree with
author gave
that.
up on
It does
fixing
feel
it.
like a first draft.
Yeah, very
Well, yeah,
poorly
actually,
planned
it feels
out.
almost more like an outline. Like there should have been a lot more interconnecting stuff between a significant portion of the story.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Uh,
but like I don't know. Like so far, Digi Bros stuff, it's all like very surface level to me.
oh yeah, 100%. Like, it's like really disappointing. I thought they'd make
Yeah.
like some good points that'd be more of a mixed bag. This is like more bad than good.
Well, this feels like it would be like a first impressions video
First
more than anything.
impressions. Yeah, then they call like
Yeah.
it's like an hour long, but they're also saying like analytical diatribe. I guess to be fair, I'm not. What does diatribe mean? It's like
That's a good question. Let me look it up.
a speech or writing that which bitterly denounces something. Okay.
I guess this would apply.
I guess it's like the analytical part. Like there isn't too much analysis here. It's very shallow.
Yeah, it's extremely shallow. Like, it feels like we aren't getting any meat on this bone. You know?
Yeah, like that last video I reacted to, like that was mixed bag. They made way more like decent points than this.
Hold on. Let me do. I'm gonna screw up my analytics for this. Hold on. My
Oh.
search algorithm at least. But it's with my YouTube account, my creator YouTube account, not the one I actually use to listen to and watch videos. So
Uh-huh.
did I'm trying to see when the original post date was.
Think it was
Did you
10 years
Bro
ago?
SAO
Something
video?
around that.
Okay, Trixie the Golden Witch. I assume that's Digibro.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna click on it. Uh, but that does fit with the name you mentioned earlier. 11 years
Mm-hmm.
ago.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
so this video was made in 2014.
Oh, yeah. So just like shortly after the show released, I guess, like just like a couple years. All right.
and which never would have been published if not for the fact that his later work got popular. You know, because that's exactly what it is. Part 5. Asuna. While I have a few problems with Asuna's character, which I'll dive into shortly, let me start by saying that Asuna is by far the best thing about Sword Art Online, and not just because of her jaw-dropping.
No,
Is she the best?
I think I said I actually find Aegil and Klein more interesting as characters.
Yeah, they have like the least wrong with them. They have some decent moments. I mean,
Their biggest problem is they're just starved for time.
yeah.
They're just like these side characters that barely matter.
There's only like one thing I could think of with Klein that's a bit weird. They had him like almost
They
like
have him
flirting
be a
with
bit of a pervert.
Asuna.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they have him be a bit of a pervert, but that's kind of normal
I
for
mean,
Japanese media.
I think that I almost wouldn't mind if it wasn't like the age gap, because like Asuna is
Oh,
underage and he's like in
well,
his
yeah.
20s.
Clyde is like in his 20s. That's the weird thing. Like, all they have to do is like make Klein like then like learn the person's age and be like, oh, never mind.
Yeah. Or just make him younger. I don't feel like him being that
Yeah.
old really
Make
adds
him like
anything.
make him like a high school freshman or something.
Yeah, like their age. You know. But yeah, I totally agree. They're like kind of like decent characters for the most part. Like Asuna is kind of like a mixed bag in terms of her characterization.
Well, like her characterization is so different from her first appearance to like her second appearance that it's
Yeah.
like they might as well be different characters.
I know one of my issues that they kind of like they gloss over the whole like conflict. Like they introduce this conflict with Kirito, how they're always arguing a lot, but then they kind of get
Yeah, we
over
never
really
see it.
quickly, and then they're like the perfect couple almost.
Uh, no, I'm not. I'm gonna reply to that in chat. Hold on. We can probably continue, but yeah, that's kind of the problem. Like I said, there's no foundation set.
No foundation, yeah. And yeah, as for the off-topic stuff, I'll just type in the chat also to
That's a good idea.
make things more efficient. Okay, I'll now resume the video.
Gorgeous character design. Her personality isn't particularly deep or interesting, but she's definitely not hateable, and all of the best things in the show revolve around her involvement in the storyline. At the beginning, Asuna falls squarely into the Type 1 tsundere archetype. This is a character who starts off not really
Ooh.
liking the main character, often taking an abrasive
I
approach in
actually
their
disagree with
interactions, but who
this.
eventually.
Well, first off, what does he mean by type 1 I guess maybe that was a term at the time. I think it was type
Maybe.
1 tsundere.
Wait, is he like saying that like she's a tsundere at first, but then she
Uh,
like
oh, okay, yeah. So TV tropes has as type A and B, but I
oh
assume type A. So my type A are soon, harsh by default. It takes something special to trigger their dare side. So yeah, the idea is like she is supposed to be like the. Okay, yeah, I understand what it means now. I can close the tab. So. Sundari, what he means by type 1 Sundari is the character that's like super harsh at first that then softens over time
right.
as a love interest. Which I don't know if I would even agree that she's a Sundari in that way. She comes across less as harsh and more like she's just taking the situation seriously.
Yeah, most of the time like her at least in episode 5, her anger at annoyance at Kirito's like pretty much justified. he doesn't really argue for the whole thing about like why NPCs shouldn't be killed.
Oh,
And
but that's not even what I'm talking about, because he's talking about her introduction as in episode 2.
oh that not
That
super
doesn't feel like
standoff.
tsundere to me.
She's kind of like maybe a bit serious, almost
She comes across
stoic.
more as kudere to me.
Mm, Wait, sorry, what's Kudere again? I don't remember which one.
That's the one that's like emotionally flat.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, she's more like that in her first appearance, but then like she's more friendly with Kirito at the end of the episode. So that's like pretty quick thing. Um so yeah, that's a better, more accurate thing to describe than tsundere, at least at the start.
Eventually falls in love with and is nice to them. Tsundere is one of the most common archetypes of female characters in anime, and it's incredibly easy to get wrong, especially with the Type 2 Tsundere archetype that became popular in the mid-2000s, where instead of going from abrasive to loving, the character constantly flips back and forth between the two. Asuna's character progression actually makes sense, and she straight up explains it to someone in episode 13. At the beginning,
Does it make sense?
Uh, well, we don't get enough to say if it makes sense, really, because, okay, she's like very. Let's just take it. If you want to call her attitude in episode 2 as tsundere, I'll agree for the sake of argument for now. And then we're like, oh, okay, well, so her attitude is like, I want to get out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally.
she was trying to get out of this world as fast as possible because she felt like she was losing her time in the real world by being there, and she was always stressed out and on edge as a result. When Kirito taught her to relax and learn to live in the world that they were trapped in, she calmed down a lot. After the 2-year time skip in episode 8, Asuna is distinctly more happy and clear-minded, and her attraction
Uh, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I guess that the way it says like after two episodes, she's much happier, but hmm, two scenes. Yeah, he tells her to take a nap, and she changes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Look, it looks like I need to keep resetting it. The audio capture for you disconnected again for a bit.
Oh,
Okay, but yeah, we're just.
how much did we miss out? Do you know?
I think they picked up what I said. They got the general idea, but I don't think it was for that long. But yeah, I guess for anyone who's watching the chat, yeah, just let us know if something's not working. Yeah.
To Kirito is readily apparent. The fact that Asuna and Kirito actually enter a functional, sexually active relationship in this series is a gigantic breath of fresh air that I appreciated so much it actually made me want to give the show an extra point on principle alone.
Oh, wait. Is the watch
Is it?
together? Wait.
Oh god, now it looks really
Okay, no,
bad.
never mind. No, it was just fucked there. Okay. No, I have to get used to the fact that it's different on the. Oh no. Okay. So the funny thing, as bad as it looks on the screen, it looks the worst for the watch together on my end.
It looks like we're watching Minecraft. What is this?
Oh, it actually looks worse if you have it blown up too. Oh yeah, like. Oh, to be fair, this is also 11 years ago.
11 years
You know,
ago. Yeah, yeah.
like people don't realize how much it's improved as far as video quality.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, and now I'm like listening for if the audio distinct, because I don't know why that's happening, because it doesn't usually happen
Okay,
for me.
do you hear what they said about like them having like a sexually active relationship?
What? Wait. What? Let's roll that back. Roll
Let's
that
roll
back
that
a bit.
back. Yeah, I'm a
Of the
bit
2-year time skip in
confused.
episode 8, Asuna is distinctly more happy and clear-minded, and her attraction to Kirito is readily apparent. The fact that Asuna and Kirito actually enter a functional, sexually active relationship in this series
What?
is a
Wait, what?
Um,
Yeah, what? Where did you get that? They never.
okay. Even if we're saying like chapter 18.5 is canon, that's like one scene.
Like, they probably have the sex in like 2 years in a romantic relationship
Right.
as like horny teenagers? Probably. It's
Yeah.
fucking weird. You're highlighting that.
Um, yeah, that's oh God.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I never thought of it that way. That makes us feel actually what much we yeah, but then again, then I remember this is Digibro, so
Yeah,
who
what did
is a
Digibro mean
degenerate?
by this?
Well, what do you mean? We know what he meant. Degenerate.
Uh, what even I want to take note of this, but what do I even say? Like praises the show
Sexual
and
degeneracy.
Asuna.
Just make a note that's just like at this time, sexual degenerate. Yeah, because I don't even know what you're talking about with the chapters. Because I'm just like I never
Oh,
got the
you
idea
don't
that
you,
sex was
you don't
implied.
know 18.5?
Do I want to look this up?
I can just explain to you. It's basically it's like bonus chapter Kawahara wrote and thinking I think it was part the web novel or something, then it was removed from the light novel. It's basically just softcore porn.
So it
Yeah, it's
was
just
like
describing
implied
like a
sex.
sex scene between Kirito and Asuna. It's very uncomfortable. Uh,
Okay.
and like even I guess we do see them like sitting entire neck like next to each other in bed, and like Asuna isn't wearing anything. That's like the closest thing you get, and that's like
Yeah,
one
yeah.
time.
Like you can probably assume. And to be fair, you can probably assume like you're dealing with a relationship of this type within this age group. Yeah, they probably did stuff. Okay, I don't
Hmm.
need to know about it. I don't need to see it.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
rather not. Uh, but I don't know. It's like highlighting that is super weird and like kind of
Yes.
creepy. But like I said, then I have to. Then my brain goes to like, but it's Digibro. You know why he's highlighting.
Yeah, yeah.
This is like an actual like degenerate.
Yeah, it's all coming together.
Not only is he a degenerate, he is a. I do personally believe
I
he's a
mean, he's
pedophile.
like he admits to being a lolicon. That's bad
Oh
enough.
no, he's not doesn't even just admit to be a lolicon. He admits to specifically being a lolicon because he wants to see children getting fucked. Like
Jesus.
there's like any potential nuance is just stripped away with this person. He is just
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
This is why I wanted to not like highlight it. Yeah. But we'll
Right.
end the conversation about that
Yep,
there.
yep.
But
So let's end it there.
the flag flying is red.
Yeah, yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, we have
Gigantic
a red flag.
Yeah.
breath of fresh air that I appreciated so much it actually made me want to give the show an extra point on principle alone. Even in most mature,
What?
smartly written
What? Wait, having a
Principle.
sexually active relationship for that you only like read into out of nowhere made you want to give it more of a okay.
Out of principle. Okay. Okay,
Oh,
Ditchy bro.
okay. What the fuck are we watching?
This I did not expect it to go in this direction. Dude, this was
Yeah.
just like a badly argued
Oh,
video. Now we're just seeing their true
how did it take
colors.
so long for this guy to get fucking exposed?
Man, I don't know.
anime, it's incredibly rare to see a relationship that actually becomes a legit thing. And the parts where
I mean,
Is it? I mean, so I don't know. My experience with like slice of life stuff may taint this a bit because with slice of life, well, it's funny with Dan, you've watched a lot of slice of life stuff, and usually what it ends with is like,
hmm.
oh yeah, main character and main female character kiss.
Yeah, I've seen
That's
some
like
of that.
Yeah, that's like a lot of it. It's like where it's like very wholesome and it's just like, yeah, these two like kiss at the end and like maybe go to whatever like a major thing.
Yeah,
Like like I've actually always felt like the relationship in SAO is particularly rushed. Like there's no
very
groundwork
rushed.
for it.
Yeah. And yeah,
It's
just
just
praising it
yeah,
on principle, like,
we get we get first meeting flashback where they're arguing the murder mystery and then they just decide they're married.
pretty much. What a great story this is.
Yeah,
Uh,
this video just took like a I find it funny we got to the Asuna section and it just
y-
fucking drove off a
we got to
cliff.
the self-report.
Yes.
Asuna and Kirito spend time alone were legitimately romantic and enjoyable. My metric for how good a romance
Legitimately romantic. I guess they get along all right. I don't.
Okay.
uh,
Yeah, it's like okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we shuffle along
Just
awkwardly.
slowly turn around and walk away when he says this.
Yeah, basically.
is basically boils down to how jealous and lonely I feel when watching it. And when Asuna was
Wait. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
my God, of how great a romance is how much of a pathetic loser I feel like after watching it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I oh my god.
This might be the highlight of the stream.
Oh,
What? No, you were talking about self-reporting earlier. No, this is the fucking self-report.
oh my god. I don't remember.
Yeah, no. You couldn't pay me to say this shit. I'm sorry.
I'm oh my god.
Cause you ask me what do you think is a good romance? I'm like, oh, I always think about sort of the compatibility of the characters, their stories, kind of like. Well, I always think of more the wholesome elements,
Mm-hmm.
just in general. It's like, oh, what are the journeys? What do the characters do for each other? As far
Yeah.
as emotionally, oh, what sort of issues do they correct for each other? What do
Yeah.
they what do they bring to the table? And then also just how do they make each other feel about each other as far as that goes? I don't think what is my what is my gauge of a romantic relationship? Oh, how much of a pathetic loser I am.
Oh my god. I
Oh,
haven't laughed that hard in a while. That was
that was no, that was unexpected. It's such a loser answer.
oh my god. I need to drink some water after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Let's I feel like I'm gonna
I'm
need to
like,
rewind to make sure we're not missing anything, but that was very
no,
funny.
please rewind. It will make me laugh, but but play it through the laughter.
Okay.
Parts where Asuna and Kirito spend time alone were legitimately romantic and enjoyable. My metric for how good a romance is basically boils down to how jealous and lonely I feel when watching it, and when Asuna
Okay, like it actually like maybe the point was it was meant to
it
be a
it
joke, but
sounds
like
worse.
it's still like
It sounds worse.
yeah, like maybe
What
like if I heard this in
metric
isolation,
for
it's like,
my
oh,
met
funny joke, but
yeah, like I said, it's so easy to just say my metric for how good a romance is how much of a pathetic loser it makes me feel like.
oh man, I need to take a clip of this or something once the stream is done. That was
Oh
golden.
yeah, if you do shorts, this is the moment.
Yeah,
Uh,
this could be my
I'm
first
actually gonna
short.
go ahead.
Yeah, feel free to clip it if you want.
Uh,
It's very funny.
I'm quoting this in the the Discord. I'm quoting this
Oh
in.
yeah, I gotcha. Uh,
Wait, what was it? What was it? It was how? Well, cause roll it back one more time. I need to hear that.
okay.
parts where Asuna and Kirito spend time alone were legitimately romantic and enjoyable. My metric for how good a romance is basically boils down to how jealous and lonely I feel when watching it, and when Asuna
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, after watching it,
Yeah.
did you bro 2014?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
not gonna
Like,
lie. This was a bit slow at points. I think it was worth it for that.
no, that was gold. That moment alone is just fucking gold. I'm sorry,
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and continue.
Oh, yeah.
Asuna was staring at Kirito's sleeping face in bed, I started feeling some type of way. But unfortunately,
No, please stop.
Stop self-reporting.
Stop, he's already dead. Oh, no.
the story ends up shitting on Asuna's character at several key moments because of its insistence on pronouncing Kirito as the ultimate badass.
Okay, actually, I do want to take note of when this happened. Just so I can check the stream again. Okay, so it's like 3 hour 1 minutes now.
Yeah, I think so.
Digibro self-report at 3:01:36. I guess around that in stream. I'll just move that out of the way. It's not like the actual notes. Okay. Yeah, did you post it in the Discord? I didn't see it.
I posted it in the drama channel.
Let me see. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, well, sorry for the the delay.
Yeah,
Let's get back to the
yeah,
video.
we got a little distracted, but
Yeah.
In fact, the angriest that I ever got while watching this show was in every moment that Kirito's actions ended up degrading everything that was great about Asuna's character. The problems really began in episode 8, when Kirito and Asuna first start showing an interest in one another. The first half of this episode was the first scene in the entire show that I actually kind of enjoyed. It depicted a relaxing conversation between
so my first probably like if I had to say anything I thought was like the first best, it's gonna be like stuff in episode 1. There's some good scenes in episode 1. Well, there's some scenes in episode 1 that could be good. And then it's like it's episode 3 has some scenes where they could be good, but it's too rushed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
two
Also, it seems Sano has stumbled upon it, and he's more familiar with Digipro's content.
Oh, okay.
At least before he revealed his true colors.
Oh, yeah, they also mentioned a Destiny stream with Digibro. Yeah, I think I heard of that.
I pedo on pedo violence.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's continue.
Let's continue.
people first discovering that they might have some chemistry together, and actually gave them a chance to act like people for once. Plus, Asuna's house was really
What is he? I guess he's talking about the scene where they cooked the rabbit. It's fine. I don't know.
Probably like I thought that could have worked, but it's like once again, it's like it suffers from the fact that Asuna gets like no development as a character.
Yeah, totally.
It's extremely
I find it
it's extremely
bizarre.
superficial.
Yeah, that this is the point they think like, oh, their relationship really starts to get interesting and not the her actual characterization. And there's no point that their relationship is interesting. I guess more talking about Asuna's character, but yeah, weird take.
pleasant to look at. This scene is immediately followed by Asuna falling onto Kirito in the town square and Kirito accidentally grabbing her breast. Accidental gropings are probably the most asinine trope in all of anime history, and every single accidental
I agree,
groping
I don't like it as a trope. but like
Yeah, I don't like it either.
the most asinine.
Um, hmm,
Like you're gonna say it over like the penny shots?
maybe, yeah.
I was gonna say if you want to go this route, like the like penny shots are gonna be like the more asinine thing. Like the accidental groping, I think, is actually more tame than that.
Right. I, yeah, it's weird that they say it's like definitively like the worst, most asinine.
Well,
But, yeah, I don't
because the
like it
accidental
either.
yeah, the accidental groping though could at least happen. Like somebody stumbles and then like panics and then like accidentally I can see that being like a thing over like the excessive panty shots in anime.
Yeah, that's more of like, at least what you're talking about, it's like a directing choice.
Yeah, it's like well, especially because you can have it be like a plot point where it like affects the view this character has with this character at least, you know? Versus just like the excessive penny shots that a lot of anime have.
Yeah, yeah.
That has happened since Evangelion deconstructed the trope nearly 2 decades ago is the worst scene in whatever series it belongs to. But the stupid anime bullshit actually wasn't what squandered the goodwill the first half of the episode had earned. What follows is a scene where some douchebag refuses to let Asuna do what she wants, so Kirito challenges the guy to a duel, with Asuna's liberties on the line. Never mind that Asuna is more than capable of speaking for and defending herself, and in fact by all rights should be more powerful than Kirito at this point.
I don't know, I agree about being more powerful, but I agree that she should be able to like stand up
Uh
for herself.
I feel like she should at least like make some kind of argument. Like the idea that like Kirito has to like vouch for her is fucking weird. It's not like a oh this is a creepy or weird thing though. It's
Yeah,
like
especially
why
since
why why
like,
aren't why why aren't you speaking up, woman? You are
yeah,
supposed to be this type of character that's particularly
and she
outspoken.
like she does it after the fight, so like she's clearly capable of it. She's like
Yeah, and
her
she's
deal is
willing.
higher
It's
up.
just like in stasis for
Yeah,
some reason.
so yeah, it's convenient.
Like, yeah, it's a character flaw though, or not character flaw because character flaw implies it's like implied in the character. It's a fault for the character that they aren't like doing this because it's like the character would absolutely do this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's up to her new boyfriend to defend her honor. The whole time, Asuna keeps hiding behind Kirito while he tells her to stand back and let him handle this, and I think you can see why I'm starting to get pissed off here. Throughout the Asuna and Kirito arc, a lot is done to suggest that Asuna is a total badass, and that even Kirito kind of regards her as a crazy strong, deferring to her as the muscle of the duo. There are several parts where Asuna hides behind Kirito, but when it's something like the scene where she's afraid of ghosts in the woods, I can totally accept that. She doesn't have to be an iron wall of unstoppable fury, but when she can't even defend her own honor against an opponent.
Well, I mean, hmm. I guess I would agree, like, it's fine with her, like, having, like, fears and stuff, but that is a bit weird when you remember that they saw the ghost a few episodes ago and were kind of unfazed. I guess, like, different contexts, but the idea is, like, a specific fear of ghosts that's felt a bit off to me. I don't know if you feel the same, though. Hello?
Yeah, sorry. I was clarifying thing.
It's okay. So,
Uh yeah, did you bro is sorry, can you repeat that?
well,
I was looking at something else,
I
sorry.
can just rewind it a bit. It's fine.
And that even
Yeah,
Kirito kind of
let's
regards
just
her as a
play it.
Yeah.
crazy strong, deferring to her as the muscle of the duo. There are several parts where Asuna hides behind Kirito, but when it's something like the scene where she's afraid of ghosts in the woods, I can totally accept that. She doesn't have to be an iron wall of unstoppable fury, but when she can't even defend her own honor against an opponent far in
Okay, so I guess like what I was kind of saying is that
Like I said, my problem is just it comes across as out of character for her, especially given like her characterization up to this point. It's it's like not. It feels like this is extremely like virtue signally when it doesn't have to be. You can just be like, this is entirely out of character for Asuna that she's just let Kirito like defend her, when what would probably actually happen is she just rolls this fella.
right. And
So
I guess about the thing about fear of ghosts, like I guess I agree that like she can like
yeah.
stand up for herself. That's not a problem if she has like fears like that. But it
Yeah.
is kind of weird when
Wait,
you
wait.
think
Well,
they saw
hold
the
on. Wait.
ghost.
Actually, no. This is a problem too. She wasn't exactly afraid when they actually confronted an actual ghost, though.
Exactly. Suppose. Yeah, yeah.
They actually saw an actual ghost. What do you mean?
Yeah, so yeah, I guess yeah, I wouldn't quite agree that that fear is justified, I guess.
In fact, I would actually argue the opposite. It's like we have seen evidence she's not afraid of ghosts and she doesn't believe in them.
Yeah. I'll just
Like,
take note of that. When she was unfazed by encountering, I think her name was Griselda?
yeah,
Griselda's
Griselda. Yeah, yeah.
ghost. Okay.
inferior to her, it pisses me off. In episode 10, the same guy tries and almost succeeds to murder Kirito in a true life and beats the guy back, and she has him at her mercy, but relents because she can't bring herself to kill someone. As a result, the guy ends up attacking her, and Kirito somehow magically overpowers his paralysis in order to save Asuna and kill the guy at the last moment. What
Okay, so this is the
Um,
part. This is the point where I wasn't able to rewatch prior to the video,
uh-huh.
but from what I remember, this is a vast oversimplification of the issue.
Right?
Because from what I understand, the idea. So, well, I think it is a problem if she can't bring herself to kill him because we are implied we get later, way later, in the story. I think in specifically the Gun Gale arc that the upper guilds at this point is including hers because she would be the most like established guild, did like full on campaigns against like Laughing Coffin,
Hmm.
and like I don't believe that those went without casualties on
Right.
Laughing Coffin's side at least. Like there's definitely gonna have been like player killers that were like, no, fucking kill me. No. They might
Mm-hmm.
even have been well, given how much they were like fucked up people established to be fucked up people. They'd probably even enjoy it. They'd be like, ha, kill me. Go ahead, do it, you pussy.
Right. It's like when do they say this thing about like going against Laughing Coffin? Was that did they establish that in season
Gun Gale
2?
Online. That
Right,
was
right.
the GGO arc.
Yeah.
They have like flashbacks to and they don't show them in detail. This is another big thing, but it's implied that like the main frontline groups did do a campaign
Yeah.
against Laughing Coffin at some point.
Wait, actually, that might have been like this video might come out before season 2.
This video probably did come out before season
Or,
2,
or,
to
or,
be
or like
fair. So yeah.
around. It would have been very close. So
So my criticism of that is, I think the novel was out already.
Oh, right, right.
And he's already referenced the novels for A Source of Earth.
Hmm.
So I think it's still a valid criticism, but I don't think it's as valid
Yeah, yeah.
because maybe he didn't read past the anime.
Right.
But it's still kind of a valid criticism, I think.
Yeah. I guess we could about the
Because
paralysis
just because
poison.
yeah, just because he referenced the novels.
Oh yeah, I guess it'd be a bit weird if like he didn't for this.
Yeah, like I feel because I know this from not even from reading the novels because I didn't read the novels. I know this because I knew somebody who read the novels. Like, you could absolutely find this from cursory like research.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's my problem with it.
I guess that's the thing for like paralysis poison. It says Kirito inexplicably breaks out of that when
Oh yeah, no, well, especially because paralysis is one of my big criticisms of season 1 too. It's like
mm-hmm.
the paralysis is just like it's absolutely debilitating unless it's not.
Yeah. Poison. So yeah, I think he's that they're almost touching upon like a larger issue with the mechanic being poorly established and like it feels convenient that he broke out at this time. I guess even though there's like a bit of like time since
Yeah.
he was poisoned, but with someone like Asuna, there isn't really an excuse.
Either way, uh, Dan, do you want me to make you depressed?
Uh, I'm
We
concerned,
are
but okay.
almost at the halfway point of the video.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Man. And I feel like I can go on for a bit longer, but whether we'll finish it or not, I guess it
I was gonna
depends.
say if you want to split this up, I'm free tomorrow.
Maybe. I'm still feeling good, like to do more of it, but we might
Oh
have to
yeah,
do a
yeah.
follow-up
I'm
stream.
entirely good on energy, and like I said, I'm off work tomorrow, so
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can go on as long as you want.
Yeah, same with me. It is like evening, but I'm not like too tired. I think that
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
happened around more around like in a couple hours, but I'm good for now.
All right.
I guess
Yeah, how
if
about you
we
continue? I'm gonna grab some water because I've had a couple of drinks
mm,
and I want to be at least semi-coherent in the stream. I should probably grab some water
yeah, I think I'll
because I
just go
haven't
up
drank
and take a
water
break.
at all this evening. Yep, yep. We can take like a 5 minute break.
Yeah.
Actually, if you're gonna take a break, how about this? I step away, use the bathroom, grab my water because that's gonna only take a few minutes, and then I
Oh
come back
yeah.
and then I'll entertain chat while you take your break.
Yeah, sure.
Yep, yep. All right, then I'll be back in a minute.
All right. See ya. Okay, so until then, I guess we're just gonna watch a bit more of the video.
What could have been a chance to show off how badass Asuna is and cash in on her promise before to always protect Kirito instead becomes yet another show of how Kirito is so magically powerful that he can overcome status effects by sheer force of will. During the marriage arc, Kirito and Asuna are established as a sort of power duo, the two most powerful players in the game, made even more powerful by their collaboration. It's a really romantic portrayal of their characters as almost one unit, a pair of lovers whose love makes them unstoppable. In episode
I don't. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about this either. I guess that shows some their romance, but I don't. I just think like the issues as like poorly set up. As I don't really know what to make of this. I guess it's romantic, but you haven't really done the legwork to explain why it's like a good relationship. It was like built up well. So.
episode 13, it's kind of suggested that Asuna is ultimately the more badass of the two when she takes out the giant fish, and during the big boss battle, the two
Not necessarily. I mean, I guess this issue like not being specific with mechanics again, but we don't know how much better or like stronger this fish is. I mean, than like type of things Kirito can be easily. I don't know. I guess it shows her being quote unquote badass, but I don't necessarily see that as like more so than Kirito. I don't know. It's just kind of a weak example, I think.
of them are fighting side by side. However, during the final boss battle, Kirito is the only one who's allowed to fight. Asuna does get to do the magical back from paralysis technique to save Kirito from a killing blow, but Kirito just one-ups her again by getting killed anyways and then pulling off the ultimate come back from death move before delivering the final blow to the boss. And that brings me to part 6. What? I've already talked a lot about the logical fallacies and plot contrivances that consistently undermine
Fallacies. Um, I I don't think what fallacies? Talked about contrivances, but fallacies not. I don't know. That's a weird thing to say. I don't feel like you talked about like fallacies really, or like you'd have to be more specific. Like, yeah, I don't know.
this series, but
Oh, you back, Rangy?
Like 11 years ago.
Might just be background audio.
Yep, they can't hear you.
Oh, what?
But it's not my stream, so I need to go back. Hello? Hello?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
hey.
I don't know if I muted mic. Hold on. Yeah, okay, I did not mute the mic. Okay, let me put that on. Alright, Dan, you can head to your break.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll just
Alright,
head out for now.
yeah. So far, I guess, is there a vibe you guys have? Because I think so even ignoring the actual creator who made it, because yeah, I think we've talked about it. This person is like a horrific human being. But even outside of that, this video is really aged badly. There's no like substance. There's no meat on the bone. I'm actually kind of disappointed by it. Also, I think the highlight of the stream has to be I'm such a pathetic human being. When I watch romance, I judge it by how jealous and lonely I feel. I'm sorry, like, you can't fucking pay me to say something like that and be sincere. Uh, yeah, I'm sorry, you are entirely folded just by that comment. Yeah, just in general, though, honestly, this might be a condemnation of old YouTube, because, like I said, this is an 11-year-old video. Hour-long videos analyzing anything, I think, and especially something that was already kind of regarded as bad like this. Yeah, and yeah, Also, a lot of the sussy stuff he says, especially knowing who Digibro is, some of the other shit he said, it actually kind of makes it like much, much worse. But like, even outside of that, I'm sorry. This guy, this video is just really not good. A lot of the criticisms are incredibly surface level. Like, and then a lot of them have been wrong too. So I watched Dan's stream, the last stream. Dan's last stream was a lot of the arguments people made were. I actually think every single creator he covered were much, much, much better than this. Like,
All right.
and granted, oh, hello.
Hey,
Hi,
I'm
I
back.
was just saying, what do you think so far? So I was just saying that I think everybody you covered last stream was much better than this.
Well, I only covered like the one guy. Uh,
Didn't you cover 3 videos?
I've done previous response videos, but oh wait, you might be
Yeah,
thinking about that the one I did to Pilgrim's Pass, who said Sword Art Online had a point.
I think even Pilgrim's Path was better than this video.
Maybe. Man, I can't believe I'm agreeing with that, but yeah, it might be. I
Yeah, like Pilgrim's Path's video wasn't good, and standards 11 years ago were much, much lower,
yeah.
but oh my god. But like this guy is far like I already know enough about this guy to already hate him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this guy's like, if I didn't know anything about him, this video still wouldn't be good.
Right.
Like, I've been working actively to like try to avoid my bias against this guy because he is a pedophile.
Me too. Yeah. Yeah. Will it be? You want to continue?
Yeah.
There are moments in SAO that are straight up baffling and completely destroy any suspension of disbelief which might have remained. Leaving out the stuff I've already mentioned, like the blue-haired guy refusing to heal himself in episode 2 and other random suicidal tendencies of the characters, here are some of the most insane things that are possible in this world. Number 1. There is an item that can bring a player back to life, as long as it's used within 30 seconds of the player being killed. What? I thought that when a character dies in the game, the nerve gear fries their brain with microwaves. Is there a 30-second delay between death in the game and death in the real world? Does the nerve
I mean,
There might be. We don't
I think
know.
so.
We don't know the real world end of this. We don't ever like see a character getting fried immediately. Like, maybe
Yeah.
there is.
Yeah, I feel like there's like
Wait,
enough room for there to
well,
like this doesn't
actually,
contradict anything.
actually, wait, Dan. This has to be the case because Kirito dies.
Yeah, yeah.
And he survives that. Like, it has to be some kind of delay.
Mm-hmm.
And we never get, like, that end of things. We never, like... The only time we actually learn of people dying is the people who had other people, like, try to remove the nerve gear from them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, yeah.
that's the only, like, time-scaled thing.
Yeah.
gear just put them to sleep for those 30 seconds so that they won't wake up and take it off their head? Or does it just magically bring them back to life if you use this item? The entire concept of
It's not that. I mean, like, also, like, it doesn't really matter, I guess, because, like, we don't, at least what happens in the story. Uh, yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
about this.
Of being able to come back to life after losing in this game makes no sense whatsoever. I guess this is what Kawahara meant when he said that there were
I think he's been doing.
like I said, the item existing. Yeah, I agree. It's like bad, a bad idea, and it like makes no sense. But like,
Hmm.
we also never see it even used. We don't know exactly how it actually works.
Yeah, they say like.
When we hear it's like, oh, within 30 seconds. Okay. And how does that work? Does it I assume it might just like be as much as like a second wind ability in like a D&D game, you know? Like
Hmm.
the person is brought back with like 1 HP, which can actually save a life, but this is also an extremely limited item.
Yeah,
It's literally an event item
yeah, yeah.
that multiple clans were like warring for.
Hmm.
plot holes with the nerve gear. Number 2. In episodes 5 and 6, a duo convinces Kirito and Asuna that they've been killed by a ghost by faking their deaths in a part of town where no one should be able to die. It's explained that they pulled this off by using weapons that were degrading to simulate receiving wounds or something like that. Each of them is shown apparently
Well,
dying
that's
and
an incredibly poor representation of the it's funny. I feel like I have to defend what I think is one of the worst murder mystery plots I've ever seen.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
But like this is not like what they're representing it as. No.
Uh,
And there's like massive holes in this plot point. I'm curious if he's gonna like address.
right. I think I should rewind it. The only part I heard is yeah, the part about like degrading weapons.
meant when he said
Okay,
that
yep.
there were plot holes with the nerve gear. Number 2. In episodes 5 and 6, a duo convinces Kirito and Asuna that they've been killed by a ghost by faking their deaths in a part of town where no one should be able to die. It's explained that they pulled this off by using weapons that were degrading to simulate receiving wounds or something like that. Each of them is
That wait. Or something like that. No. The idea is like their armor, their equipment wasn't maintained, and it was set up so that they would know the specific timing,
Oh
and they
yeah,
used teleport crystals. Like this is a garbage plot point. But like
yeah. Oh yeah, that just isn't right.
this is just like an extremely bad like criticism of that garbage plot point. No, like you're forcing me to defend SAO. Fuck you.
How dare you?
How dare. This feels like when we had to defend fucking OC organized chaos against backseater
Yeah, there's that energy.
on Burger's channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
shown apparently dying,
Yeah.
and the animation used looks just like the animation for dying, except that the characters are apparently teleporting away, which has a completely different animation. This is just a case of really bad planning on the part of the animators, I guess. Number 3.
What?
Yeah, I can agree with that. Like the animation for teleportation probably is very different from the animation for a player dying. But like I said, the whole point was the equipment breaking and the animation for a player dying is very similar, and that was the idea.
Yeah.
Like uh there are problems with this that you are not like verbalizing correctly.
Yeah.
As I mentioned previously, Kirito breaks out of paralysis through sheer force of will. Why is Kirito able to do this when literally no one else can? No matter how strong their desire to live or to protect someone else, no one else except for Kirito and later Asuna can break out of paralysis. The show actually does have a sort of explanation for this, but it's even more baffling and insane. Number 4. Kirito and Asuna are a
Is that it?
Yeah,
I agree that like the whole thing about them breaking through with like the power of human will is dumb.
yeah,
But
but this is this links into like the problem with like generally paralysis is poorly explained and seems like an entirely broken power. And therefore, like somebody breaking out of it, I don't even know what that fucking means, you know?
mm-hmm, totally.
That could be as simple as Kirito's stats were like right to break out of it earlier, you know?
Yeah.
We don't know anything about the mechanics of how paralysis works.
Yep, yep,
As far as we know, the paralysis just works until it doesn't,
pretty much.
which I think is a wider and much more like substantial issue.
Yeah, yeah.
apparently the happiest people in the entirety of Aincrad. In episodes 11 and 12,
So yeah, they're just not going to explain that.
Yeah, yeah. No. We continue, I guess.
Kirito and Asuna find a little girl in the woods and start raising her as their own. It later turns out that this little girl is a rogue AI that was programmed into the game, sort of like Zelfie from .hack Legend of the Twilight, by which I mean exactly like Zelfie from .hack Legend of the
I
Twilight.
don't
which also
remember Dot Hack Legends of Twilight, so
I don't know what .hack Legend of Twilight is.
it if I remember correctly, it's like an anime that is kind of an so from what I understand about Dot Hack, it started off as a JRPG series, and it very much is similar to uh SAO in that is kind of like the trapped in a video game sort of like situation.
Mm-hmm.
Legends of Twilight is like I think it's an OVA series from what I remember. I'm going off memory from like 10 years ago,
Yeah.
so
Mm.
but like I don't know. First off, I think it's just an incredibly like a major problem to not explain what you mean by this. But
Yeah.
he said what was the name he said? Selfie?
So something like that.
Dot hack legends of Twilight
Yeah, I'll look at this
Self.
also.
I was gonna say you can continue while I look this up.
Well, yeah, I was just looking at character list.
Oh,
Um,
dot hack legends of Twilight Wikipedia. Okay, yeah, they probably have a character list there.
uh, I'm
Kite.
just gonna see what
Uh,
they called them.
little girl is a rogue AI. Little girl is a rogue AI that was programmed into the game, sort of like Zelfie from .hack Legend of the Twilight.
Zelfie. Wait, they
Zelfie.
said Zelfie. Okay. Wait, characters. I might as well just look up that characters.
I can't find them just from Google. Well, not on Google. Let me see if that. Oh,
Zelfie.
Zephy?
I was gonna say it sounded like a Z
Yeah,
sound.
it sounded like the L was there, but it doesn't look like it.
I'm looking. I'm
Yeah, look up Zephy, Zefie. I think that's who they're talking
It
about.
doesn't come up on. It doesn't come up on .hack.fandom.com.
Let me link it to you?
I feel so. This is a thing of like
It's like a
I'm going off
niche.
a thing I know from like 10 years ago. So
Yeah. They
too.
By which I mean exactly like Zelfie from Dot Hack Legend of the Twilight, which also came out in 2002, but I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. The little girl, Yui, turns out to be an AI whose
guess they're just saying it's like that, but like,
Yeah. Okay. So
okay.
I guess he explains it. The specific archetype they're supposed to be here. So let's continue.
purpose was to monitor the
Because I remember Yui specifically, so I can understand what goes on after this. Presumably, if they're explaining it.
Mm-hmm.
purpose was to monitor the psychological states of players and help keep them on track. However, for some reason, she was trapped and not allowed to help players, but only to watch them suffer. I don't know why the game's creator would bother programming this AI if he wasn't going to use it, but I guess it's just because he's a sadistic asshole. Anyways, you
Yeah.
Wait, no. From what I remember, the idea was there's like a parent program that decided not to have that. That was the idea.
Wait, so you're talking about like,
Oh, Zephy. Okay, you did find it.
yeah, when you say system decide not to allow that, are you talking about Yui being like locked away for a bit?
Yeah. I from what I remember, the idea was Yui was locked away because she was essentially supposed to be like a therapy AI meant to like help players through the trauma, but she was locked away. But the implication was that it was the game's core central AI preventing her, and not like orders from Kayaba.
Right.
Like
Um,
like it's not a major like issue with the thing because it's still like weird and fucked up.
I guess I wonder like, wait, is actually, do they say like it was the AI that, not Kayaba, who locked her away?
I'm pretty sure they imply it being they have a specific name for the AI, but I don't remember what.
Um, they might explain in episode 12. I could check that out.
To be fair, I could be wrong about this. I told you beforehand I did not rewatch this.
Yeah. Because one thing I was thinking of mentioning in my video, because I assumed that, like, Kayaba was the one who locked her away. I was like, okay, like, why make
Yeah.
her if you're not gonna, like, if you're gonna lock her away once the true game begins? And why lock her away rather than just deleting her? But if it's not Kayaba and something with an AI, then that's a different thing. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, it's almost like weirder there, actually, I think. Because the AI would just be like, oh, okay, well, we
Oh,
have this service, but oh, it's totally not needed yet.
yeah, it says the cardinal
Especially
system.
with how they try to humanize Kayaba later, just from what I know. It's extremely weird with Yui. It's extremely sus. I can agree. No, I think I'd even like be willing to give Digibro a point here in that sense.
I checked and you're right, it's like the cardinal system that locked her away.
Yeah, that was the name, the Cardinal System.
Okay, so that was a bit different than I was thinking, but then I guess I'd still question why didn't they just delete Yui in the first place?
Well, yeah, and also, why did the Cardinal System decide to have the mental health AI locked away rather than letting it just do its thing?
Right.
Especially with how much they try to humanize Kayaba later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, trying to think if I think they might have mentioned that in the last video, but I'm not sure.
Either way, for this video, let's
It's
just like purge this video. I don't think Digibro has explained this point at all well.
oh yeah. Man, I forgot what even point were they making that
We can roll it back a minute or two
Yui spent years
and just shut up for a minute or two.
right.
Yui spoke anything. The little girl, Yui, turns out to be an AI whose purpose was to monitor the psychological states of players and help keep them on track. However, for some reason, she was trapped and not allowed to help players, but only to watch them suffer. I don't know why the game's creator would bother programming this AI if he wasn't going to use it, but
Oh yeah, like I said, it was an AI that made that
Yeah.
decision.
Uh
So,
that
this is
is
like a nothing, well, which is kind of like an arbitrary point, but okay, let's see what else he says.
yeah.
I guess it's just because he's a sadistic asshole. Anyways, Yui spent years being
No.
horribly
Well, no, the cardinal system made that decision for some reason. We don't know what reason.
Yeah.
Could even be as simple as they made the AI too volatile, given its like childlike, you know, approach to things. We don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever even get an answer to that.
Yeah, you're right about that. I'll take note of just
Yeah.
deleting her.
I would say, like, with the notes that up to this point, if don't take my word for it, make sure you double check.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
depressed watching everyone else be horribly depressed until one day she found Kirito and Asuna, who are apparently the only people in 2 years of playing the game who had learned to enjoy themselves in this world. Excuse me? Do you mean to tell me no one else in this game has been happy or had a relationship? We already know from episode 5
Yeah, this is like what's sort of framing is like Kirito and Asuna are like the only ones, like the first people she saw that are like truly happy or something.
yeah, that's kind of fucking especially when you had, like, for example, like, married couples, and you are just gonna have people who, like, meet each other through the game that fall in love. You have, like, a whole marriage mechanic
Yeah.
in the
Or even
game.
just like good friends who like really like care about each other.
Well, but no,
Or
what I mean
or is
is,
she
like,
just talking
remember
about
remember the marriage mechanic was a thing in the game,
and
and
yeah.
it was seen as, like, surprising that, Griselda and her husband were, like, married in real life already. Like, that was, like, noted as a thing.
Oh yeah.
Also, the Silica episode had, like, a lot of dating and stuff happening. I
Mm-hmm.
actually think this point is, like, counter to what we see in the anime.
Yeah.
Like, there's obviously gonna be couples that formed, maybe even that formed and, like, stayed together after they got out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, from the story, like, this idea is just absurd to me.
Mm-hmm.
that other people have been married in the game, though in that specific instance the husband actually murdered the wife, so it might not be the best example. Still, I can't believe that in 2 entire years of several
Well,
thousand
like I said, this is a nothing burger because we learned already that they were married before the game.
Yeah.
You could actually have that plot point outside of the mechanical necessities. Have it, like, have it work. Well, not work because it didn't work already, but like, you know, the actual story there is a nothing burger.
Mm-hmm.
People playing this game, no one was notably happy and functional until Kirito and Asuna started their relationship. This entire implication is so stupid and out of left field that I just wanted to ignore it at first, but in the end I realized that this fact is actually important, and that's because of number 5. Kirito and Asuna come back from the dead through sheer force of will. I've already made my point about how coming back to life after being killed by the nerve gear makes no sense, but at least before there was a special item that made it possible. In episode 14, Kirito and Asuna come back because they really love each other a lot. In perhaps the most asinine attempt to make something seem super romantic and powerful that I've ever seen, Kirito wills himself back to life just to kill the final boss, and he and Asuna make it out of the game. Given that we've established the possibility—
And so what's interesting now is as we're approaching this is like beyond what I have rewatched in recent memory. So we're now approaching the point where I am not entirely sure, but I think at this point this actually supports the idea the nerf gear doesn't just instantly kill you. There could be easily a delay.
Yeah.
Especially if there was an item that was like, oh, within 30 seconds you can revive somebody.
Yeah.
that it might take 30 seconds for the nerve gear to kill someone, there's actually a way that this could have been a somewhat clever twist. After Asuna was killed, if Kirito had immediately realized that he had a 30-second window to end the game and bring her back, he could have wrecked the final boss really quickly, and then the idea would be that he saved her right in the nick of time. It would have been a great way to make the stakes seem really high in those last moments where the viewer thinks that the show's best character is gone forever, and bringing her back would have been pretty gratifying.
The show's best character, like, Asuna isn't a
No.
particularly good
No.
character.
No.
But also outside of that, and like, because you could say that's subjective, but outside of that, like, I don't know, like, it would feel like extremely contrived either way. Like, oh, you
Mm-hmm.
happen to be able to, like, just roll the guy who has, like, admin perms,
Right.
in 30 seconds that you couldn't beat earlier in the game.
Right. Yeah. I guess what we're supposed to believe is that he's fighting honorably this time, but I don't know.
Yeah, and outside of just that, it's like, I'm sorry, like, this idea that Kirito could, like, roll him as the final boss solo. Like, if he is just supposed to be the final boss rather than another player who
Hmm.
just happens to have an edge because Kaiba set it up to have an edge.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It seems like really weak sauce as an argument when there's a lot of easier arguments you can make that would work better.
Yep. Yep.
Kirito becomes a lifeless husk after Asuna is gone and gets himself killed. Then, after he's already dead, he gets angry enough to finish the fight, and he wills himself back to life to finish off the boss. It's clearly been more than 30 seconds since Asuna has died, and there's no logic whatsoever to the fact that Kirito can will himself back to life, but in the end, Asuna survives anyways. She didn't will herself back to life before, but there she is, still alive, when the world is coming to an end.
Guess you have to assume that Kaiba like did that, but we don't really know why.
Well, I mean, this is one of those things where it is kind of like, yeah, this is like poorly explained. I'd agree there, but like we don't, like I said, this ties into the save mechanic where it's like we don't know how it works.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually kind of a problem that we don't know how it works.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
we could just have the idea that Klein used the item. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. It's saved. Kirito is saved there.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, because Klein had the item that gave the revive. So all you'd have to do is have Klein use the item there.
Yeah.
Because Klein is present. So
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
If right after Kirito had died, he and Asuna had both willed themselves back to life and delivered the final blow together, this might have been an almost acceptable version of the most tacky ending imaginable. But with it being just Kirito, an extra layer of what the
oh
fuck is
no, no,
added on.
that would still be a bad ending though. Wait, what do you mean?
Mm,
It would just be the same problem again repeated. But like it's like a bit cheesier and a bit more like Power of Love.
right.
Yeah, I think we can continue there. But like this argument is bad. Like there's no like substance to it. It's just like I'd like it better if this, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
Onto the stack. Anyways, with the final boss being killed now, I think I've said just about all there is to say about this series. I could go on about how the high intensity animation doesn't save the badly
You didn't say that much, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, you haven't even gone into like how the fights are badly choreographed because I could agree with that potentially, depending on what you would say, but you aren't like going into the details of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like you haven't like laid out any of like what makes it badly choreographed because
You alright? Oh, wait, sorry, the capture thing stopped again.
oh
Now it's working.
yeah, so what he's going into is essentially very non-substantial, you know, like
Mm-hmm.
luckily, it doesn't seem like that the capture thing fucked up too long. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that seems to be a weird thing that's going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to at least like keep it in view so I know if it stops working.
Oh yeah, this time it doesn't seem to have been like that long.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, yeah. Just in general, I don't know. Like when it comes to Digibro's like stuff, so far this video has actually kind of been awful.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Like, I can kind of see why the standards were much lower back in the day, but like, watching
Yeah.
this video is like an hour long kind of breakdown of a show. It is actually kind of garbage. Like, I get more of a critical drinker video.
Wow.
choreographed and confusing fight scenes or something, but honestly, I think I've covered all of the major ups and downs that this series has to offer. With
No.
No, no, you actually didn't. Like, there's a lot more down. And there's actually a lot more ups than you've covered.
Yeah.
But
that, I can
outside of that, uh, we have like 30. We have like 25 minutes more to go. So what do you mean I've covered all of the major ups and downs the video has to offer?
Or
What do
they
you
did
mean?
say season, but like Fairy
The
Dance is
season.
the same season. I guess that's a
Yeah.
common mistake people make, but yeah, that's wrong.
Well, anime seasons are really weird, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame people for making that mistake. It just makes it a bit confusing.
Yeah. Yeah. Either way, I actually think the Terra footage makes it even worse. The show.
Yeah.
Well, cause for one thing, like this video just doesn't age well at all because Terra is such an outdated MMO anyway. But at this point, but also like I'm sorry, like look, having game footage, I understand it. Like Dan, you've dealt with anime companies' copyright
Mm-hmm.
stuff, like, right?
Yeah, many times.
But when I deal with anime studio copyrights, I don't have as much problem because I use like still promotional like images and I like have like a Discord chat over those.
Hmm.
And that doesn't give me problem. You could have shown like images of the character designs, even like screenshots, you know?
Yeah.
You didn't have to like do like complete like video
Yeah.
footage and you could have still had visuals. It's kind of just a lame like bullshit like excuse.
Yeah, 'cause like that's kind of the way they would like my Knives Out video. Like the footage kept getting struck, so what I did was just like it was mostly gameplay, but then I used like a ton of screenshots and like edited them to be related to what I'm talking about. So it's still more of like a
Yeah.
visual aid than that video.
In this video, like the only real connection is this is an MMO and SAO is supposed to be an MMO.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like, a lot of the footage we get in this video isn't even like interesting MMO footage.
Yeah.
It's not like raids. It's not like the character like engaging with multiple enemies. It's not like exciting stuff. It's like the person dealing with like we hub stuff and then like the occasional like encounter with an enemy or couple enemies.
Yeah.
It hasn't been like particularly interesting or exciting.
Yeah, pretty much.
Finally put
Like
this
I
series.
feel like I could tune into like a WoW classic uh stream and get more exciting footage just from playing that.
Yeah, totally.
To
Just
oh
I could actually boot up an MMO and get more exciting footage.
Yeah, and oh, I guess this is where they're like joking, like, oh, this isn't where it ends.
oh no,
Yeah.
I forgot. Part 7. The entire second half of the show. Holy fucking.
I'm starting to wonder if it was worth rewatching it for this video. It
Oh,
might be for like the other videos we cover, but
well, thank God I didn't have to bother fucking rewatching as I had like prior engagement.
I guess it's not a complete waste of time. It
I,
was
I I actually feel like if I rewatched, I'd feel like that was wasted time.
well, yeah. I mean, it's also for like the video. I only decided to do it like so soon, so like in preparation for these, but that might not have been
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
necessary.
Wait, let's hope maybe they have like good, concise criticisms in the second half.
I hope at least that like my references, like having rewatched it recently, won't be useless.
Yeah, I do actually think this might be the worst, one of the worst I've seen.
Yeah,
And I swear I saw this back in, maybe I confused this with like a better video, to be fair.
maybe.
Cause I swear I saw this and it was good, but like maybe my standards were lower.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just I watched another video.
Wonder when I'm gonna think rewatching Mother's Basement's videos. That should be interesting.
That's the one I'm really gonna be like tuning in for if I
Yeah.
uh if I hit you up because I got free in the middle of that, would you let me on?
Oh yeah, of course. I think I'd have to
Oh yeah, I figured like because I don't know when you plan to do those, so like and I'm not gonna like make you deal with my schedule because it's always weird.
right.
But if I just happen to get free at the time, I will probably like ask you, hey, can I come onto the stream
Yeah.
because I've got thoughts. So I watched Mother's Basement's
Oh,
videos at the time, and I remember out of them.
screen's black. It's weird. But yeah, go on. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, yeah. Either way, uh,
Oh, you've been
uh,
disconnected. Refresh the page.
oh,
Okay.
oh, you're facing the thing I've been dealing with.
Oh, it's not good. Okay, yeah, I should just be able to rejoin and
Ah, yeah, you
okay.
just have to hit the refresh button, and it should be good.
Yeah, and I'll yeah, how do I minimize? Nope, don't want to do that. No. Well, trying to okay. Try this now. It looks like you're still in. It's just my alt that's disconnected, which is where
I was
I'm
wondering why do you need to be alt?
'cause I guess I stream like okay, so I made like the room on my browser tab, but then I also put it as like a source in the OBS, so it actually shows on the
Oh,
stream.
okay, yeah, yeah. I was wondering.
Yeah, a bit of a bit convoluted, but
We'll figure it out.
refresh.
Shit.
No, do not play. I'll
You might have to refresh the alt too because the screen is dark on the channel too.
oh, I
Oh wait, no. It's no longer dark. Hold on. And remember, it is delayed a minute, so you were probably good.
yeah, okay, good. All right.
It looks like we have something going.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So rewind this
I
bit.
Due to Funimation's
Oh,
But
Part
yeah,
se-
I would
Part
say like
7,
it's
the
actually kind of shockingly bad how this video has aged.
yeah. This is real bad. I might even say like I just like Pilgrim's Pass was short and they might have.
Yeah.
I just have to check again. It's been a bit. I don't quite remember.
Oh, it's funny because there's definitely things I said in my like stream because I did like a big SAO stream that I said a lot of things that I don't know if I agree with, and it's only on the first 6 episodes, but it is 5 hours long. But I
Mm-hmm.
think I had a lot more substantive things to say about the show
Oh yeah.
versus this fucking guy. Is if you just cut out like an hour,
Yeah, I
and I
saw
was
that.
drunk for half of that stream.
Yeah, you made much better points than.
I mean, I've been drunk for half of this stream.
Well,
Speaking of, we're about to open another Bud Light.
oh, lovely.
Entire second half of the show. Holy fucking shit. If Sword Art Online wasn't already bad enough, the second half of the series is an entirely separate story, which is even worse, but in totally different ways. Whereas the first arc was stupid, baffling, and structurally broken, the second arc is boring, offensive, and even more contrived than the first arc. It's like a buy one get one free pack of terrible shows, one of which is idiotic and the other of which is abhorrent. Just like
I'd say Fairy Dance is also pretty idiotic, but
I think that the other, but is it worse than the first series? I think there's some things that are definitely worse. There's some things that are definitely more sus, but I don't know if this guy would bring those up.
hmm.
So you have the incest angle, obviously, with even if she isn't an actual blood related sibling, the sister,
I
but
think they're
and then
still
you
like
have
cousins.
yeah, they are still cousins,
Yeah.
yeah. Either way, it's fucking weird and creepy, but I forgot they were still cousins actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's still fucking creepy. Okay, and then you have the stuff with Asuna that is genuinely creepy.
Yep. Yep.
But um,
Like I wouldn't use
I
the
think
existence of these things alone.
mechanically, the fairy stuff has more solid mechanics.
Um, I think I have like less issues to point out, but I found like a lot wrong with
I
it on
I
this
I I
rewatch.
haven't gone through the detailed analysis for it, but
Mm-hmm.
from what I remember of it from 3 or 4 viewings in the past,
Right.
I have viewed this a few times.
Yeah, I don't think it's like as bad. I just like mechanically, but
I think that Aseo, they got the mechanics better as they went on, but they got a lot of other stuff worse.
mm, yeah. Yeah, I guess that might we
Yeah,
might talk
it's
about
hard
some
to.
of that if Digibro actually makes some points. But
Yeah, so far though, Digibro just hasn't made points. Maybe they will in the future.
maybe.
Man,
Come
we'll have
on.
to continue.
It went black again. Well, yeah.
Yeah. It went black for me too.
Okay. Let's see. Do I just need to like refresh it?
We might need to creating a new room might become a possibility.
Maybe.
Yeah. While you're sorting that out, I'm gonna use that time to step away.
Sure. Okay.
with the
Let's see. Yeah, I think it's working again now. Might make a new room if this happens again, but I think it's fine for now. So, all right, let's get back to it.
first arc, there are so many problems that I don't even know where to start, so we're gonna have to break this down into subsections all over again. Number 1. Asuna. There are a lot of things that make the fairy arc stupid, asinine, and boring, but most of the things that make the arc downright offensive are the things involving Asuna. You may remember how in the Aincrad arc, I stated that all of the best parts of Sword Art Online were the parts where Asuna's character was allowed to shine, and that all of the worst parts were where Asuna was degraded by the show's chauvinistic mindset. During the fairy arc, Asuna gets trapped in a birdcage for 11 episodes and constantly sexually assaulted by a madman while patiently waiting for Kirito to come and save her. Now, as I've been watching SAO, the hardest thing for me to comprehend is that so many people actually enjoy this show so much. However, almost everyone, even fans of the show, seem to have problems with the second arc, and most of them cite the villain as the problem as well as the lack of Asuna. This makes me very happy because it means that even if people can enjoy something as stupid as this series, at least I know they're smart enough to recognize when a show does some really fucking uncomfortable shit. Asuna only gets 2 really sizable scenes throughout the fairy arc. One of them involves her attempted breakout, which results in a several-minute scene of her being groped by disgusting and completely out-of-place tentacle monsters, and the other of which involves the villain doing everything short of outright raping her in the final battle. The only apparent purpose for all of this is to make the viewer hate the villain as much as possible, and it succeeds in this, but it also made me completely and totally hate the show for having me sit through this bullshit. This could be taken as a biased
Well, I guess that... wait, let me replay that again.
place tentacle monsters, and the other of which involves the villain doing everything short of outright raping her in the final battle. The only apparent purpose for all of this is to make the viewer hate the villain as much as possible, and it succeeds in this, but it also made me completely and totally hate the show for...
I mean... I guess it might just be personally, and like me, I just come desensitized, but I kind of just like... I don't feel strongly enough about his character to hate him. He's kind of just a clown. I don't know. It might just be a personal thing. Yeah. What did you versus afterwards? I was more confused by.
having me sit through this bullshit. This could be taken as a biased emotional response, but I don't know any better way to put it. I don't fucking want to watch Asuna get sexually molested. I don't understand why the fuck I had to sit through it, and the fact that these scenes are drawn almost erotically as if to imply that I'm supposed to be able to get off to this shit actually offended me. For 11 episodes, what the
It's maybe more so like the tentacles that that was sort of a that was that looked like it was more depicted like fan service, but I don't think as much in like the scene with Sugo, although it was also like quite bad. Yeah, I guess I agree also. I wouldn't want to see that. I don't like seeing this, but maybe probably just doesn't add much to the story. And like like Asuna's just doesn't really she just doesn't really have any agency, and there's just not much of anything going on with her character. It's more just as like an emotional device for Kirito. Um yeah.
first season built up to be a strong female character who kicks ass and gets to be in one of anime's few functioning relationships gets degraded into a locked up
One of few functioning once again like weirdly propping up their relation. I feel like they're like the only like functioning one. That's strange thing to say. Maybe it was less common 10 years ago, but I surely can't have been like the only one of the few. Yeah, I don't know.
princess that Kirito has to save, who is constantly at the sexual
Is the game just frozen for them? That's they can't even get the game to run. Is that what's going on?
mercy of the villains holding her captive. It was gross, disgusting, creepy, and it had no
Okay, yeah. I don't know if that was part of the video or OBS. That's weird.
business being in this story. Sword Art Online is not fucking Berserk or Game of Thrones or fucking Bokurano. It's a 13-year-old wish fulfillment fantasy about overpowered video gamers using the power of love to overcome literal death. Yes, it has a dark edge to it in that people die and suffer throughout the series, but the overall tone of the story is childish, immature, and simple. It is not a show with adult themes or a sobering, horrific storyline.
Okay, we're really getting like Minecraft graphics, but I don't. I guess I could agree childish, but it does feel like they like tackle like darker
Oh,
things
okay, that's why
sometimes.
you weren't reacting to me.
Oh, wait,
I
what?
was local muted.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I had my muted. So
Yeah, okay.
I was wondering because I was saying like with the agency stuff, I have like a massive problem with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not even necessarily because I disagree. It's just the framing of it. Where it's like, yeah, sure, she's a prisoner, so she's not gonna have much agency in
Yeah.
this part of the story. Like, I don't have a problem with that necessarily as much as like a lot of the other stuff. Like, I feel like this is like a minor criticism in a. It is kind of just like you are kind of shooting like you're trying to do a trick shot when it's like the enemy is like right there in like very bold colors that you can just shoot.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, is there anything more specific you'd criticize about this Asuna's treatment?
Uh, treatment for who?
Asuna.
I mean, the thing about her secondary areas, yeah, she's not treated well. But like, I think it's more annoying the idea of how she's like sidelined in general.
Yeah, sidelined. Yeah, I'd say it's more of the issue.
Yeah,
Probably
she
should
is
word that
sidelined,
better.
but they don't even use that time. Well, it feels like she's sidelined, but it's like she barely had any time anyway. And then the way they use that time of sidelining her is just like there's no like nothing like effective that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could, there's a good version of doing this, you know?
Yeah.
This show has no business displaying these kinds of scenes in the first place. Moreover, the scenes are handled with a lack of taste that I'd expect from an
Um, I have no place in
Wait,
the show.
no, I wouldn't say that. No.
I guess maybe it goes farther than like maybe what was in Aincrad, but it was like trying to do like some darker stuff, even though it was handled poorly. So
Yeah, yeah,
I don't
but
know about
I
that.
think there's a universe where you could have a lot of the darker stuff in this season and do it like well in a way that I don't think the this is a PG-13 story like first of all he's not like detailing necessarily what he has an issue with.
Okay, it's just that they like found disgusting, but yeah, not really.
But I don't know. This guy specifically, I'm like, wait, what do you mean is disgusting specifically?
Oh, right. Hmm.
Yeah, because we know about this guy, and so that's what really confuses me. Like, I don't even know necessarily what scenes he's talking about. Is he talking about the tentacle scenes?
I think
I
they
assume
mentioned
that's
like the
what he's talking
tentacle
about.
scene and like the sexual assault scene at with
Yeah.
Sugo.
Yeah, which makes sense. I can understand somebody being upset about this. Not Mr. Uh, not this guy. That surprises me that this guy is like upset about those scenes. But uh, I'm I'm happy to say like yeah, those are like creepy and weird.
Hmm. Yeah.
Actual
What
tentacle
about all the other creepy and weird stuff you've said?
Yeah.
Mr. I judge romance based off how lonely and jealous I feel.
Oh my god.
That is actually the most pathetic line I think I've seen in the last few weeks.
Yeah,
Or heard. And,
that was
I
something.
yeah, you know, like there's like things that I'm like, you couldn't torture this out of me.
Yeah, yeah.
porn OVA. If they really had to make it so the villain was sexually molesting Asuna, it could have been handled with at least a degree of tact or subtlety, but instead we end up watching minutes-long scenes of this disgusting piece of shit tearing her
Okay.
clothes, licking her face, and generally tormenting her for what feels like an
I
eternity.
agree, it's fucking weird and creepy. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was enough to make me legitimately uncomfortable as I kept wondering again and again how the fuck anyone at any stage of creating this series thought that this was an okay way to present these scenes. At the very end of the series, when all is said and done, Asuna and Kirito are finally reunited in the real world, and if
Yeah.
nothing else, the series
I agree that these scenes no, but the problem is I have to like go like I agree these scenes are weird and creepy, Mr. Lolicon.
Yeah. It's kind of yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and so you get to that point and you're like I don't think you're that guy to like say this.
Yeah. I don't think
Like
so.
I can agree with you, but you're not that guy.
Mm-hmm.
does
You
at
know,
least
it's like Jeffrey Epstein being like, "This feels like weirdly pedophilic. I don't feel comfortable with this."
Yeah. Yeah.
pretty satisfying resolution. We see how the characters interact in the real world and what they plan to do going forward, and the whole time I just kept thinking of how much more satisfying it would have been to witness these scenes immediately after the Aincrad arc, instead of having it come after all the pointless, disgusting bullshit that I'd just been put through. Number 2. Kirito's sister. Being boring and one-dimensional
boy.
must run in Kirito's family because his fake sister gives him a run for his money in both regards, with the added bonus of being completely erroneous. I could supercut the entire Fairy Dance arc to include only the scenes where Suguha isn't around, and it wouldn't change the core narrative of the arc in the slightest. Everything that happens from the moment
No, wait. If the scenes that where she's around, she's like around for
she's
90% of
around,
the
then
scenes.
no, but like I guess her involvement in the story,
Yeah,
yeah,
because
probably.
if you're talking about like the stuff she actually does, yeah, she doesn't do much and she's kind of a useless character. I agree with that, but like, I don't think it's like a sexist thing as much as the artist just wanted to have another character around who knew the mechanics and could explain stuff, and
I guess they
then
also
didn't
want
have
someone
anything
for
else.
more like fan service. From
Oh,
like the writer's
definitely.
perspective, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Like there's definitely things you can criticize with Siguha, especially with this stuff. But
Mm-hmm.
like, it's just like substanceless. That's the problem. It's like it's a very generic. Like, there's also a lot of other stuff you can criticize within this arc that I just remember off the top of my head. Like when
Yeah.
Kirito just happens to have like a random spell that can turn him into like a fucking like demonic monster that can just
Oh,
roll an
yeah,
entire party.
I have a lot to say about that. What a scene.
Yeah, like he just happens to have that. I remember that just off the top of my head. Or like the fact that he conveniently like his SAO stats can transfer over to this game.
There's a lot of things that Sugo or like the admin system should have been able to pick up on, but they conveniently don't.
Yeah, like Kirito doesn't have to like start off from the beginning in this game just cause that would be inconvenient, I guess. That would be like a struggle that he has to deal with.
Yeah.
And it's annoying because it might actually be interesting to see Kirito having to deal with being like a low-level bum.
Yeah.
And especially with the idea that maybe he'd be like hyper paranoid about dying, even though like within this game, dying is like a normal thing.
Right. Like I mean like a sort of like just instinctual thing?
Yeah, well, yeah, because you lived like 2 year, 3 years,
Yeah.
2 or 3 years in a game where dying meant dying.
I agree with that. I'm not saying you're defending this, but it sort of reminded me of like an issue I mentioned where he almost parts where he takes the game like too seriously to the point where he's still acting like this is a matter of life and death.
Well, I think that could make sense, but you have to do a lot of characterization
Yeah. That's
with
also
that.
just like way more extreme. The examples I'm thinking of, so it's kind of a different thing. It just came to
Yeah,
mind.
Moment Kirito meets
but
Suguha
like
inside of
I
the
can at least you can at least contextualize that sort of thing with him taking it particularly seriously, given his history.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, it's not the same as like an average person taking a video game too serious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I guess would be like a lot of the other players in Fairy Dance. Or it
Oh yeah,
seems,
because for them it's all a video game.
well,
By the way, I don't know if like this video game is taken off the same way after. This is kind of like people joining like pilot programs after 9/11.
yeah, it's
That's
like
like
VR's
I don't know. I
reputation should
feel
be
like people would
tarnished.
be like extremely hesitant to like even touch this shit.
Yeah. If anything, like it's worse because like the SAO incident is still technically going on, or like some of the players haven't woken up and you're already doing VR. Really?
Yeah. Like this isn't like 5, 10 years later. This is like as it's going
It's like
on,
a
yeah.
month or two, or well, maybe not. No,
Let's say even let's say 6 months.
actually, it might have been while SAO started, because okay, Kirito learned about the
I don't
game.
remember the time
I
scale because
I I
I
think
would
I
have
do.
noted
So
it.
like, Kirito learned about it like a month or two after he escaped SAO, and at that point,
Yeah.
it says it's been out for like about a year. So that
Yeah.
means
No, the game did launch
it might
while
have
SAO was
intertwined with like when SAO was still going on.
yeah.
That case, it's
Yeah.
even worse.
It is actually like really bad. Like I
Uh,
have to get to this, but like yeah, well, I could see it having like a niche community, but the idea is like a massive like popular thing. I don't know. Like I said, this is like, uh, oh hey, I hear you want to be a pilot. Ha, uh, welcome to the 9/11 pilot program.
yeah.
the game up through the
There's-
moment that he leaves her behind.
Yeah.
Like, and I can't believe gaming is still popular, obviously, but like, Nerve Gears,
Yeah, full
like
dive
the type of
VR,
game.
that's the problem.
Yeah.
to go take on the final boss is a completely pointless distraction that adds nothing to the story of Kirito trying to get his girlfriend back.
Wait, sorry, what was the distraction? Let me rewind that. Because I agree there's like a pointless
Super cut the entire
distractions
fairy dance arc to include
from
only the scenes
his
where
main
Suguha
goal.
isn't around, and it wouldn't change the core narrative of the arc in the slightest. Everything that happens from the moment Kirito meets Suguha inside of the game, up through the moment that he leaves her behind to go take on the final boss, is a completely pointless distraction that adds nothing to the story of Kirito trying to get his girlfriend back.
Everything? A lot of it was. Like, I think the main issue is going to help with, like, the peace treaty. Or, like, well, like, the salamanders are going to attack the other races. He prioritizes that over going to the world tree when he's, like, so close. I think that, like, is, like, a pretty big issue, but, start thinking, like, if everything from them was a waste of time. But, well, actually, no, because they spend a lot of the time making their way to the world tree. And, yeah, then that's just the thing with the peace tree. That's, like, the only, like, main diversion.
Well, yeah, because the idea is this is a more like involved MMO, basically. Like, because there's MMOs where you have like the active community being involved. Where the idea of this is like it's more of a competitive MMO where the clans are like
Mm-hmm.
at odds. Even though like at the same time, this is a weird thing. It's like I don't know how this also doesn't work with MMO logic. The idea that the basically that the races are at odds entirely because once again you have the fact that the races are like optimized for whatever like specifics,
Mm.
that was always one of those it's one of those other things that like it's a red light too, like this person doesn't know how like faction based our MMORPGs work.
Right.
It's like so the one that I go to is like okay, World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft has like you can be like a horde or an alliance, like a
Mm-hmm.
cleric. There's like specific classes that are horde and alliance specific, I think. From what I vaguely remember, but they're like niche things.
Yeah.
So it's like, and there's obviously like the best classes for the best care, uh, the best races for the best classes. But like, this is an entire like misunderstanding of that sort of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Suguha's entire character boils down to two words: loves Kirito. Every thought that she has, every action she takes, all
It's only like
No, wait. Is he talking about Asuna or is he talking about
Suguha,
the sister?
sister
Sugaha. Oh,
cousin.
no, well, no. That's definitely not true for Sugaha. Like, yeah, she does love Kirito, but she is actually trying to, like, think. She's like. She's like supposed to be like the local sort of guidebook, essentially.
I guess wide
And
point. Sorry.
yeah, well, I say the local guidebook, like that's like her role in this part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And like her motivation loves Kirito for like the whole thing.
It's not the
This
only
is
thing.
actually, yeah, this is like that is a thing that is unfortunate and annoying, but like this is not her only like character
Yeah.
situation.
There's also a thing with like her feeling like sort of like estranged from Kirito, basically. But
Yeah.
then there's a problem where like the incest kind of overshadows that a little bit, and it isn't as given enough as much time.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because you have the situation of she had a crush on Kirito. She had to get over it over the time that he's been like in the nerve gear, and then
Hmm.
she's distant, and then you have Kirito playing the game she's used to, happening to like interact with her, and she's falling for this person, being like, "Oh, thank God, I'm not in love with my cousin. Actually, just her cousin." Like, it's actually kind of like really weird and creepy in that regard.
Yeah.
Like, cause like it's almost like because I actually think if it was like he was just somebody different, like you could actually have something there. But no, 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 she's just falling in love with her cousin again.
Yeah, and they don't even like recognize each other's voices because if they did, that wouldn't work.
Yeah, it's actually kind of weird. Not only that, nobody like happens to like, oh, hey, dinner's ready, and they both hear it through each other's voice and like have that awkward moment of like, oh, oh,
Um,
oh,
I
oh
don't know if
shit.
they can hear while in the game, but what I would point out is like Suguha like leaves the game to like leave some food for Kirito. Then Kirito leaves and he said when he comes back he said, "Oh yeah, my family left food for me." You think it's like, "Oh, what a coincidence." Well, actually no, I guess that would kind of be a small thing. It's just that and like
Yeah, that's
sounds
a
like my
small thing I
brother and
can
kind of acts
believe.
like him, yet
Yeah,
she's
that's a
unaware.
small enough thing I can believe would like
Right, right. Yeah, yeah.
through.
That you're right.
Just like I said, this is the annoying thing. I didn't rewatch this part of the story,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm going off of like older uh memories. But that sounds weird. But even that, I don't think it's. I think we have to get back into fucking Digibros arguments because we are like farther off in the weeds
Oh
so
my,
far.
yeah, I'm
Him.
sorry. I didn't mean to go this direction.
Oh no, no, I'm just saying it because we have 20 more minutes, and it's been, you know, 5 hours. I think that's the weirdest thing about this whole like situation. It's like cuz like obviously I don't think we're getting that, but like
Um,
that's not surprising to me. If you're not like a channel dedicated to live content, it's weird.
yeah, yeah.
All of it revolves around the fact that she's in love with Kirito. She becomes his companion for the whole fairy dance arc because she seems to be vaguely in love with his in-game character, whom she doesn't realize is the same person as the fake brother whom she's in love with. This of
Wait,
course leads to the ironic
this is
twist where
actually really weird too. I just realized because one of the whole things about SAO that is like a major problem is that everyone looks like their like real world self.
Yeah, that's true.
And therefore, like I'm sorry, if if I'm in like an MMO and I see somebody who is like a representation, even this close, because the essay, let's be honest, the fairy arc Kirito is not that far off from real world Kirito.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, everyone looking at them, especially if you knew this person in real life, and then you saw the in-game version, you would just be like, "Oh, hey, Kirito, have you been playing Alfheim?"
Yeah, I think what the issue is just that she's like completely oblivious until he says Asuna's name.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, like, you would just, like, somebody be like, "Hold on, that looks a lot
Yeah,
like my little brother, or my older brother."
yeah.
I don't remember but you'd be like, "That looks a lot like my brother," and then you'd, like, talk to them and be like, "Huh, this sounds a lot like my brother," and then you would, like, hear Asuna's name, and you'd be like, "Oh, this is my brother."
Yeah.
Like,
After
that's the weird thing about it, though.
Hmm.
Because I think most people forget that the SAO world, it was literally representations of of the people. Like,
Yeah.
this is one of the weird things I always think about it. It's like, you'd think it would be like, ah, yeah, we're trapped in the game, but you're like this idealized version of yourself.
Hmm.
Because that would be like super interesting when, like, oh yeah, you probably would have somebody like, oh, I'm in a wheelchair. In game, I'm not in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Uh, Therefore, in-game world is better for me personally.
Hmm.
Like, you would have that situation. I Unless maybe uh SAO does force you into a wheelchair if you have to deal with a wheelchair in real life.
Hmm. Yeah.
realizing that she's never going to get with Kirito because he's in love with Asuna, she decides to chase his game avatar instead, only to find out that he too is in love with Asuna. As viewers, we already know everything that Suguha is going to experience before it even happens. The moment we're aware that she's in love with Kirito, which is instantly, we know that she's going to be let down eventually, and that she's going to find out that the character in the game is the same as her brother. We're then subjected to around 8 episodes of Suguha being flustered over him before she finally realizes everything, confesses, admits defeat, helps him out like she was already doing, and then resigns from relevance. Suguha's presence in the story is
Hmm.
obnoxiously boring, but it's made
Okay.
far worse by just how stupid it is that she
And it
takes
still
so long
feels
to realize.
extremely surface level, and
Yeah.
I feel like it's an over exaggeration of her interest in him.
I guess they do play it up a lot. How like she's like what, or it comes up like quite a few times, but
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where I could see it, but like,
hmm,
it is kind of okay, but this, and this. Like, she doesn't know this or whatever other points you can make.
yeah.
But like, I'm sorry, like when it comes to Sukuha, like yeah, this is one of those like creepy and weird parts of the story. I'm sorry, but like Digibro, what specifically is your problem? Given who I know is like giving the criticism,
Yeah.
like I agree with the criticism in isolation. Like yeah, it's creepy, weird, like incest shit. Okay, uh, y- you are like the creepy, weird lolicon guy.
Yeah.
So it's
It's
one of those things
interesting.
that ages really poorly.
Hmm.
realize Kirito in the game is her brother. Even if we assume that Kirito exclusively uses the name Kirito in online games, he still has the exact same face, eyes, voice, and attitude that he has in real life. Plus, his username is just a really obvious
he did bring
abbreviation.
it up.
Sorry,
But like, he doesn't use that exclusively in online games. The specific reason why he had all of that is because the SAO specifically forced all of that. Because that's another one of those interesting things. It's like, yeah, Sword Art Online actively like push people into like the specific role that basically it literally made people look like they looked in real life, which has always been one of those things really weird to me. Because it's kind of defeating one of the most interesting ideas of the setting, you know?
right.
Yeah, because like the idea that the people you've exclusively dealt with has been like presented as like the most ideal form of themselves. And you also have the idea maybe like, oh hey, this guy I know, it was actually a woman, or this woman I knew, yeah, they were a man the
Yeah.
whole time. Maybe even like the fact they had to live as a woman for like 2 years, that might have fucked them up mentally. Like,
Yeah.
you know?
Mhm.
Or vice versa, you know? Like, that's all like stuff that could be like have an interesting story surrounding that like SAO just never touches upon.
Yeah.
This idea of like what is identity? Like especially within like the online sphere versus the real world.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Big missed opportunity.
Yeah, but as other people I've seen like have said, oh, but we can't have it be that the waifu that Kirito has like gotten close to and uh like come to love. No, that is not actually that has to be like a real person that looks exactly like they do online. That can't
Mhm.
be like 375-pound man.
That would have been funny if we met with Asuna at the hospital and
Well,
that's
it
who
would
they
be
were.
especially interesting if that was like that person like internalized that view of themselves and like
Yeah.
they
Yeah, of
presented
course.
themselves as they actually were. And hey, they probably would have slimmed down in a time, but the idea was a man the time. That would have been interesting, you know?
Yeah.
Like you have like you're only dealing with these idealized forms of the person.
Mhm.
And then suddenly like reality hits and you might even have people who they might mail might even have people that are like, oh, I made a joke character, you know, this wasn't like the character I wanted to like be. I was gonna log out after a couple hours and make my actual character. You might have people who are like, oh yeah, I wanted to do like the meme character that was like horrific looking. You might even have people that were like, yeah, I was a cross player. I was just like, yeah, I'll make a female character and then I'll make a separate account.
Mhm.
And you could even have people that was like, this is just my ideal self.
Yeah, of course.
Like, there's so much you could have done with SAO, but it's just like thrown away immediately.
Mhm.
it
of his
feels like with this situation with what's her name? The sister?
Suguha?
Yeah. Like it's kind of just awful specifically because for some reason she's almost the person that looks and sounds like her half her her stepbrother is actually her stepbrother.
Yeah.
Despite looking like him, sounding like him, acting like him.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
I
first
don't
and
know,
last
Dan.
names.
It's just fucking weird.
Yeah, I agree.
Suguha's character looks nothing like her, and she roleplays a more headstrong character, so it's a little more acceptable that Kirito doesn't notice it's her, especially having
Yeah.
barely heard her.
Okay. Wait. Yes, I agree. It's understandable. Kirito wouldn't know she is the same person. What? Are we? Are we gonna bring up the obvious elephant in the room, though?
Yeah,
Yeah, that Kirito looks like himself.
yeah. And even if like maybe if like Sugu like Kirito technically has like less things to go off of, it still feels like he should have also not have been so oblivious.
Yeah.
But you know.
voice in the last 2
I
years.
mean,
However,
at the very least, he probably should be aware at this point. Like, hey, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend.
Mm,
Like, look, nothing can happen here. There's a point where he could have probably said that.
right.
He's particularly cryptic when it comes to the fairy stuff, the fairy RP. Right.
Uh-huh.
Well, he could just be specific and say, "Hey, yeah, I have like a significant other that is like trapped after SAO. Yeah, I'm here to like try to free them."
Mm-hmm.
He has no reason to be like secretive.
Yeah.
Like at least GGO, there's like some kind of like conceited, like awkward way he could be secretive. But like this specific story where it's just like, yeah, I'm trying to free somebody I cared about and I gained a relationship with in SAO. Like there's no reason to be like this like obtuse about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Suguha not recognizing the guy whom she's hopelessly obsessed with when he's barely different from his real-world counterpart is just utterly fucking stupid. Worse still is the fact that Suguha never mentions to Kirito that she's been playing a virtual MMO game. When Suguha explains
No, I
Why
can
would
believe that.
she?
No, I'm sorry, but like, wait, hold on. If you have like a relative with like PTSD from being in the war, are you gonna talk to them about your like experience shooting rifles at the range?
Oh yeah.
Think that's gonna trigger them? Like, uh, may it might have come up, but like, I don't know. There is some like level of understandable like distance that can exist.
Yeah.
I don't know. Personally, most of my friends and family don't know that I'm into anime.
Yeah.
Not that I deliberately keep it secret. It's just like I don't feel compelled to like tell people because like I don't know. Or like, oh,
Mhm.
most people that that I'm involved with don't know I'm into Helldivers 2. That's
Right.
another good example. Yeah, Helldivers 2 is not gonna come up at the local bar.
Right.
They might know, like, oh, hey, my family is into this specific sports team. But that's because, like, my family visits local bar.
Right. I guess like the only thing I can think of is like maybe he noticed like her headset at some point, but I don't know.
But
To get the idea
even
she's
that,
interested in VR.
yeah, even that, I feel like I would assume. I'm sorry, like, if I'm like a local person who was involved in I don't know, if I'm like a family member of a fucking victim, I am not going to assume that my family members are playing.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit. So you say that
Oh,
again?
I said if I'm like a family member of a 9/11 victim,
Yeah.
I'm not going to assume my family members are into planes.
Right. Yeah, and
Like,
like I said, the thing about like finding her headset, that's like a bit of a long shot, but yeah, it's like the
e-
closest thing I could think of how we would realize.
even then, no, though, like that's a pretty far off like assumption.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree.
I'm sorry, I've never met somebody known somebody in real life that I've then stumbled upon online and learned. The most it might be is like I've learned like people in real life will watch the content of person I know, you know?
Hmm.
Where it's like that sort of situation. But it's like even that is kind of far fetched generally.
Yeah.
How she got into the game, she specifically mentions understanding how
We
Kirito
are
felt
also
about these
almost
games.
done.
What?
I said we are also almost done.
Yeah, yeah. It's good.
We need to
So
get
why
into it. Back into it.
Gotta lock in.
Hmm.
does she never make this a topic of conversation? Here's this thing that
What?
Kirito is massively passionate about, which would make an excellent
Guess we already
conversation
talked
starter and
about
bonding
this.
experience, and she
Wait. This thing that Kirito is naturally passionate about. What do you mean? Kirito has literally been trapped in
Right.
a death game for 2+ years. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was really passionate about video games, and you got into a video game after. Guess what happened between those two things?
Right. I guess I could
Like,
see like he's still like passionate about VR, but maybe that wouldn't be like intuitive for her to figure
yeah,
out.
I don't know. Like, look, uh, if if I have a cousin that was into train and was working in Germany, and then World War II happened, then we're at after World War II, and my cousin maybe lost their job, maybe like had some kind of like serious like where they were like in the trials or something, and then afterwards I was like, "Hey, cousin, I got into trains recently. I don't
Yeah.
think I would bring it up."
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's hard to like bring up like a real world equivalent that doesn't sound like horrific like this. Like imagine like maybe you have a cousin that's like I don't know, like an air traffic uh of what or like works in like air traffic or whatever. And
Right.
then you're like, "Hey cousin, I know 9/11 happened, and I was supposed to be on that plane, but I have another plane to Saudi Arabia tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Like it is kind of like that. It's like it's a sensitive. It'd be a sensitive issue, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like he's going off of like meta knowledge. Like we know that Kirito's like still passionate about VR, but might not
Yeah.
be Suguha's like that might not be as intuitive for her.
In fact, it's kind of almost implied that Sugaha's involvement with VR stuff is like secretive probably because the family is gonna be like hyper paranoid about it,
Yeah,
you know?
that and she also mentions like she wanted to like I guess like see like the virtual world like what her brother saw or like understand it. So
Yeah,
maybe that's why she'd be a bit more
what are like
secretive since it's a
unpublished
personal
that
thing.
brought him to FAO. Like, because I assume she probably knew he was a beta tester, but she probably didn't like realize how much he cared about this whole like thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then like she started dealing with it, and then like when she started she started actually not even after she started dealing with it, before she started dealing with it, Kirito got like trapped in SAO, but like she's already dealing with other shit
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to the online world. Like I can absolutely understand Sukoha's position,
Yeah.
especially with her being secretive about it. I don't know, like this isn't like much of a criticism. Her keeping it secretive. I would assume if I was Kirito, I would assume my family's gonna treat the VR world like the fucking plague.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never even mentions the game's existence to him. In the scene where the two ask one another about why they were up late, Kirito never mentions going into the game, which might be understandable because he doesn't want to worry Suguha. But she lies and tells him that she's been on the internet.
Yeah,
Why?
this makes sense, like I said.
Yeah.
What possible reason could she have for hiding the fact that she plays this game?
We
Oh,
already went
the
through
game
them.
based off the architecture of Sword Art Online. The game that her brother slash cousin got trapped into for 2 years.
Well,
The death
I
game.
I guess I don't know if she
Yeah,
would know if it's built off like the same
why would
code.
she hide it?
Yeah, but she still has other reasons to hide it, even like if it isn't public knowledge, like SCO and Alfheim use the same like code.
Oh yeah, that's almost barely like acknowledged too. The
Well, I
fact that
guess.
Alfheim is like so accepted despite SAO existing and having been active while Alfheim was launched, that is actually absurd to me. That is much
Mm-hmm.
more absurd to me than her hiding it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if she did tell him, then they'd find out that they've been playing together? Has Suguha been reading the script? What's that? Is that the script over there in the grass? Number 3. Fucking everything.
Kind of getting tired of the Plinkett impression, or at least I think it's Plinkett.
I got the impression it was Plinkett impression.
Yeah. They also. Oh, no, I'm thinking something else. Yeah, I guess like yeah, this probably around when like the prequel reviews Plinkett did came out. It was like
I
not.
think it was after Plinkett reviews were probably like highly influential
Oh
at this.
yeah,
I think they were like a few years old at this time too.
yeah. Let me check.
And you have to understand, like
Oh yeah,
was like yeah, this was like this was the era of YouTube I grew up with. So
Uh-huh.
this is like the 2014,
Yeah.
2013 YouTube.
Yeah, like makes sense. Like I guess is like a big reviewer or not like very popular like series of review videos.
Well, yeah, like I said, you gotta remember, this was an extremely popular SAO review, and so far, I would probably give it a 1 out of 10.
Yeah, there's no saving this at this point.
Like, and any of the good points they made is like extremely like generic points that everybody else has made.
Yeah.
And a significant amount of the points that are made that are outside of that, I'm like, these aren't like solid, or you don't explain them well, or like, yes, maybe, but
Yeah.
like, what do you mean by this?
Mm-hmm.
I have used the word contrived a lot of times in this post, and I'm about to use it a lot more, so for a moment I'd like to explain what exactly this word means. A contrivance is something which is created in a way that feels unnatural,
Weird to
spontaneous,
explain it now, but
artificial, and or
okay.
unrealistic. A plot
It's kind
contrivance is
of
typically the
weird.
result of when an
Okay.
author wants a certain thing to happen, but there's no reason that such a thing should happen in the context of the story, so they come up with a
Yeah.
reason for it to happen out of thin air. The fairy dance arc of
Such
Sword
as.
Art Online is founded entirely on a gigantic mountain of contrivances. The arc
Oh
seems to be
well, yes, but uh, uh, hmm. I don't know if I would start that at the fairy dance arc.
Say the show as a whole.
Yeah, I was like, there's there's a much earlier point I would put that ahead in the fairy arc, the fairy dance arc.
Yep.
Like, if anything, like, I'm sorry, the fairy dance arc is like, yeah, some pervert set it up so that if Asuna got out, she would end up in a private server rather than getting out. That doesn't. This pervert being involved with her specifically, I don't think that's a contrivance. That's like a direct connection. The contrivance is like that Asuna happened to be the girl that Kirito fell for, I guess?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, because. Like, that's kind of the contrivance there. Like, the contrivance I get, there's also the contrivance of, like, this guy was able to, like, reroute her,
Mm-hmm.
or she did. But, like, uh,
Right.
formed around the idea
Oh, wait.
as much contrivance as, like, yeah, this is just shit storytelling.
Yeah.
that Asuna would still be trapped inside the nerve gear and Kirito would have to go into another game to rescue her, and also that Kirito's sister, who is in love with him, would take the part of his partner in the new game. All of the plot elements are constructed around making this story idea possible, regardless of whether any of it makes sense or flows naturally from one arc into the next. So it turns out
Well, yeah, but you haven't explained it well.
Also, while he's, like, highlighted the fact that it's a problem that every woman that meets Kirito basically falls in love with him. He hasn't actually like laid out the specific episodes and them being an issue.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like because
Yeah.
it's a very generic criticism, but then when you delve into it, it's actually worse, in my opinion. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
out that Asuna's dad is a bigwig at one of the companies that was involved in creating Sword Art Online to begin with. He wants one of his lead programmers or whatever to have long-run company control, so he plans to marry him to Asuna, even though she's still in a coma. Because Asuna can't sign the marriage documents and obviously is going to refuse it anyways, Asuna's dad decides to adopt the guy instead, which is actually a fairly common thing in Japan for businessmen who want one of their top employees to inherit the company. But the creepy guy wants Asuna to wear the wedding dress anyways, and basically tells Kirito that he's going to rape her or something. If you're wrinkling your brow right now, you are having the appropriate reaction. But wait, there's more. This douchey guy is also an evil maniacal programmer who's trapping people inside a virtual MMO game, and he's doing experiments on the brains of 300 trapped SAO players in order to figure out how to manipulate human emotions and take over the world. Are you laughing yet?
Wow.
Maybe not
Huh?
so much like taking over the world, but like
Yeah,
his like power's a
I
big
actually think that's
motivator.
a more cohesive plot than what's actually happening.
Yeah.
Like, from what I remember, like him being like, gonna take over the world. I don't remember. I can believe it might be like a subplot, but what a lot of why he's specifically involved in this is like Asuna specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I can believe the others are like aspects of I want to research this and that and like take over the world, but like Asuna specifically, the reason is he has like a specific like interest in her because her not being like functional leans into him being able to yeah, I'll marry your daughter and then I'll take over the company and oh, what do you know, like my fiance is actually like incapable. I care so much about it. Also, I think this is something we need to do for the company.
Hmm. Well,
Like, he can weasel his way in if Asuna isn't able to talk first.
right. Uh,
Like, even ignoring all the other shit he's doing, like, yeah, he probably believes like there's like this like malicious thing he can do with the company. But like the main stuff of the story that's involved, I think, from what I remember, is just the personal stuff, which I think is enough for you to like deal with, honestly, in the story.
uh, right.
Yeah, because like this is power play of like, oh, the CEO's daughter the CEO's daughter is in a coma. I am like the next in line. He is like already kind of old and decrepit. Like you have all of those aspects already, you know?
Right.
And then you have the added thing of like this guy's like a pervert and like hyperfixated on her.
Hmm.
I don't know, like I think there's a lot of things you can criticize here, but I don't think Digibro's doing it right.
Yeah, I guess I would, well, I guess I did find it weird that the dad's just fine with not even just like that he's doing it till so like Sugo inherits the company, but he's just fine with like doing like a marriage thing with Asuna. Like,
Yeah, that's kind of creepy. I don't
yeah,
know.
that's what I find the
Yeah,
most. If it was literally just having him inherit the company, that would be like,
well, I always felt like you know, it's one thing to be like, yeah. this is an arranged marriage. I think you would be the best person to marry my daughter. It's never to be like you'd be the best person to marry my daughter. Also, she's in a coma and I don't know when she's ever gonna come out. But I'm still gonna
Also
offer her.
underage.
How old is Asuna
She's like
actually?
17 at this point.
No, because I was wondering, because, okay, we know that she's been in SAO for 2 years.
When she entered, she was 15.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what the ages were.
Yeah, so by the time we're at Fairy Dance, she's still 17.
Yeah, which to be fair, I don't know how it is, what the norm is for Japan as well. Like, it's still fucking weird though, because this guy's like in his 30s.
Yeah, it's obviously that's weird, and more just weird that,
Yeah.
like the dad's just like chill with it. We don't really. You're just like, oh yeah, he's fine with it. Moving on.
Well, we basically just don't get anything involving it, because it could even be like the dad's like, you know, I'm fine with it as in like an on paper thing, so that you can like continue with the company and have these like specific privileges.
Yeah.
That's like the only like good faith thing I can think of, and it's clearly not the case of this story.
Yep. Yep.
I would just be like, oh, you want to marry my 17-year-old daughter, Mister Employee of the Month. Oh, okay, that's great. Let me go ahead and polish my shotgun while you consider that.
Yeah.
Oh, you still want to marry my 17-year-old daughter? Oh, okay, that's fine. We're gonna bury you in the backyard now.
Yeah.
Now, even if we let all
I
this
need a
go,
new
even if we can
secretary.
accept that virtual MMO games would still be played by anyone after the SAO incident, regardless of having better regulated headgear, even if we can
I mean, I agree with that, like, it being extremely, like, niche thing at that point.
Yep.
This isn't even, like, flying on planes after 9/11. This is, like,
And yeah, it's like a brand new piece of technology, and this is what's responsible for.
yeah, this was, like, what was supposed to be the thing to prove that technology. So,
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
It's bizarre from a world building standpoint.
Like, I can believe maybe it would probably fall back into favor over time, but I don't believe it would happen
Yeah, it's too quick.
while
That's just it's too
well,
quick.
it has literally has to happen while people are still trapped in SAO,
Mm-hmm.
trapped in iCrad, and so that's where I'm like, no, that just does not happen. If it does happen, it's gonna be like extremely minor and extremely niche, like communities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
accept that Asuna just happens to be a part of this family and happens to be getting married off to the biggest douche on Earth who happens to be another evil programmer for Kirito to fight, the way that Kirito gets involved in this game is almost just as stupid. In Alfheim
Hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, some of these aren't really
I
contrivances, so I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it's very surface level though. It's like the way Kirito gets involved with this is a massive issue. Uh I guess the idea that Kirito gets told by Akio that like hey, you know what? People have reported like your girl existing at like the highest point in this one niche video game.
Hmm.
That is actually extremely weird and kind of like, wait, how the fuck did you hear that?
Yeah, it's
Which is what I would
interesting.
ask. I'd like, Egil, wait, the fuck? Like, I'm sorry, like, thank you for like telling me, but like, how
Yeah,
did you hear about this? Something this specific? Like, you have the screenshot, but how did you hear about something this big?
yeah, like yeah, it's just weird.
Online, there's a giant world tree which is meant to be the final dungeon. On top of it is where Asuna is being kept in a giant cage, but no one can actually reach that high up because the area is blocked by admins. However, a team of 4 characters managed to breach the top of the tree by launching off of one another, and the one who reached the top took a screenshot of what they saw, which, after doing a detail zoom, revealed a girl in a cage. These images leaked onto the internet, and Kirito's buddy from SAO sent them to him, which causes Kirito to go into the game in search of
Also,
Asuna.
wait, I just realized another one of these problems. This idea, like, the images leaked on the internet, and everyone's like, oh, this girl. And I'm thinking, like, wait, she's not, like, too far off from Asuna in SAO. She has, like, different features because of, like, the blue hair, but nobody, like, looked at her and was like, well, yo, wait, that's Asuna from SAO.
Well, yeah, I guess she doesn't have like the blue hair yet, so she just looks more like herself.
Yeah. Yeah, yo, that's the chick from SAO.
Yeah.
That's that girl, you know? I
Hmm.
don't know. It's maybe people wouldn't recognize. Maybe like most of the people that were involved in SAO are like avoiding online specifically. I don't know. For me, it's just always fucking weird.
Yeah, can agree with you on that.
If you're
And
like me,
like, yeah, the idea that Agil would hear about this is absurd. But this is like far from like the biggest absurdity. Why is Asana connected to like a publicly like accessible MMO? Why
Right.
don't you just put her in a private room?
Yeah, like that's what I was thinking of. Like, why even make the risk of like people seeing what's up there? Why don't
Well,
just like put the invisible wall in the first place? But yeah, even just like a private room.
that's what I mean. It's like it's even outside of that. It's like just have a private server.
Right.
It would actually be easier than just running an entire game to obscure her existence.
There's a lot of things like that. I forgot how stupid Sugo is. Like how much of like the oh, he basically could have gone away with everything if he just didn't have these like massive oversights. That there's a lot of that.
It's like there's no reason for this specifically, but you can continue. I'll be right back.
All right.
you're probably wondering, if Suguha is playing this game already, couldn't it have been so much easier? Why couldn't Asuna be hidden in this game that Suguha plays, and Suguha could have been the one to find out about her? But she couldn't save her because you have to play through the hardest dungeon to get to her. Then she gets Kirito into the game and they party together to save Asuna. It would have been the kind of coincidence that actually feels kinda clever, and made the fact that Suguha ends up being Kirito's teammate for the arc seem really natural. Instead, Suguha and Kirito just happen to meet inside the game, and Kirito saves her at random. So, like every other girl in the series,
I agree it's convenient that they meet in the game, especially because it seems to be like an unexplained glitch. Causes him to teleport in a weird place, but I don't see how this would be that much better. I don't know. Hmm.
she immediately falls in love with him. The only reason that Suguha and Kirito have to meet this way is so that we can have the dramatic turnaround when she finds out that he's her brother. But why? That plot is stupid and boring. We know right from the 3rd episode of the arc that Suguha is the player Kirito teamed up with, and it's obvious that she's going to be heartbroken. Why do we have to suffer this boring, pointless plotline when we could have had an arc that made sense, and with the whole mistaken identity thing taken out, Suguha's character would have had space to do anything other than
I mean, Tsugo figuring it out, it would also be like convenient. Tsugo leaving that blind, I mean, like that massive oversight, which leads to discovering that Asuna's in the game. I feel like this still wouldn't be good, but maybe it'll be better. I don't. Mm, I guess, but yeah, I still don't think it sounds like that much better than what we got, if I'm being honest.
Than obsess over Kirito. Again, everything in this arc feels contrived and stupid. It's just a sequence of plot points that the writer wanted to get to, connected by threads of utter bullshit. And to make matters worse, number 4. Oddly enough, despite how ridiculous the setup of the Alfheim arc is, I actually thought for a little while that it might be better than the Aincrad arc in terms of overall construction. This time, instead of jumping around through a bunch of random stories over a large span of time, it's established right off the bat that Kirito has about 6 days before the douchebag is adopted into Asuna's family, and the story is told in a linear fashion. Giving Kirito a clear motivation right from the start was a great idea, and with that motivation being the imprisonment of the only likable character in the series, I actually felt some reason to get behind him for once. Including Kirito's daughter, Yui, in the new game is probably the
Get me a pepper.
I mean, maybe it's like a. Sorry, I'll rewind that. Oh, hey, welcome
Am
back.
I audible?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I figure like there's no point in me like stepping away and like asking you to pause it, because then we'll just never get through it.
Yeah.
that motivation being the imprisonment of the only likable character in the series, I actually felt some reason to get behind him for once.
I guess I would say like I don't feel like
Well,
him.
like I said, just like I like Akil and Klein more than Asuna, so whatever.
Yeah, and it also feels like a bit shallow, saying like I guess that was a bit better at least at first because he has more of a clear goal he's following.
Yeah, maybe like he has this motivation of like, rather than "Oh, I need to end the game so that we can free everybody, including me," it is like, I need to like find the pathway to my girlfriend. I guess that's more personal stakes. I've never found it more. I always felt like Aincrad is like a huge missed opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Most people I've talked to have felt the same. Like, like I said, my biggest problem with this video is like it's just so garbage.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, every criticism just feels extremely surface level, not thought out, and at best it's like that, and then at worst, and even at average, it's like. But, like, if you just think about this for a second, there's, like, reasons for this. It's just you haven't accounted for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't
Including
know.
Yeah.
Kirito's daughter, Yui, in the new game is probably the best decision that the writer made going into this arc. I've mentioned
What?
She's, like, barely involved, too. Like,
I mean, yeah, this is another thing. Why in the admin system pick up like
yeah,
importing items from a different game? How
yeah,
bad is like
that
the anti-cheating rules? I don't know.
I didn't even consider that the anti-cheat element, but, like, also, like, with Yui existing, so maybe you can assume that it has like anti-cheat built off the idea of like other spin-offs of SAO, but SAO's code is all considered like by the code to be like original and therefore like outside of scrutiny. That's the only thing I can think of. but even then, I'm sorry, like Yui's like involvement in the second series isn't like particularly like meaningful, really.
All she does is, I guess, she's able to like hack into the console, and she needs the key card, but she is the one who does that.
Yeah,
And she can like, oh wait, no, actually, she was able to contact Asuna directly with the emergency mode thing. That's how she even knew to drop the key card. So it's basically just like a plot device. Yeah, yeah, I think we'll say she's like a plot device. That's her most important role.
like if you're saying like this is like a major like step up because she's involved, I don't know, man. Like literally any other, you could have had Klein jump in and be like, "Yeah, I got involved with the company that's like responsible for this. I got a job uh with them in the last like 2 years, or the last like 6 months after we got out of the game, because they wanted specifically like former SAO survivors to be involved, maybe even for PR. It could
Right.
have been like you could have had Klein be like that and have like special access without knowing the Asuna stuff.
Yeah.
Before
It
that,
it would be as meaningful as Yui's actual like involvement,
Mm-hmm.
Kirito shows
which is
more
not at
character around
all
her than anyone
Right.
meaningful.
else, and giving him a
Yeah.
teammate that he was as closely tied to as Asuna was a great way, not only to give him something to be happy about, but to give him a partner who could actually be in on his plans the whole time, and not just someone for him to act cold and distant towards. Plus, due to her nature as an AI, Yui could be a plot convenience and exposition dumper, but also just as motivated to save Asuna as Kirito is, because she regards Asuna as her mother. I also just like Yui as a character. She's adorable and doesn't piss me off. Kirito is altogether
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's a pretty low bar for like
Yeah, she doesn't
likable.
actively annoy me. Good, she's
Wait,
good.
no, wait. Actually, I just remembered this is Did You Grow? I know why
Oh
you like
no,
her as
no, no.
a character.
Oh no. Okay.
I know why you like her as a
Um,
character.
his biases might be seeping through.
Yeah.
a more likable and interesting character in this arc because of the fact that, unlike SAO, Alfheim is just a normal game.
Like
Without
I
the fear
said, I would make jokes, but like I don't know if it's a joke.
of death weighing on his mind, Kirito is able to actually enjoy himself a little more and sort of remember the reason he played SAO to begin with is that he really likes MMORPGs. Throughout the arc, Kirito is a little bit more lighthearted, and you get the sense that he and Asuna will probably actually play more MMO games when they're reunited because they are so in their element in those worlds, which in fact is exactly what happens at the end. But that's about where my praise for this arc stops. Even with the clever setup going into Alfheim, what actually happens in the
Clever.
game ends up being a boring slog
Yeah, I
through a
wouldn't say it's
completely
clever at all.
Nope, nope.
Like, I actually think Alfheim's setup is worse than SAO's, because, like,
Might be,
I don't
yeah.
know. If I was, like, an SAO survivor, I'm looking at, like, it would take a lot for me to get, even, like, outside of, like, the idea that maybe my one that I, like, grew to be, like, in love with, that might motivate me to like, oh, if I know for a fact I have to, I get involved in this other like video game. But like, I'm sorry, no, you can go to like her hotel room. Actually, the idea that she'd be hijacked and put on this other server for anyone like being able to trace it is actually absurd.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Like, no, like, how 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 could you even do that without like it being fucking obvious.
Yeah.
This is one of the biggest like problems with SAO actually. All you had to do is have somebody shut off the SAO servers or like prompt a command in the SAO server. And then like the whole situation is resolved. And like I guess the assumption is they don't know if that's gonna like prompt a mass kill order essentially, and so that's why they don't do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
But
guess that's
like,
the most charitable thing. Like they don't know if it'll kill them. But yeah, the fact that they can't like trace it to like what
uh,
server.
the extent we learn of the problem of like them. So the problem we know about isn't like the idea that it isn't the idea that within FAO oh, well, nobody can shut off the individual headsets. Like, that's the problem they present. But, like, I'm thinking on a server-side basis, like, especially because that's how, like, Kirito logs out of everyone in general. I'm thinking, like, well, what happens if somebody turns off the server?
Hmm.
It's like, uh, hmm, I guess we have to assume nobody thought of that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or that they would have like detrimental consequences, but I don't know, that would
Hmm.
be the first thing I'd think of doing.
The fact that they could like trace it to like an active game that's like pretty popular, that should make it easier to like, I guess like figure out how to release them without like killing them.
Yeah, but then on top of that, with Asuna and all the other in cyberspace without being involved, like I don't know, like I don't know how. So, for first of all, like the idea that somebody could hijack them and push them into another server, I'm thinking like at that point, that actually kind of adds a lot more questions with it. Even if they could just hijack people, you know,
Yeah.
like nobody could trace the IP address.
Yeah.
And be like, "Hey, Mr. Glubshido, hey, this is tracking to your IP address or your company's IP address,
Yeah, how
Parrot,
suspicious.
which is also running like a current day game. Care to explain? Can we like look around, have our people look around in your data?"
Yeah.
Memorable world populated by characters I probably wouldn't even remember existed if I didn't have Wikipedia helping me keep track of it all. Hey everyone, remember Eugene? No? He's the guy who shows up out of nowhere and has a gigantic ridiculous battle with Kirito in episode 20. Did you know his name is Eugene? I didn't. The first half of this arc suffers once again because of the way that the source material
I
was
believe that's a
constructed. You
guild
see,
master that
Yeah, the
Kirito killed.
salamander guy, he attacked the peace meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that is who I thought I was. Okay.
dance arc is told across the third and fourth books of the original light novels. Now, what happened here is that the first book needed to have its own climax, so that it would seem like there was a point to splitting the story across two books, and so the end of the first book wouldn't just be a big blue-balling disappointment. To make this work, there needed to be a side plot which could be resolved at the end of the first book, which would tie into the second book at some point as well. The side plot is this: some douchey guy in Suguha's race wants to sell them and the Kate Sith race out to some mean dudes called the Salamanders for some reason. It doesn't matter because Kirito beats the Salamander's leader and the evil guy gets banished from his race. The end. Oh, and because Kirito saved the day, these races come back later to help him take out the final dungeon at the last minute. Hooray. I can't even pretend like this
Okay.
story takes up an enormous amount of time or is horribly distracting like Suguha's arc, because it actually happens so quickly that I
The
couldn't keep
problem
track
is
of what
he's just not giving any So
Yeah.
what he says about the light novel is interesting and like could potentially be like a massive problem in the story, but
Yeah.
just not giving anywhere near enough to like, cause like I'm like this is like like I've done like off the cuff recountings of anime,
Mm-hmm.
and I've also done like recountings with notes. This feels like the worst of both of those.
Pretty much. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because you've seen my SAO video. It's not like I was hyper prepared, or my
Yeah.
SAO stream. I wasn't like hyper prepared. I was nervous. I was like, this is my first stream. But like this makes that stream look like fucking high art.
I thought you did a good job. Much better job
But
arguing for your position.
I think that there's some positions I definitely was weaker on and I was probably excluded.
Right.
But I also covered 6 episodes in 5 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Earth Plus, and this guy is like covered 18, 20 to 20 episodes in like an hour, and like all of his
Yeah.
criticisms are just kind of garbage. Like he's had like maybe like 5 or 6 good criticisms.
Yeah, I feel like there's like being concise, but he just isn't saying much in like the little amount of time for each episode.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the wild thing is, like I said, this is what was considered like this is one of the things that put Digibro on the map.
Man, yeah.
Which, by the way, saying that is really funny considering who he is in country
Yeah, yeah.
on the map. Oh.
Was going on before it was all over. I was too busy being distracted by the fact that Kirito transforms into a giant Satan monster and completely destroys an entire group of players out of nowhere, which he never does again, even when he's fighting hundreds of CG
I mean,
robots in the
yeah, that's
final.
a massive problem, a
Yeah.
massive weird thing they did. Uh, why didn't you have that like as a major criticism or tying into a major criticism?
Yeah. That's
Why is
pretty
this
big.
like one of your also like things? Because like there's an easy criticism there I've talked about already. It's the fact that like this series has that habit of like it will introduce a mechanic mid episode that wasn't set up at all. Like for
Mm-hmm.
example, Kirito's like faction spells are set up as the idea of them is they're supposed to be illusion.
Yeah, illusion.
Yeah, I think it's like illusion and treasure hunting. His like fairy faction
Mm-hmm.
excelled in, and then just from out of nowhere for no reason, and nobody knows how it happens. To the point where the sister who is extremely familiar with this game is like extremely baffled.
Yeah.
He can just fucking shapeshift into a demon.
Yeah, just can just like trivialize this otherwise like very difficult uh arrangement of enemies.
Hmm. And like the only acknowledgement is, oh my god, oh my god, I can't believe you did that.
Yeah, I can't believe it either.
Yeah, it's like he never has to like deal with the fact like, and he could even be like, oh yeah, well, the cope I've always heard is the idea that the whole demon body thing was just an illusion.
Oh yeah, the
But, like
just like
the no, but he's physically affecting things around him.
yeah, exactly.
I don't know, like the easy interpretation has always been like, yeah, he turned into like a massive like hell demon and beat the shit out of these people who should have been way over leveled for him
Yeah.
in this specific game
Yeah. Yeah.
that he doesn't even understand, by the way.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't understand it.
He doesn't even know what he's doing when he reads off the spell.
That's just how cool he is, I guess.
Uh, that was always like, that's. I do actually think the second series is worse than the first, but that's not a praise on season one. It's just like condemnation of season two.
Yeah. But by season 2, you mean like the fairy dance arc?
Yeah. I always see fairy dance this season.
Oh yeah, they basically are. I'm just making sure because like I refer to them as being both being one season. Some people
Oh,
refer them separately. Just making sure.
yeah, it's always weird, but I guess I should say Aincrad versus fairy dance. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is like the fairy dance is just like obviously worse than Aincrad,
Mm-hmm.
and this is like one of the big points. And there's so much you can criticize about fairy dance. Just I'm saying that as somebody who hasn't watched it in 10 years.
Yeah.
But like the way the magic works, the way the characters work, like this guy's like failing at the starting line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me. I realized that I'm not alone, and you might want to start it. Yeah, but let's start the video again.
Oh.
Dungeon. What the fuck is happening? When the game Alfheim Online is explained to Kirito in episode 16, Andrew tells him that there is no leveling in this game as well as no skill system, only magic. When Kirito starts the new game, his data gets transferred over from SAO, most of which is worthless because of the rules of the new game. But apparently he's incredibly strong anyways. I
I
appreciate
felt
the
like
idea.
wait, my interpretation was the idea stats existed, but that and that's why Kirito doesn't have to like
Yeah, I carried them over.
start.
Otherwise,
Yeah, otherwise he doesn't. He would have to start over from go,
yeah, that just
and
wouldn't
like
make
that was
sense.
the idea. It's not like all everything you've done is useless. It's not even that like levels are not a thing. It came across as more like this is just more skill based than
Yeah, that's
SAO.
what they said, more like skill based.
Yeah. It's like you have like the attributes based off your past, but
Mm-hmm.
like Kirito doesn't have to worry about levels because his data just transferred over. That was the impression I got. And like that a lot of the stuff he did know didn't transfer over because it didn't exist in this game or it didn't work as well in this.
Yeah.
But like this is an extremely like a bad interpretation of how that worked.
Mm-hmm.
To have Kirito's stats carry over so that he wouldn't have to start off weak, and it was a clever video game construct to utilize here. But I don't understand why Kirito is powerful in this world. In this game, a player has no overall level, but levels up each action they perform through repetition, which actually isn't that different from SAO's class system. The problem is that
No,
none of Kirito's
wait, you've already illustrated the reason why Kirito would be good at it then. He's had like years of non-stop stop repetition in this system for like what, probably at least 24 hours a day, 2 years.
Yeah.
Longer than most players would probably have in like a normal setting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like you've just refuted your own argument there.
Yeah.
Those skills from SAO exist anymore, so he's only capable of doing sword slashes. Apparently, his sword slashing data carried over though because he's immediately a master at it and one-hit kills relatively high-level players right off the bat. He also totally
Huh?
uses what by all accounts appear to be sword skills throughout the arc, and even refers to something as a skill at some point. At the beginning of the arc, he says that his dual-wielding skill was lost and doesn't
I
Like,
mean,
this is a wild thing because my criticism is okay. This is the case. His skill data transferred over. How the fuck does he turn into a demon?
yeah, that's like the least of the problems with what he can do in this arc.
Yeah, like the explanation is bad, but it's like, okay, that's
Yeah.
great. Kirito, how did you turn into a
How
demon?
did you turn into a
Like,
demon? Yeah.
especially because like everyone familiar with the game was like confused by that. Like, how did you turn into a demon?
exist in this game. But then, during the first major battle, he takes a second sword from Suguha and it makes him super powerful again. Okay. He then goes back to one-handed swordsmanship for the final dungeon until Suguha dramatically gives him a second sword again. If they were going to go through the trouble of making this a totally different game world with totally different mechanics from SAO, then why make Kirito fight in the exact same way? In the third episode of the arc, Kirito is shown trying to memorize and learn spells, and he uses one to turn into a gigantic overpowered demon at some point,
Well,
but then he never uses any spells ever again, even though it seemed like
Yes,
his
this
demon
is
mode was
good. This is a good argument. Is like, yeah, he just like gets handed like spells, and then he like uses it once and rolls party and never uses it again. That's a good argument, but like you're not
hmm
leaning on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you're just like applying it as like a secondary criticism. This is a main criticism. Like
Yeah,
he's not
I'd say
engaging the
so.
mechanics of the game, but he's still like uber, the Ubermensch.
Hmm.
able to accomplish far more than his swordsmanship could, he never uses it. The more I think about this arc, the more it pisses me off. What about when they go to the last dungeon, and even though they're expecting a bunch of people to come for support, they just jump right in, get their asses kicked for like 5 minutes before these people all show up, and they're like, oh, you're here. Why didn't they wait? None of this makes any sense.
Well,
Number 5.
well, the assumption is they didn't know those people would show up.
I think they said they were coming, but like Kirito got impatient and wanted to go right away.
Yeah. Okay. This is a part I feel like less confident of, so I'll
Yeah,
just like lean on your knowledge, because, like I said, I didn't have the time to rewatch this arc beforehand,
right.
and like the wild thing to me is like I actually think this arc is worse than the Aincrad arc,
I'm
and
inclined to agree.
this is only like 10 to 15 minutes of like an hour long video
Yeah.
on the first two arcs.
5. Don't hurry or anything. The premise of the Alfheim arc and the presentation of the Alfheim arc are at ends with one another. While both of the
What?
ideas on which it's constructed, to present a story in which Kirito has a clear motivation and a time limit on getting his goals accomplished, and to present a more carefully paced story in a more fleshed out video game world, end up clashing with one another. As I mentioned before, Kirito is told by the evil douchebag that he basically has 6 days before Asuna gets raped. However, after that first mention of the time limit,
6
it's
days
never brought
before Asuna gets raped.
I
Why
mean,
did you frame it like that?
that's
I'm
not
pretty sure
really
the idea was like, because I'm pretty sure the idea was like, oh yeah, he's legally married to her. He might pull the plug on her at that point, or
right.
either way, he has control of all of her assets
Yeah.
at that point. Like,
Why'd you jump to that as your first thing?
yeah, why did you? Well, I know it's Shinji, bro.
Oh, my bad.
But like, the implication is just that like she gets legally married against her will to this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, I don't know if you could actually fucking do.
No, we
Like,
can what?
legally marry somebody in a coma.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah. Even in Japan, even with parental consent, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe in like Gurostavistan, you know, like some random fucking Middle Eastern country. Maybe I don't know. Is that
Yeah,
gonna be a thing in like semi-future Japan? I don't. I don't know if I
hope not.
believe. I hope not. Yeah. Even if it is, though, it would be like highly scrutinized, and even
Yeah.
outside of that, I don't know if I believe. Like, if it's always felt like a really like weird and awkward plot point, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's what causes like, I guess like the one of the things that caused like the main conflict. So yeah, it's pretty big deal.
But it's really weird that well, I say really weird, and then I remember who we're talking about.
Right, right.
But
We
yeah,
we have to
did you
keep
bro
reminding
have
ourselves.
did you bro have to remind us via being like it's 5 days until she's raped?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Caught
oh
up
my
again. Kirito's overall sense of urgency fluctuates wildly from scene to scene, with parts where he seems really driven to hurry up and find Asuna, and other parts where he seems content to dick around and enjoy himself in this fantasy world.
I'd say it's more so with him helping out with the peace meeting. Otherwise, I don't think it's that bad.
uh, also like okay, he knows that Asuna is up there. He just needs to like figure out a way to get there. Like him dick he doesn't really dick around that much. The most he dicks around is like while he's learning the mechanics of the game, and I think
Yeah.
that's I don't remember if that's before he knows the exact stakes, but even outside of that, let's assume because I don't know, I don't remember.
Well, I guess it depends if they're
Even then, yeah,
including.
yeah, there's probably a massive tone problem with this part of the story arc. Like,
Oh
I
yeah.
don't think he should be cheerful at all if it like the woman he loves is like trapped. In fact, he should probably feel extremely conflicted just about being at all like jovial. She's like in
Yeah.
that position. It would be actually an interesting thing. Like, imagine the idea like he gets like super like excited and happy about a in-game thing, and he just like remembers the actual stakes, and he like starts like getting upset with himself.
I think we get moments like that, but they're almost played for like jokes, where he's like, anyone Agil is like, "Wow, look at how cool this game is," and he has to like clear his throat to remind him, "Oh yeah, we're talking about Asuna."
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like that
Like
those
that, but
moments
not played as a
exist, but
joke.
they don't really exist, you know?
Right.
Where like we actually have to have Kirito like dealing with like
Yeah,
his
yeah.
views and beliefs.
Could have been neat, but
Problem here really is that the viewer is aware of too much going into the arc. We already know that Asuna is in the world tree, and we can clearly see that characters can just fly around freely in this game. So immediately we're like, why
Wait,
the
no,
fuck
they
doesn't Kirito just
explain.
make a beeline?
Wait, they explain that.
yeah, wait, what did he say? It's Oxplay Mike can fly freely? What?
What? No, yeah, like wait, rewind it. Because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to make
He
sure
seems
we.
really driven to hurry up and find Asuna, and other parts where he seems content to dick around and enjoy himself in this fantasy world. The problem here really is that the viewer is aware of too much going into the arc. We already know that Asuna is in the world tree, and we can clearly see that characters can just fly around freely in this game. So immediately we're like, why the fuck doesn't Kirito just make a beeline for the world tree
But
without
no,
talking to anyone? Why
no, they explain that.
Yeah, because like they need to go through like a route, because weren't there like those mountains that I couldn't
Well, also there's a time limit on flight, and in fact,
time limit,
the
yeah.
fact that they got the picture of Austin was basically like four guys like flying in on each other's shoulders. Like this is like a specific thing set up in the story. Like,
I guess he was
were
talking
you
about
not paying
specifically
attention?
going to the world tree, maybe instead of going up it. But even then, like, yeah, don't they need to take like a specific route? And
Yeah, yeah. Five players that were experienced had to like go on each other's shoulders in order to get up to Asta high enough to take a long distance picture of her.
Mhm.
Like that's why it's like because there's a time limit. It's not free flight. There's a time limit to the flight.
Yeah.
Like they go out of their way to say that.
Mhm.
isn't he trying to get this over with in the shortest amount of time humanly possible? When Suguha has
I
What do you
agree.
mean by that?
Or that's like just
They
like a weird way
explain
to
that.
explain it. Yeah,
Yeah, like I said, they explain that. In fact, they explain that specifically in the scene where Kirito is learning about the possibility of Asuna being in this game.
yeah,
So, like,
yeah.
and I think it's even implied the idea is specifically designed in such a way where, like, you can't just get up there.
Yeah. If
You have
they're
to,
just
like,
talking about
joke.
like going straight to the tree, then yeah, I don't agree.
Yeah.
But if they're talking about going up it also, then that's even worse.
Yeah, well, the implications, like, flight is completely free form and you can go wherever you want, and why doesn't make a
Mm,
beeline to Osana? That is actually what he said. So just from that, I'm like, were you paying attention?
yeah, I don't know.
It's like these are actually like things that the show specifically says is a is something that can't be done.
Yeah,
And I'm saying that as somebody who watched it like 10 years ago.
yeah,
Like, I remember them specifically saying why this can't be done. Why is this 10-year-old video less accurate?
yeah,
has to go and defend her race or whatever in episode 20, she's like, hey, I've got some stuff to take care of, so you can go on ahead. And Kirito's just like, no, it's no big deal. Let me help out with your business or whatever, and tags along. He doesn't even know what she's about to go do or understand how long it might take, but he
Okay. No, this is fair. Like,
yeah. This
Kirito
is
has,
fair.
like, other business that he should be, like, worried about.
Although I feel like he might
Like,
at least try to like convince Suguha that like this is important.
yeah, well, also, like, I don't know,
At the
like,
very least, he should
the
still be heading for
entire
the
race
world
of
tree.
an MMO, the idea that Tsukuha just happens to be like this major of an important presence for that entire race of an MMO,
Yeah, pretty
that's another like
convenient.
really big like thing to like point out.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, the idea that like Kirito would be like, oh, my girlfriend is about to be married off to like some fucking loser in like 4 days, but I guess I
I
can deal with your random fucking MMO
Yeah,
bullshit.
he could even go like the vague explanation he gave the other like uh like the leaders of the other races. It's just that like there's someone he needs to reach that he can't in the real world. It'd be better to actually go into more detail, but just that, like, give her an
Well,
idea of how important this is.
he could even just, I'm sorry, he could even be like, I'm sorry, my girlfriend plays this game religiously. I can't fucking piss her off.
Right.
Like, that's already enough to be like, look, not only am I taken, but like I'm trying to like hook up with my girlfriend who's already involved in this game, who maybe even lives in a different province or
Yeah,
whatever,
just
but
like come
like,
up with any explanation.
well, you could even just say, hey, I'm trying to hook up with my friends, TM.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, look, I appreciate all the help you're giving me. I'm trying to hook up with my friends that are in the game, obviously, and exist, you know?
Yeah, totally.
It's the same as, like, why doesn't he just, well, especially when we know that they are, why doesn't he make a lot of commit in the last arc? This, in fact, would be the optimal reason to justify their existence already.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at him asking, like, Liz, Klein, Silica, all of those people.
Right.
Like, hey, look, we all survived SAO, and uh, I'm happy you guys are all living your life. I need a favor. We have to get back in. I know all of you have nerve gear that can like be compatible with this game. If anyone doesn't want to get involved, that's fine. If
Yeah.
anyone doesn't want to ever like jump in, that's fine. Like, but look, Asim is still trapped inside, and I think this is actually important to like getting her back.
Yeah, yeah, that totally would have worked.
And this is the woman I love. And
w-
like I understand that there might be like issues with that. If any of you don't want to like be involved, I understand completely.
yeah.
Like this is one of those things like I could see that being like an appeal that he makes, but he doesn't ever have to like make those sorts of like
Yeah.
decisions.
I guess like being like a group that might make it more like plausible that like if he starts out as a low level, then at least he has like people helping him, so he could like maybe achieve his goal in a
Well,
shorter amount of time. Maybe.
could you imagine Agiel and like Klein that be just those two
Oh
back at
man.
being like jumping into the game as well and backing him up, and like
Yeah.
him having to adapt to a more maybe team focused game.
Yeah. But no, just have them talk in a bar for like 10 seconds and they don't do anything.
Well, it's interesting because my brother likes the show a lot more than I do, and he said like, well, you know, one of the interesting things with Agio,
Yeah.
it was his wife's copy of the game that he was playing,
Oh,
and he
SAO?
I don't know if it was SAO or if it's SAO Bridge, but that was like a narrative I've heard. It's the idea that
Hmm.
he was essentially like he basically like they bought like one copy of the game and he thought he was gonna be like a little bit of a clever dick for like jumping into the game early and getting a head start,
Yeah.
and then he got trapped in the game obviously.
Right. I have to see, because that's like an interesting idea, but yeah, I have to check. Is that something in the
My
novels
brother
or?
told me the idea. I don't know if it's a fan theory or like actually a thing, or if
Okay.
it's like an SAO bridge thing. But I like the idea of it a lot.
Oh yeah. There's like a lot of like really interesting stuff you could do with that.
On the one hand, in isolation, it's such a cute idea for like a couple. Like you have the idea of like oh, yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit of an edge, and she's gonna like complain, but it's not actually gonna be that major. It's only gonna be like an evening,
Mm-hmm.
and then like it ends up being SAO.
Yeah.
But like also I don't know, it's like an interesting idea. But also we're only 5 minutes out from the end, and I think like how many hours are we in? Six and
6,
a half.
yeah. We can do it. We can do it.
And it's super late for you. It's not that late for me, so let's continue.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Goes along on this
This is
random
why I knew
tangent
we
anyways,
couldn't
like he's
do
got
it
all the
like
time in the
for
world.
2 hours. Or
Mm,
we couldn't do it for 2 videos.
yeah.
The idea to have Kirito explore a video game world in more depth and to have a more relaxed pace was a good idea, but doing it on a 6-day time limit while constantly reminding us that Asuna is being sexually assaulted by some fucking asshole is about as stupid as it gets. And the worst part is that for all the time that the characters spend dicking around in this game, the world itself is still completely uninteresting. At least the world of SAO had a unique setup with a lot of variety in its
I
locations
don't
and
know
a
if
lot
I
of
would
different
say that
mechanics which were
Alfheim had a not unique setup. Like the idea of like
Yeah.
the races being like separated and basically being like universal guilds.
Yeah.
Like that is a unique setup. Like you can say it's like ill thought out.
Mm-hmm.
brought
And
up along the
like
way.
I don't know, like this just feels like extremely shallow criticism on a already extremely shallow season.
Yeah.
Alfheim Online just seems to be a big goddamn forest where nothing happens. Apart from the spells, races, and PvP
But
mechanics, nothing is really added to the world. We never get any sense of
well, no, it is actually set up the idea that Kirito negotiates like this massive like peace deal that then like leads into the main dungeon of the game. This is probably the most significant event that's ever happened in the game.
Right. Yeah.
Like, is that a problem? Certainly, there's like massive problems with this, but like that this is something happening, and the implication is there are rates and stuff that happen. The problem is we don't really get anything of this world because they don't want to like explore it.
Yeah.
Or rather, they can't explore it without like hurting Kirito's character. The
Mm-hmm.
timeline is set up,
Yeah.
but like, there's a massive implication of things that always happening in this world, based off just the inter like the inter like race politics of the fictional world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we have like a major duel to decide the fate of like an entire faction in the game that is like 1/8 of the game.
Yeah. It's just like you said, shallow.
what everyday life might be like for the characters in this game, because the only characters we ever follow are Kirito and Suguha, and all Suguha ever does is obsess over Kirito. Every ounce of good sense that this arc starts with is completely squandered by the way that it's constructed. The second half of the arc consists of some boring, tensionless action scenes that go on forever, followed by a final battle that is offensive to all senses. Once again, Kirito overpowers the limits of the system, which at this point is
So, from what I remember of it, this is like extreme over exaggeration.
I mean,
I think it's at least an exaggeration because,
yeah.
uh,
The
yeah,
action matters. Like,
yeah, the action does actually matter.
even if there's no life or death stakes, it is important to the plot and
Yeah,
like saving Asuna.
That I've always thought it would be interesting to see how Kirito might react to dying in a game after having been an SAO.
Yeah.
I always thought it would be more interesting if he loses a fight and dies in the game, and then like respawns and is like confused by that,
Uh-huh.
or like disoriented by that, or
Disoriented, yeah, yeah.
triggered by it. You know,
Yeah, totally.
Literally
like
presented as the
you could have done a lot with that idea. Like this person who's essentially a veteran of the death game, you know. And maybe you could even have like other characters who like realize what's happening and be like, oh shit, it's one of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
I can feel awkward and not want to talk about it, and then you like or that like angle of thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Like this is a problem. This is extremely superficial criticism.
yeah.
Like I think this could have been a 20-minute video.
I
It
wish it
had
was
as
20
much
minutes.
substance. Yeah. We would have been done, what, 3 hours ago?
Yeah.
the point of his character by the ghost of SAO's creator, who apparently has become the god of the Wired from Serial Experiments Lane. After all is said and done, there's a surprisingly satisfying scene of Kirito almost cutting the douchebag's throat in the real world, and Kirito and Asuna are reunited at last. SAO's creator gives
Well, so, okay, so I said the thing with Kayaba's ghost was like how Kirito wins is dumb but doesn't really explain it. Okay.
Yeah, Kirito just suddenly has the admin password for everything.
Yeah. Suga wasn't aware of that. You can add that to the list. Things he
Yeah.
wasn't aware of.
But, like, also, like, did you vote then, like, highlighting that? Like, that's an extremely, like, easy dub that you're just, like, not.
Yeah.
And what does that mean? What's the implications potentially of that this character was able to, like, essentially recreate the game, but didn't know that there was this built-in admin password, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
They have, like, any countermeasures set up within the system?
Yep, doesn't make sense.
Kirito
Yeah,
what is
like,
basically the
there's no, like, substance to this person because it's, like, they didn't bother, like, thinking of anything outside of, like, the most surface level thing. It's kind of shocking given how popular this was as an SAO video.
Yeah, it was like one of like the main like
It was one
critical
of the main
SAO
ones I heard.
videos. Yeah.
Of,
source code for Sword Art Online, and Kirito releases it into the internet, spawning the creation of hundreds of new MMO games on private servers around the world. Because, you know, that doesn't sound like the most insane and dangerous thing which anyone has ever done. And finally,
I
after
mean, yeah,
years of
there's a lot. I have to, like, look into how the seed is explained.
I mean, it's sort of just like giving people the ability to create virtual worlds, like
Yeah, yeah.
not so much like
Essentially, like, open source
open
sync
source,
code.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know what.
Like, that's how it's, like, kind of implied to be. That's a vibe it's implied to be. Like,
Yeah.
can you say it's probably irresponsible of character to release this, not necessarily knowing what he's doing, maybe, but, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's sort of a weak. Yeah.
Yeah, this is an extremely, like, weak criticism. Just, you have to ask, like, okay, but wait, what does this actually mean? Because they don't lay it out.
Yeah. You all right?
Yeah, yeah. I have just a bit of a cough.
Okay. All right.
I've kind of had one for like a couple of days at least.
No, man.
I've streamed a lot and I've been doing a lot of social events, but like tomorrow I'm completely free, so I'm planning to kind of just chill out.
Great. Yeah.
Uh, I might stream Batman, but I might not. I'll see how my voice is feeling tomorrow. But
Fair enough.
Of being traumatized and tormented in the worlds of 2 virtual MMO games, Kirito and friends all meet up inside of Alfheim Online, and Kirito mods the game so that the entire final dungeon of SAO is now playable in this world. You know, so that he and Asuna can play through both of their worst nightmares all at once. Part 8.
I mean, yeah, it's stupid, but that's not what I would. Like, yeah, it is weird they want to recreate like the game they were trapped in. It was like death. Even if they had like fond memories, I still think that's pretty dumb. But way more things like, man, isn't that pretty disrespectful to all the people who've died and or suffered in that game? They're just going
yeah,
through it again for fun. That's like insanely disrespectful.
I actually think there's a lot you can say about this, and but it actually just kind of feels like you could justify it. I think you could. You could feel like Kirito even has like some sort of like vague like, I don't feel like I'll ever feel like complete unless I finish it, because
Yeah,
I feel like the fact that we were just able to skip to the end is disrespectful in its own right, because like these other people died for no reason, because like I could have somebody could have spotted this guy on day like 2 and
yeah.
and just happened to win. Like there's like a mentality you could like lean into that would make sense for for Kirito making this like decision, and
Mm-hmm.
especially if he's got it as like a private thing and not like a hyper public thing. It's not like he released it as like SA. I don't know actually. Does he do that? Does he release it as SAO 2.0?
No, it looks like he just like mods Castle Crad into the game, sort of.
Yeah, I don't know, because either way, it's still. I can see why people would find it disrespectful, but I can also see like a understandable mentality he might approach it from.
I think if that was the intention, it's just another thing that isn't explored enough or explained enough.
Oh yeah, yeah, like every other thing about SA.
Everything, yeah, yeah.
The epilogue. I can already tell you what a lot of
Finally.
the comments on this video are going to say. You're overanalyzing it. Why can't you just enjoy the show and turn your brain off?
Okay, we didn't
You
say
were not
those.
over analyzing it, but okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's funny because our criticism is you're underanalyzing it. You're
Yeah,
extremely surface level and like kind of lame.
yeah.
Of course you're not going to enjoy it if you go into it with that mindset. Can't you just enjoy a show without analyzing it? No. The answer is no. I can't do
Okay.
that. And moreover, I shouldn't have to. There are plenty of shows out there that I can watch that won't insult my intelligence like
Okay.
this. The reason
Yeah,
I
I
decided to
agree.
make this video was
Yeah.
partly because I wanted people to stop asking me about the show, but the motivation to actually watch the entire series and make a video about it came when I started watching Log Horizon. Similar to Sword Art Online, Log Horizon is a
okay,
show about a
yeah.
bunch of players being trapped inside of an MMO.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the series literally fixes every single problem that I had with SAO in the span of like 2 episodes. Log Horizon is actually built around exploring the core concepts and ideas of MMO games, and could even be considered something like an analysis of what makes those games fun to begin with. It utilizes video game mechanics brilliantly to create a fully realized and deeply involving world that I find myself wanting to know more about constantly. And the show delivers. It ties world building into the core narrative of the series, which is about a bunch of of gamers realizing that if they're going to be trapped inside of this game, they need to form a functioning community so that they can all live here comfortably. In Log Horizon, people don't die when they're killed, but the drama comes from the human conflict of different levels of player taking advantage of one another. In this show, the main character, who, like...
And does this sound accurate? I haven't checked out Log Horizon yet. Surface, okay. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out. Oh wait. Yeah.
I actually would say Log Horizon is incredibly different from SAO as far as what it actually is meaningfully trying to portray.
Mm-hmm.
Like and I've said that I say this. I have encouraged people to watch Log Horizon over SAO, but like, yeah,
Yeah.
his endorsement is just incredibly shallow.
Okay.
Kirito is one of the best players in the game, but in this case is a strategist in his mid-20s who's both humble and likable, realizes that someone needs to take hold of the situation they're in and try to improve the lives of everyone trapped in this game. It's a show about people coming together, and even though there are a lot of dickholes playing the game, common sense usually wins out, and people fight to keep their world balanced and livable.
It's
The show...
actually quite correct either. So one of the main plot points is uh exploitation of like younger, newer players.
Mm-hmm.
And the main character who he is nothing like Kirito. I don't remember
Yeah.
his name. But the one of the reasons he takes action is the exploitation of these like younger, newer players. And the way he does it is basically through a loop. Basically a loophole that nobody considered to be actually like a possibility. And then you also learn through in one of the later plot points that I don't think existed at this time, to be fair. So one of the other cities actually had it be that they did a completely different system and a completely different sort of form of governance, where they essentially enslaved all the NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
Like basically, this is like when it comes to like Log Horizon as a storyline, there's a lot of like a lot of details that are just entirely incompatible with the SAO sort of system, you know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it is a much better SAO if you're like just going by base premises of like trapped in an MMO. I
Mm-hmm.
agree with that, but it's like the way this guy's representing it is really bad.
Yeah.
Just from what I remember.
has a large cast of characters, all of whom are unique and interesting in their own right, and the plot construction is fucking brilliant. It tackles the human experience of playing the game, develops a firm political backdrop, and stays intriguing and exciting even when the characters are just sitting around talking for most of the episode. Log Horizon doesn't have the flashy, over-the-top animation in its fight scenes that SAO has, but its fights are comprehensible, and the characters actually have to use tactics in battles as they would in real MMORPG games. I'm not saying that this show is perfect. It's got a silly and repetitive sense of humor which can get really old, and because it's balancing so many characters at once, a lot of them don't really stand out. Still, I'd easily recommend this show to pretty much anyone.
That tentatively.
And have been
Okay.
greatly enjoying it so far. Like Sword Art Online, Log Horizon was originally a series of light novels. Both of them are probably aimed at a young male demographic, and both are more or less wish fulfillment fantasies about a nerdy gamer whose skills end up making him the most important person in a virtual world. Sword Art Online aired on a late night time slot, most likely aimed at otaku viewers looking for trashy entertainment. Log Horizon aired in a prime time slot on Japan's government-funded public broadcasting network aimed towards educational shows. In other words, for all intents and purposes,
This is a nothing burger. It's like just like, oh my god, look at where it's aired, and I'm just thinking like, they probably just aired it where they can fit it in.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, like
Unless there's like
Like-
some like article to confirm this. Yeah, it's I don't know.
like, it feels like one of those things that like people looked at it and just like made a statement and just easy running with it.
Yeah. The sources
Yeah,
that he made the fuck up.
Yeah, basically like, because I hear this and I'm thinking like, I don't think Log Horizon is particularly educational as like a
Right.
fan of it.
Yeah, yeah.
purposes, Log Horizon can be considered an educational family show. Understanding this, I feel there's no excuse.
No, you need to justify that. No, Log Horizon, I like Log Horizon. More of just like a kind of casual adventure show.
Yeah.
Like,
For Sword
from
Art
what I
Online,
remember of it, like calling it an educational family show is fucking weird.
Yeah, it's I haven't even seen it and that don't seem right.
to be the way that it is. When I see a show with better writing, characters, execution, and themes aimed at an even younger audience, I wonder how anyone could.
No, I don't think
Younger
it's aimed at a
audience.
younger audience. Yeah,
I feel like SAO would appeal to a younger audience. Other like more
you made
political
this the
thing.
fuck up. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like a lot of Log Horizon is the politics of it, from what I've seen of it. Like, which is like the first season or two.
Yeah.
I think I've seen season 2. And a lot of that, it clearly was kind of, it was clearly trying to go for like an audience of like MMO old heads,
Mm-hmm.
where like characters have like clear defined roles. Like our like one of our main characters is specifically like a guardian class, which is specifically a tank role.
Mm-hmm.
And he like details specifically what a tank does. Like everybody involved in Lock Horizon having a role knows like specifically their MMO role, you know? SAO has nothing to do with like it. That's why SAO is not anywhere near as good, because SAO doesn't know what it's doing when it comes to like the MMO format.
Mm-hmm.
But like I wouldn't call Lock Horizon educational and aiming at a younger graphic. It's got like a bit more of a Lock Horizon has a bit more of like a silly sense of humor, I guess.
Yeah.
could stand there and say that it's acceptable for Sword Art Online to be so fucking retarded. I understand if you enjoy this show, and I won't blame you for being entertained, but do not try and excuse this show's shortcomings by making it sound like I'm doing something wrong by recognizing them. You can enjoy this show all you want, but you cannot make excuses for it. Sword Art Online has a second season beginning soon, and I think it goes without saying that I don't plan on watching it, even if it turns out to be
That aged poorly. They did like a ton of other videos about Sword Art Online, including season 2. I don't know if they go past that, but yeah, aged poorly.
better than the
Yep.
original, I'd be hard-pressed to believe that it could actually become a good show. Frankly, I've been disappointed by
the
pretty much
funny
every
thing
A1
is,
Pictures show that I've ever
from what I've heard, it eventually became like a. So, I wouldn't say it became a decent, semi-decent show, but from what I understand, it does eventually get better.
I've heard Alicization, the first season is better, but
Yeah, that's what I mean. But then
I
also
don't
you have
think it'll
like
be good.
GG Alternative, right? Which
Oh
is
yeah, yeah.
actually genuinely good because it was written by like a good writer. It's funny because a lot of people like treat it like, oh my god, like uh, Alternative is dunking on the original writer, and I was well, no, the original writer obviously had to approve it, or at least like be involved in it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like if nothing else in concept. Like he probably did consult on it as far as like, hey, this is the mechanics. Like there was a lot of like weirdness involving that, but it's like I don't think he was like receiving, you know.
Yeah.
But like yeah, I think this video just aged extremely poorly in every aspect.
Totally.
watched with only a couple exceptions, and by now I think it's clear that Reki Kawahara is a hack writer, so I'm
I mean, I
considering my
agree with
involvement with the
that.
series
Yeah.
done. I can finally move on now and finish Log Horizon in peace. I encourage you to do the same.
Okay, I
Okay.
assume that means you never watched and never made another video, particularly before the GTO arc.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Yeah, well, I guess that's that.
Yeah, that was Digibro's video. It was bad.
One of the worst videos I've covered so far.
Yeah,
Like
I didn't think it would be that bad. I thought it would be like some of the stuff would like have aged just poorly
I was thinking more
because
like the
of like
last one, like just like a mixed bag, right?
yeah, I thought it would have aged poorly because of formatting, but like when you actually get into that video, there was no substance, there was no sauce, there was no meat on the bone.
Yeah, yeah. This is
Like
shockingly bad.
I could have probably recounted most of the same points like off the top of my head in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I probably could
Man.
have gone into more detail than that. Like, what's wild to me is like, I don't know, I feel like I go into a lot of detail in my own stream, even though I don't think I was particularly on point, and I think that if I did it, but like, I have to remember too, I covered 6 episodes in 6 hours. I
Yeah.
was half drunk at the time by the end of it. Uh, actually more than half, to be honest. But, on
Fair
top
enough.
of that, though, uh, it was not a scripted thing. It was just me going off the cuff, off of a note. I have,
Yeah,
I had infinitely more substance in this video. It's like
totally.
an
Yeah.
hour-long scripted video covering the whole series up till up to like the second, basically the second
Yeah.
book or the second chapter of the show, which is the fairy arc, the fairy dance
Mhm.
arc. Uh, I had infinitely more substance just talking about like what the first two episodes, the stuff with the Moonlit Black Cats, the Silica episode, and the murder mystery.
Yeah, yeah. Did a much
Essentially,
better
like
job.
yeah, like just those specific, and I feel like I had infinitely more substance while drinking on the live.
Yeah, very
I
much.
know, like I look at this and be like, I'm too harsh on myself, you know.
Yeah,
Even though I don't think I did a particularly good job. Like I think that was my worst. Well, it was one of my first like media streams. But it was one of my worst media streams as far as I'm concerned.
right.
Because like I didn't know what I was doing. I was incredibly uncertain. Yeah, there was no substance to this at
No,
all. Like
no.
even the Walk Horizon endorsement was kind of like bad.
Yeah, yeah, was. Well, I guess on the bright side, I think it's like the last hour long video in my playlist.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, like, cause like DX is like a 40-minute video and a 20-minute video. Could probably like do those separately. And a
Oh yeah.
Mother's Basement is a bunch of short videos.
I'm familiar with the Mother's Basement. I remember he goes into actually Mother's Basement is probably the next one I'd wanna like be involved in covering because I
Yeah,
remember him having a lot of substance
yeah, I
because
used
he had
to
like
watch his
a lot of
videos a
like
lot.
yeah he had a lot of like digging into like the mechanics of SAS. So I'm actually more interested in his stuff than I think any like general like coverage. So I guess let me know when you're covering him.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Should be fun.
Until then, we did like what almost 7 hours of
Almost
coverage.
7 hours.
Thank you very much if anyone's watched or anyone.
Yeah, I guess whether it's now or like the replay. Yeah, that thanks for watching. Yeah,
Yeah, this video was garbage though.
very very garbage. Yeah.
Like no, it's kind of shocking how I'm pretty confident I watched this back in the day and thought it was good because, like, obviously I was younger and I probably had like standards. What, 11 years ago, I'd have been like 16, 17,
Yeah,
somewhere like that. I'd have had like a lower standard. Uh,
that too. Yeah.
but like even then, just the arguments are just garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of surprising how bad this was because I thought we would I thought we would probably like, oh okay, we'll probably like watch it and like agree with half of stuff and maybe a lot of stuff is gonna be like
Yeah.
misplaced arguments or like poorly argued or but
y-
like a lot of his criticisms are just weak.
Yeah. That Knightley guy, actually, he made some alright points. He was right
No,
generally.
I remember he at least had arguments that were like, okay, I can see what you're saying, but I don't agree
Yeah.
necessarily. Like you're not going into enough depth. And now then I look at that and this, and I'm like, I've treated you too harsh.
Yeah.
You make the 6 out of 10. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like a masterpiece video compared to this.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess that's it. I think I'm gonna go to sleep after this.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's late for you. So,
Yeah.
are we signing off?
Yeah, I guess we
Yeah,
are.
can I ask for like the 2 minutes to promote? Not even 2 minutes, a minute to promote my
Yeah,
channel.
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much for watching. If you were interested by my commentary, I'm Rangi Nui. You can find me. I assume there's a link to my channel in
Yeah, I
the
put in the
description.
description.
Yeah, yeah. I mostly do video games and video game coverages. Right now, I'm playing through Arkham City. Uh, I'll probably pick up. I'm playing through Arkham City, and I'm also doing a couple of playthroughs of Baldur's Gate 3 with different people.
Yeah.
Uh, I have like playlists for those, but in general, I also like doing anime coverage and anime stuff in general. Uh,
Hmm.
you can check out my channel and see if you it, like me, like my commentary. I don't know if you would. Like, look, let's be honest. If you like me, your standards are low.
Don't say that.
But yeah, I do stuff like that. Check me out. I'm doing Arkham City right now. I That's actually been a really successful playthrough in my channel. So,
No, great.
which is good because it's probably one of my favorite games of all time.
Yeah, I need to play that again. I remember quite liking it.
Yeah, yeah. But outside of that, I'll probably have Dan on in the future at some point. Maybe I'll find like an anime movie together,
Yeah, or those Yakuza streams. I'd be down for that.
or we can finally do that psychopath stream.
Oh my God. You're right. Yeah.
I forgot that was supposed to exist
Oh,
too.
me too. Hopefully we can do that soon.
That's just what happened. That's why I don't take notes, because then I just get into too autistic mode, and it takes
Oh,
7
yeah, yeah,
years.
I get that. Yeah.
All right, yeah, but yeah, we can probably sign off now.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Consider subscribing to me. Subscribe to Dan. Comment on Dan. Like Dan. You don't have a choice. I will find you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for everyone watching and hopefully see you next time. Bye.